Section 66 of The Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicholas McCullough. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Jeremy Bentham, 1748 to 1832, Part 3. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. Chapter 10, Section 3. Catalogue of motives corresponding to that of pleasures and pains. 25th. To the pleasures of sympathy corresponds the motive which, in a neutral sense, is termed goodwill. The word sympathy may also be used on this occasion, though the sense of it seems to be rather more extensive. In a good sense, it is styled benevolence, and in certain cases, philanthropy, and in a figurative way, brotherly love. In others, humanity, in others, charity, in others, pity and compassion, in others, mercy, in others, gratitude, in others, tenderness, in others, patriotism, in others, public spirit. Love is also employed in this, as in so many other senses. In a bad sense, it has no name applicable to it in all cases. In particular cases, it is styled partiality. The word zeal, with certain epithets prefixed to it, might also be employed sometimes on this occasion, though the sense of it be more extensive, applying sometimes to ill as well as to goodwill. It is thus we speak of party zeal, national zeal, and public zeal. The word attachment is also used with the like epithets. We also say family attachment. The French expression, esprit de corps, for which as yet there seems to be scarcely any name in English, might be rendered, in some cases, though rather inadequately, by the terms corporation spirit, corporation attachment, or corporation zeal. 1. A man who has set a town on fire is apprehended and committed. Out of regard or compassion for him, you help him to break prison. In this case, the generality of people will probably scarcely know whether to condemn your motive or to applaud it. Those who condemn your conduct will be disposed rather to impute it to some other motive. If they style it benevolence or compassion, they will be for prefixing an epithet and calling it false benevolence or false compassion. 2. The man is taken again, and is put upon his trial. To save him, you swear falsely in his favor. People, who would not call your motive a bad one before, will perhaps call it so now. 3. A man is at law with you about an estate. He has no right to it. The judge knows this, yet having an esteem or affection for your adversary, adjudges it to him. In this case, the motive is by everybody deemed abominable, and is termed injustice and partiality. 4. You detect a statesman in receiving bribes. Out of regard to the public interest, you give information of it and prosecute him. In this case, by all who acknowledge your conduct to have originated from this motive, your motive will be deemed a laudable one, and styled public spirit. But his friends and adherents will not choose to account for your conduct in any such manner. They will rather attribute it to party enmity. 5. You find a man on the point of starving. You relieve him and save his life. In this case, your motive will by everybody be accounted laudable, and it will be termed compassion, pity, charity, benevolence. Yet in all these cases, the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the motive of goodwill. 26th. To the pleasures of malevolence or antipathy corresponds the motive which, in a neutral sense, is termed antipathy or displeasure, and in particular cases, dislike, aversion, abhorrence, and indignation. In a neutral sense, or perhaps a sense leaning a little to the bad side, ill will, and in particular cases, anger, wrath, and enmity. In a bad sense it is styled, in different cases, wrath, spleen, ill humor, hatred, malice, rancor, rage, fury, cruelty, tyranny, envy, jealousy, revenge, misanthropy, and by other names, which it is hardly worth while to endeavor to collect. Like goodwill, it is used with epithets expressive of the persons who are the objects of the affection. Hence we hear of party enmity, party rage, and so forth. In a good sense there seems to be no single name for it. In compound expressions it may be spoken of in such a sense, by epithets such as just and laudable, prefixed to words that are used in a neutral or nearly neutral sense. 1. You rob a man. He prosecutes you and gets you punished. Out of resentment you set upon him, and hang him with your own hands. In this case your motive will universally be deemed detestable, and will be called malice, cruelty, revenge, and so forth. 2. A man has stolen a little money from you. Out of resentment you prosecute him, and get him hanged by course of law. In this case people will probably be a little divided in their opinions about your motive. Your friends will deem it a laudable one, and call it a just or laudable resentment. Your enemies will perhaps be disposed to deem it blamable, and call it cruelty, malice, revenge, and so forth, to obviate which your friends will try perhaps to change the motive, and call it public spirit. 3. A man has murdered your father. Out of resentment you prosecute him, and get him put to death in course of law. In this case your motive will be universally deemed a laudable one, and styled, as before, a just or laudable resentment, and your friends, in order to bring forward the more amiable principle from which the malevolent one, which was your immediate motive, took its rise, will be for keeping the latter out of sight, speaking of the former only, under some such name as filial piety. Yet in all these cases the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the motive of ill will. 29th. It appears then that there is no such thing as any sort of motive which is a bad one in itself, nor, consequently, any such thing as a sort of motive which in itself is exclusively a good one. And as to their effects, it appears, too, that these are sometimes bad, at other times either indifferent or good, and this appears to be the case with every sort of motive. If any sort of motive, then, is either good or bad on the score of its effects, this is the case only on individual occasions and with individual motives, and this is the case with one sort of motive as well as with another. If any sort of motive, then, can, in consideration of its effects, be termed with any propriety a bad one, it can only be with reference to the balance of all the effects it may have had of both kinds within a given period, that is, of its most usual tendency. 30th. What then, it will be said? Are not lust, cruelty, avarice, bad motives? Is there so much as any one individual occasion in which motives like these can be otherwise than bad? No, certainly, and yet the proposition that there is no one sort of motive but what will on many occasions be a good one is nevertheless true. The fact is that these are names which, if properly applied, are never applied but in the cases where the motives they signify happen to be bad. The names of these motives, considered apart from their effects, are sexual desire, displeasure, and pecuniary interest. To sexual desire, when the effects of it are looked upon as bad, is given the name of lust. Now, lust is always a bad motive. Why? Because if the case be such that the effects of the motive are not bad, it does not go, or at least ought not to go, by the name of lust. The case is, then, that when I say lust is a bad motive, it is a proposition that merely concerns the import of the word lust, and which would be false if transferred to the other word used for the same motive, sexual desire. Hence, we see the emptiness of all those rhapsodies of commonplace morality, which consist in the taking of such names as lust, cruelty, and avarice, and branding them with marks of reprobation. Applied to the thing, they are false, Applied to the name, they are true indeed, but nugatory. Would you do a real service to mankind? Show them the cases in which sexual desire merits the name of lust, displeasure that of cruelty, and pecuniary interest that of avarice. 31st. If it were necessary to apply such denominations as good, bad, and indifferent to motives, they might be classed in the following manner, in consideration of the most frequent complexion of their effects. In the class of good motives might be placed the articles of 1. Goodwill, 2. Love of reputation, 3. Desire of amity, and 4. Religion. In the class of bad motives, 5. Displeasure. In the class of neutral or indifferent motives, 6. Physical desire, 7. Pecuniary interest, 8. Love of power, 9. Self-preservation, as including the fear of the pains of the senses, the love of ease, and the love of life. 32nd. This method of arrangement, however, cannot but be imperfect, and the nomenclature belonging to it is in danger of being fallacious. For by what method of investigation can a man be assured that with regard to the motives ranked under the name of good, the good effects they have had, from the beginning of the world, have in each of the 4 species comprised under this name been superior to the bad? Still more difficulty would a man find in assuring himself that with regard to those which are ranked under the name of neutral or indifferent, the effects they have had have exactly balanced each other, the value of the good being neither greater nor less than that of the bad. It is to be considered that the interests of the person himself can no more be left out of the estimate than those of the rest of the community. For what would become of the species if it were not for the motives of hunger and thirst, sexual desire, the fear of pain, and the love of life? Nor in the actual constitution of human nature is the motive of displeasure less necessary, perhaps, than any of the others, although a system in which the business of life might be carried on without it might possibly be conceived. It seems, therefore, that they could scarcely, without greater danger of mistakes, be distinguished in this manner even with reference to each other. 33rd. The only way, it should seem, in which a motive can with safety and propriety be styled good or bad is with reference to its effects in each individual instance, and principally from the intention it gives birth to, from which arise, as will be shown hereafter, the most material part of its effects. A motive is good when the intention it gives birth to is a good one, bad when the intention is a bad one, and an intention is good or bad according to the material consequences that are the objects of it. So far is it from the goodness of the intention's being to be known only from the species of the motive. But from one and the same motive, as we have seen, may result intentions of every sort of complexion whatsoever. This circumstance, therefore, can afford no clue for the arrangements of the several sorts of motives. 34th. A more commodious method, therefore, it should seem, would be to distribute them according to the influence which they appear to have on the interests of the other members of the community, laying those of the party himself out of the question, to wit, according to the tendency which they appear to have to unite or disunite his interests and theirs. On this plan they may be distinguished into social, dissocial, and self-regarding. In the social class may be reckoned 1. Goodwill, 2. Love of reputation, 3. Desire of amity, 4. Religion. In the dissocial may be placed 5. Displeasure. In the self-regarding class, 6. Physical desire, 7. Pecuniary interest, 8. Love of power, 9. Self-preservation, as including the fear of the pains of the senses, the love of ease, and the love of life. 35th. With respect to the motives that have been termed social, If any farther distinction should be of use, to that of goodwill alone may be applied the epithet of purely social, while the love of reputation, the desire of amity, and the motive of religion may together be comprised under the division of semi-social, the social tendency being much more constant and unequivocal in the former than in any of the three latter. Indeed, these last, social as they may be termed, are self-regarding at the same time. Section 4. Order of preeminence among motives. 36th. Of all these sorts of motives, goodwill is that of which the dictates, taken in a general view, are surest of coinciding with those of the principle of utility. For the dictates of utility are neither more nor less than the dictates of the most extensive and enlightened, that is, well-advised, benevolence. The dictates of the other motives may be conformable to those of utility, or repugnant, as it may happen. Note: the text does not include the 37th subsection. End of note. 38th. After goodwill, the motive of which the dictates seem to have the next best chance for coinciding with those of utility is that of the love of reputation. There is but one circumstance which prevents the dictates of this motive from coinciding in all cases with those of the former. This is, that men in their likings and dislikings, in the dispositions they manifest to annex to any mode of conduct their approbation or their disapprobation, and in consequence to the person who appears to practice it, their good or their ill will, do not govern themselves exclusively by the principle of utility. Sometimes it is the principle of asceticism they are guided by, sometimes the principle of sympathy and antipathy. Chapter 11. Of human dispositions in general. First, in the foregoing chapter it has been shown at large that goodness or badness cannot with any propriety be predicated of motives. Is there nothing then about a man that can properly be termed good or bad, when on such or such occasion he suffers himself to be governed by such or such a motive? Yes, certainly, his disposition. Now, disposition is a kind of fictitious entity, feigned for the convenience of discourse, in order to express what there is supposed to be permanent in a man's frame of mind, where on such or such an occasion he has been influenced by such or such a motive, to engage in an act, which, as it appeared to him, was of such or such a tendency. Second, it is with disposition as with everything else. It will be good or bad according to its effects, according to the effects it has in augmenting or diminishing the happiness of the community. A man's disposition may accordingly be considered in 2 points of view, according to the influence it has either 1. On his own happiness, or 2. On the happiness of others. Viewed in both these lights together, or in either of them indiscriminately, it may be termed, on the one hand, good, on the other, bad, or in flagrant cases, depraved. Viewed in the former of these lights, it has scarcely any peculiar name, which has as yet been appropriated to it. It might be termed, though but inexpressively, frail or infirm, on the one hand, sound or firm on the other. Viewed in the other light, it might be termed beneficent or meritorious on the one hand, pernicious or mischievous on the other. Now, of that branch of a man's disposition, the effects of which regard in the first instance only himself, there needs not much to be said here. To reform it when bad is the business rather of the moralist than the legislator, nor is it susceptible of those various modifications which make so material a difference in the effects of the other. Again, with respect to that part of it, the effects whereof regard others in the first instance, it is only in as far as it is of a mischievous nature that the penal branch of law has any immediate concern with it. In as far as it may be of a beneficent nature, it belongs to a hitherto but little cultivated and as yet unnamed branch of law, which might be styled the remuneratory. End of section 66.
Section 67 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Holly Mansfield. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Richard Price, 1723 to 1791. Part 1. A review of the principal questions in morals. Footnote, first edition, London 1758, reprinted from the third edition, in the same place, 1787. Chapter 1 of the Origin of our Ideas of Moral Right and Wrong. 'Tis a very necessary previous observation that our ideas of right and wrong are simple ideas, and must therefore be ascribed to some power of immediate perception in the human mind. He that doubts this need only try to give definitions of them, which shall amount to more than synonymous expressions. Most of the confusion in which the question concerning the foundation of morals has been involved has proceeded from an inattention to this remark. There are undoubtedly some actions that are ultimately approved, and for justifying which no reason can be assigned, as there are some ends which are ultimately desired, and for choosing which no reason can be given. Were not this true, there would be an infinite progression of reasons and ends, and therefore nothing could be at all approved or desired. Supposing, then, that we have a power immediately perceiving right and wrong, the point I am now to endeavour to prove is that this power is the understanding, agreeably to the assertion at the end of the first section. I cannot but flatter myself that the main obstacle to the acknowledgment of this has been already removed by the observations made in the preceding section to shew that the understanding is a power of immediate perception which gives rise to new original ideas. Nor do I think it is possible that there should have been many disputes on this subject had this been properly considered. But, in order more explicitly and distinctly to evince what I have asserted, in the only way the nature of the question seems capable of, let me first observe that it implies no absurdity, but evidently may be true. It is undeniable that many of our ideas are derived from our intuition of truth or the discernment of the natures of things by the understanding. This, therefore, may be the source of our moral ideas. It is at least possible that right and wrong may denote what we understand and know concerning certain objects, in like manner with proportion and disproportion, connection and repugnancy, contingency and necessity, and the other ideas before mentioned. I will add that nothing has been offered which has any tendency to prove the contrary. All that can appear from the objections and reasonings of the author of the inquiry into the original of our ideas of beauty and virtue is only what has been already observed, and what does not in the least affect the point in debate, namely that the words right and wrong, fit and unfit, express simple and undeniable ideas, but that the power perceiving them is properly a sense and not reason, that these ideas denote nothing true of actions, nothing in the nature of actions. This he has left entirely without proof. He appears indeed to have taken for granted that if virtue and vice are immediately perceived, they must be perceptions of an implanted sense. But no conclusion could have been more hasty, for will anyone take upon him to say that all powers of immediate perception must be arbitrary and implanted, or that there can be no simple ideas denoting anything besides the qualities and passions of the mind? In short, whatever some writers have said to the contrary, it is certainly a point not yet decided, that virtue is wholly factitious, and to be felt, not understood. As there are some propositions which, when attended to, necessarily determine all minds to believe them, and as, which will be shown hereafter, there are some ends whose natures are such that, when perceived, all beings immediately and necessarily desire them, so is it very credible that, in like manner, there are some actions whose natures are such that, when observed, all rational beings immediately and necessarily approve them. I do not at all care what follows from Mr. Hume's assertion that all our ideas are either impressions or copies of impressions, or from Mr. Locke's assertion that they are all deducible from sensation and reflection. The first of these assertions is, I think, destitute of all proof, supposes, when applied in this as well as many other cases, the point in question, and, when pursued to its consequences, ends in the destruction of all truth and the subversion of our intellectual faculties. The other wants much explication to render it consistent with any tolerable account of the original of our moral ideas, nor does there seem to be anything necessary to convince a person that all our ideas are not deducible from sensation and reflection, except taken in a very large and comprehensive sense. Besides concerning how Mr. Locke derives from them our moral ideas, he places them among our ideas of relations, and represents rectitude as signifying the conformity of actions to some rules or laws, which rules or laws, he says, are either the will of God, the decrees of the magistrate, or the fashion of the country. from whence it follows that it is an absurdity to apply rectitude to rules and laws themselves, to suppose the divine will to be directed by it, or to consider it as itself a rule and law. But it is undoubted that this great man would have detested these consequences, and indeed it is sufficiently evident that he was strangely embarrassed in his notions on this as well as some other subjects. But, secondly, I know no better way of determining this point than by referring those who doubt about it to common sense, and putting them upon considering the nature of their own perceptions. Could we suppose a person who, when he perceived an external object, was at a loss to determine whether he perceived it by means of his organs of sight or touch, what better method could be taken to satisfy him? There is no possibility of doubting in any such cases, and it seems not more difficult to determine in the present case. Were the question what the perception is which we have of number, diversity, causation, or proportion, and whether our ideas of them signify truth and reality perceived by the understanding or impressions made by the objects to which we ascribe them on our minds, were, I say, this the question, would it not be sufficient to appeal to every man's consciousness? These perceptions seem to me to have no greater pretence to be denominated perceptions of the understanding than right and wrong. It is true, some impressions of pleasure or pain, satisfaction or disgust, generally attend our perceptions of virtue and vice, but these are merely their effects and concomitants, and not the perceptions themselves, which ought no more to be confounded with them than a particular truth, like that for which Pythagoras offered a hecatomb, ought to be confounded with the pleasure that may attend the discovery of it. Some emotion or other accompanies perhaps all our perceptions, but more remarkably our perceptions of right and wrong. And this, as will be again observed in the next chapter, is what has led to the mistake of making them to signify nothing but impressions, which error some have extended to all objects of knowledge, and thus have been led into an extravagant and monstrous scepticism. But to return, let any one compare the ideas arising from our powers of sensation with those arising from our intuition of the natures of things, and inquire which of them his ideas of right and wrong most resemble. On the issue of such a comparison may we safely rest this question. It is scarcely conceivable that any one can impartially attend to the nature of his own perception, and determine that, when he thinks gratitude or beneficence to be right, he perceives nothing true of them and understands nothing, but only receives an impression from a sense. Was it possible for a person to question whether his idea of equality was gained from sense or intelligence? He might soon be convinced by considering whether he is not sure that certain lines or figures are really equal, and that their equality must be perceived by all minds, as soon as the objects themselves are perceived. In the same manner may we satisfy ourselves concerning the origin of the idea of right. For have we not a like consciousness that we discern the one as well as the other in certain objects? Upon what possible grounds can we pronounce the one to be sense and the other reason? Would not a being purely intelligent having happiness within his reach approve of securing it for himself? Would not he think this right, and would it not be right? When we contemplate the happiness of a species or of a world, and pronounce concerning the action of reasonable beings which promote it that they are right, is this judging erroneously? Or is it no determination of judgment at all, but a species of mental taste? Are not such actions really right? Or is every apprehension of rectitude in them false and delusive, just as the like apprehension is concerning the effects of external and internal sensation, when taken to belong to the causes producing them? It seems beyond contradiction certain that every being must desire happiness for himself. And can those natures of things from which the desire of happiness and aversion to misery necessarily arise, leave at the same time a rational nature totally indifferent as to any approbation of actions procuring the one or preventing the other? Is there nothing that any understanding can perceive to be amiss in a creature's bringing upon himself or others calamities and ruin? Is there nothing truly wrong in the absolute and eternal misery of an innocent being? "It appears wrong to us," and what reason can you have for doubting whether it appears what it is? Should a being, after being flattered with hopes of bliss, and having his expectations raised by encouragements and promises, find himself without reason plunged into irretrievable torments, would he not justly complain? Would he want a sense to cause the idea of wrong to arise in his mind? Can goodness, gratitude, and veracity appear to any mind under the same characters, with cruelty, ingratitude, and treachery? Darkness may soon appear to be light. It would, I doubt, be to little purpose to plead further here the natural and universal apprehensions of mankind, that our ideas of right and wrong belong to the understanding and denote real characters of actions, because it will be easy to reply that they have a like opinion of the sensible qualities of bodies, and that nothing is more common than for men to mistake their own sensations for the properties of the objects producing them, or to apply to the object itself what they find always accompanying it whenever observed. Let it therefore be observed, thirdly, that if right and wrong denote effects of sensation, it must imply the greatest absurdity to suppose them applicable to actions. That is, the ideas of right and wrong and of action must in this case be incompatible, as much so as the idea of pleasure and a regular form, or of pain and the collisions of bodies. All sensations, as such, are modes of consciousness, or feelings of a sentient being, which must be of a nature totally different from the particular causes which produce them. A coloured body, if we speak accurately, is the same absurdity with a square sound. We need no experiments to prove that heat, cold, colours, tastes, etc. are not real qualities of bodies, because the ideas of matter and of these qualities are incompatible. But is there indeed any such incompatibility between actions and right, or any such absurdity in affirming the one of the other? Are the ideas of them as different as the idea of a sensation and its cause? On the contrary, the more we inquire, the more indisputable, I imagine, it will appear to us that we express necessary truth when we say of some actions they are right and of others they are wrong. Some of the most careful inquirers think thus, and find it out of their power not to be persuaded that these are real distinctions belonging to the natures of actions. Can it be so difficult to distinguish between the ideas of sensibility and reason, between the intuitions of truth and the passions of the mind? Is that a scheme of morals we can be very fond of, which makes our perceptions of moral good and evil in actions and manners to be all vision and fancy? Who can help seeing that right and wrong are as absolutely unintelligible and void of sense and meaning, when supposed to signify nothing true of actions, no essential inherent difference between them, as the perceptions of the external and internal senses are when thought to be properties of the objects that produce them? How strange would it be to maintain that there is no possibility of mistaking with respect to right and wrong, that the apprehensions of all beings on this subject are alike just, since all sensation must be alike true sensation. Is there a greater absurdity than to suppose that the moral rectitude of an action is nothing absolute and unvarying, but capable, like all the modifications of pleasure and pain, of being intended and remitted, of increasing and lessening, of rising and sinking with the force and liveliness of our feelings? Would it be less ridiculous to suppose this of the relations between given quantities, of the equality of numbers, or the figure of bodies? In the last place, let it be considered that all actions undoubtedly have a nature. That is, some character certainly belongs to them, and somewhat there is to be truly affirmed of them. This may be that some of them are right, others wrong. But if this is not allowed, if no actions are in themselves either right or wrong, or any thing of a moral and obligatory nature which can be an object to the understanding, it follows that in themselves they are all indifferent. This is what is essentially true of them, and this is what all understandings that perceive right must perceive them to be. But are we not conscious that we perceive the contrary? And have we not as much reason to believe the contrary as to believe or trust at all our own discernment? In other words, everything having a nature or essence from whence such and such truths concerning it necessarily result, and which it is the proper province of the understanding to perceive, it follows that nothing whatever can be exempted from its inspection and sentence, and that of every thought, sentiment, and subject, it is the natural and ultimate judge. Actions, therefore, ends and events, are within its province. Of these, as well as all other objects, it belongs to it to judge. What is this judgment? One would think it impossible for any person without some hesitation and reluctance to reply that the judgment he forms of them is this, that they are all essentially indifferent, and that there is no one thing fitter to be done than another. If this is judging truly, how obvious to infer that it signifies not what we do, and that the determination to think otherwise is an imposition upon rational creatures. Why then should they not labour to suppress in themselves this determination, and to extirpate from their natures all the delusive ideas of morality, worth, and virtue? What though the ruin of the world should follow? There would be nothing really wrong in this. In short, it seems sufficient to overthrow any scheme that such consequences as the following should arise from it: that no one being can judge one end to be better than another, or believe a real moral difference between actions without giving his assent to an impossibility, without mistaking the affections of his own mind for truth, and sensation for knowledge. That there being nothing intrinsically proper or improper, just or unjust, there is nothing obligatory. Footnote: moral right and wrong, and moral obligation or duty, must remain or vanish together. They necessarily accompany one another, and make but as it were one idea. As far as the former are fictitious and imaginary, the latter must be so too. End footnote. But all beings enjoy, from the reasons of things and the nature of actions, liberty to act as they will. The following important corollary arises from these arguments, that mortality is eternal and immutable. Right and wrong, it appears, denote what actions are. Now whatever anything is, that it is, not by will or decree or power, but by nature and necessity. Whatever a triangle or circle is, that it is unchangeably and eternally. It depends upon no will or power whether the 3 angles of a triangle and 2 right ones shall be equal, whether the periphery of a circle and its diameter shall be incommensurable, or whether matter shall be divisible, movable, passive, and inert. Every object of the understanding has an indivisible and invariable essence, from whence arise its properties and numberless truths concerning it. Omnipotence does not consist in a power to alter the nature of things and to destroy necessary truth, for this is contradictory and would infer the destruction of all wisdom and knowledge, but in an absolute command over all particular external existences to create or destroy them, or produce any possible changes among them. The natures of things then being immutable, whatever we suppose the natures of actions to be, they must be immutably. If they are indifferent, this indifference is itself immutable, and there neither is nor can be any one thing that in reality we ought to do rather than another. The same is to be said of right and wrong, of moral good and evil, as far as they express real characters of actions. They must immutably and necessarily belong to those actions of which they are truly affirmed. No will, therefore, can render anything good and obligatory, which was not so antecedently, and from eternity, or any action right that is not so in itself, meaning by action not the bare external effect produced, but the ultimate principle of conduct, or the determination of a reasonable being considered as arising from the perception of some motives and reasons and intended for some end. According to this sense of the word action, whenever the principle from which we act is different, the action is different, though the external effects produced may be the same. If we attend to this, the meaning and truth of what I have just observed will be easily seen. Put the case of any action, the performance of which is indifferent or attended with no circumstances of the agent that render it better or fitter to be done than omitted. Is it not plain that while all things continue the same, it is as impossible for any will or power to make acting obligatory here, as it is for them to make 2 equal things unequal without producing any change in either? It is true the doing of any indifferent thing may become obligatory, in consequence of a command from a being possessed of rightful authority over us. But it is obvious that in this case the command produces a change in the circumstances of the agent, and that what, in consequence of it, becomes obligatory is not the same with what before was indifferent. The external effect, that is, the matter of the action, is indeed the same, but nothing is plainer than that actions, in this sense the same, may in a moral view be totally different according to the ends aimed at by them, and the principles of morality under which they fall. When an action otherwise indifferent becomes obligatory, by being made the subject of a promise, we are not to imagine that our own will or breath alters the nature of things by making what is indifferent not so. But what was indifferent before the promise is still so, and it cannot be supposed that after the promise it becomes obligatory without a contradiction. All that the promise does is to alter the connection of a particular effect, or to cause that to be an instance of right conduct which was not so before. There are no effects producible by us which may not in this manner fall under different principles of morality, acquire connection sometimes with happiness and sometimes with misery, and thus stand in different relations to the eternal rules of duty. The objection, therefore, to what is here asserted, taken from the effects of positive laws and promises, has no weight. It appears that when an obligation to particular indifferent action arises from the command of the deity or positive laws, it is by no means to be inferred from hence that obligation is the creature of will, or that the nature of what is indifferent is changed. Nothing then becoming obligatory which was not so from eternity, that is, obeying the divine will and just authority. And had there been nothing right in this, had there been no reason from the natures of things for obeying God's will, it is certain it could have induced no obligation, nor at all influenced an intellectual nature as such. Will and laws signify nothing, abstracted from something previous to them, in the character of the lawgiver and the relations of beings to one another to give them force and render disobedience a crime. If mere will ever obliged, what reason can be given why the will of one being should oblige and of another not? Why it should not oblige alike to everything it requires, and why there should be any difference between power and authority? It is truth and reason, then, that in all cases oblige and not mere will. So far, we see, is it from being possible that any will or laws should create right, that they can have no effect but in virtue of natural and antecedent right. Thus, then, is morality fixed on an immovable basis, and appears not to be in any sense factitious, or the arbitrary production of any power, human or divine, but equally everlasting and necessary with all truth and reason, and this we find to be as evident as that right and wrong signify a reality in what is so denominated. End of section 67. Section 68 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Holly Mansfield. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Richard Price, 1723 to 1791. Part 2. Chapter 2. Of our ideas of the beauty and deformity of actions. Having considered our ideas of right and wrong, I come now to consider our ideas of beauty and its contrary. This is the second kind of sentiment or perception with respect to actions which I noticed at the beginning of the preceding chapter. Little need be said to show that it is different from the former. We are plainly conscious of more than the bare discernment of right and wrong, or the cool judgment of reason concerning the natures of actions. We often say of some actions not only that they are right, but that they are amiable, and of others not only that they are wrong, but odious and shocking. Everyone must see that these epithets denote the delight, or on the contrary the horror and detestation felt by ourselves, and consequently signify not any real qualities or characters of actions, but the effects in us, or the particular pleasure and pain attending the consideration of them. What then is the true account of these perceptions? Must they not arise entirely from an arbitrary structure of our minds, by which certain objects, when observed, are rendered the occasions of certain sensations and affections? And therefore in this instance are we not under a necessity of recurring to a sense? Can there be any connection, except such as arises from implanted principles, between any perceptions and particular modifications of pleasure and pain in the perceiving mind? I answer that there may be such a connection, and that I think there is such a connection in many instances, and particularly in this instance. Why or how the impressions made by external objects on our bodily organs produce the sensations constantly attending them, it is not possible for us to discover. The same is true of the sensations and affections of the mind produced by the objects of many of the internal senses. In such instances we can conceive of no connection between the effects in us and their apparent causes, and the only account we can give is that, quote, such is our frame, so God has seen fit to adapt our faculties and particular objects to one another. End quote. But this is far from being true universally. There are objects which have a natural aptitude to please or displease our minds. And thus in the spiritual world the case is the same as in the corporeal, where though there are events which we cannot explain, and numberless causes and effects of which, for want of being acquainted with the inward structure and constitution of bodies, we know no more than their existence, there are also causes the manner of whose operation we understand, and events between which we discern a necessary connection. One account, therefore, of the sentiments we are examining is, that such are the natures of certain actions that when perceived there must result certain emotions and affections. That there are two objects which have a natural aptitude to please or offend, and between which and the contemplating mind there is a necessary congruity or incongruity, seems to me unquestionable. For what shall we say of supreme and complete excellence? Is what we mean by this only a particular kind of sensation, or, if something real and objective, can it be contemplated without emotion? Must there be the aid of a sense to make the character of the deity appear amiable, or would pure and abstract reason be indifferent to it? Is there anything more necessary to cause it to be loved and admired besides knowing it? The more it is known and the better it is understood, must it not the more delight? Again, a reasonable being, void of all superadded determinations or senses, who knows what order and happiness are, would, I think, unavoidably receive pleasure from the survey of a universe where perfect order prevailed, and the contrary prospect of universal confusion and misery would offend him. What is thus true in these and other instances is particularly evident in the present case. It is not indeed plainer that in any instances there are correspondencies and connections of things among themselves, or that one motion has a tendency to produce another, than it is that virtue is naturally adapted to please every observing mind, and vice the contrary. To return, therefore, from this digression, the observations now made will not account for all our feelings and affections with respect to virtue and vice. Our intellectual faculties are in their infancy. The lowest degrees of reason are sufficient to discover moral distinctions in general, because these are self-evident and included in the ideas of certain actions and characters. They must therefore appear to all who are capable of making actions the objects of their reflection. but the extent to which they appear and the accuracy and force with which they are discerned, and consequently their influence must, so far as they are the objects of pure intelligence, be in proportion to the strength and improvement of the rational faculties of beings and their acquaintance with truth and the natures of things. From hence it must appear that in men it is necessary that the rational principle or the intellectual discernment of right and wrong should be aided by instinctive determinations. The dictates of mere reason, being slow and deliberate, would be otherwise much too weak. The condition in which we are placed renders many urgent passions necessary for us, and these cannot but often interfere with our sentiments of rectitude. Reason alone, imperfect as it is in us, is by no means sufficient to defend us against the danger to which in such circumstances we are exposed. Our Maker has, therefore, wisely provided remedies for its imperfections, and established a due balance in our frame by annexing to our intellectual perceptions sensations and instincts which give them greater weight and force. In short, the truth seems to be that, quote, in contemplating the actions of moral agents, we have both a perception of the understanding and a feeling of the heart, and that the latter, or the effect in us accompanying our moral perceptions, depend on two causes. Partly on the positive constitution of our natures, but principally on the essential congruity or incongruity between moral ideas and our intellectual faculties. End quote. It may be difficult to determine the precise limits between these two sources of our mental feelings, and to say how far the effects of the one are blended with those of the other. It is undoubted that we should have felt and acted otherwise than we now do, if the decisions of reason had been left entirely without support, nor is it easy to imagine how pernicious to us this would have proved. On this account it cannot be doubted, but that both the causes I have mentioned unite their influence, and the great question in morality is, not whether we owe much to implanted senses and determinations, but whether we owe all to them. It was probably in consequence of not duly considering the difference I have now insisted on between the honestum and the pulchrum, the Dikaiov and Karlov, or of not carefully distinguishing between the discernment of the mind and the sensations attending it in our moral perceptions, that the author of the inquiry into the original of our ideas of beauty and virtue was led to derive all our ideas of virtue from an implanted sense. Moral good and evil he everywhere describes, by the effects accompanying the perception of them. The rectitude of an action is, with him, the same with its gratefulness to the observer, and wrong the contrary. But what can be more evident than that right and pleasure, wrong and pain are as different as a cause and its effect, what is understood and what is felt, absolute truth and its agreeableness to the mind? Let it be granted, as undoubtedly it must, that some degree of pleasure is inseparable from the observation of virtuous actions. Footnote: the virtue of an action, Mr. Hume says, is its pleasing us after a particular manner. Treatise of Human Nature, Volume 3. End footnote. It is just as unreasonable to infer from hence that the discernment of virtue is nothing distinct from the reception of this pleasure, as it would be to infer, as some have done, that solidity, extension, and figure are only particular modes of sensation, because attended whenever they are perceived with some sensations of sight or touch, and impossible to be conceived by the imagination without them. An able writer on these subjects tells us that after some footnote, see Mr. Balguy's Tracts on the Foundation of Moral Goodness, end footnote, doubts, he at last satisfied himself that all beauty, whether natural or moral, is a species of absolute truth, as resulting from or consisting in the necessary relations and congruities of ideas. It is not easy to say what this means. Natural beauty will be considered presently, and as to moral beauty, one would think that the meaning must be that it denotes a real quality of certain actions. But the word beauty seems always to refer to the reception of pleasure, and the beauty, therefore, of an action or character must signify its being such as pleases us or has an aptness to please when perceived. Nor can it be just to conceive more in the action itself, or to affirm more of it than this aptness, or that objective goodness or rectitude on which it depends. Beauty and loveliness are synonymous, but an object self-lovely can only mean an object, by its nature, fitted to engage love. End of section 68.
Section 69 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Thomas Reid, 1710 to 1796. Essays on the Active Powers of Man. Footnote: Edinburgh, 1788, reprinted from the works of Thomas Reid, edited by Sir William Hamilton, Edinburgh, 1842, Ibid, 1852. Essay 3, Chapter 6, of the Sense of Duty. We are next to consider how we learn to judge and determine that this is right and that is wrong. The abstract notion of moral good and ill would be of no use to direct our life if we had not the power of applying it to particular actions and determining what is morally good and what is morally ill. Some philosophers with whom I agree ascribe this to an original power or faculty in man, which they call the moral sense, the moral faculty, conscience. Others think that our moral sentiments may be accounted for without supposing any original sense or faculty appropriated to that purpose, and go into very different systems to account for them. I am not, at present, to take any notice of these systems, because the opinion first mentioned seems to me to be the truth, to wit, that, by an original power of the mind, when we come to years of understanding and reflection, we not only have the notions of right and wrong in conduct, but perceive certain things to be right and others to be wrong. The name of the moral sense, though more frequently given to conscience since Lord Shaftesbury and Dr. Hutchinson wrote, is not new. The sensus recti et honesty is a phrase not unfrequent among the ancients. Neither is the sense of duty among us. It has got this name of sense, no doubt, from some analogy which it is conceived to bear to the external senses. And if we have just notions of the office of the external senses, the analogy is very evident, and I see no reason to take offense, as some have done, at the name of the moral sense. The offense taken at this name seems to be owing to this, that philosophers have degraded the senses too much, and deprived them of the most important part of their office. We are taught that, by the senses, we have only certain ideas which we could not have otherwise. They are represented as powers by which we have sensations and ideas, not as powers by which we judge. This notion of the senses I take to be very lame, and to contradict what nature and accurate reflection teach concerning them. A man who has totally lost the sense of seeing may retain very distinct notions of the various colors, but he cannot judge of colors, because he has lost the sense by which alone he could judge. By my eyes, I not only have the ideas of a square and a circle, but I perceive this surface to be a square, that to be a circle. By my ear, I not only have the idea of sounds, loud and soft, acute and grave, but I immediately perceive and judge this sound to be loud, that to be soft, this to be acute, that to be grave. Two or more synchronous sounds I perceive to be concordant, others to be discordant. These are judgments of the senses. They have always been called and accounted such by those whose minds are not tinctured by philosophical theories. They are the immediate testimony of nature by our senses, and we are so constituted by nature that we must receive their testimony for no other reason but because it is given by our senses. In vain do skeptics endeavor to overturn this evidence by metaphysical reasoning. Though we should not be able to answer their arguments, we believe our senses still and rest our most important concerns upon their testimony. If this be a just notion of our external senses, as I conceive it is, our moral faculty may, I think, without impropriety, be called the moral sense. In its dignity it is, without doubt, far superior to every other power of the mind. But there is this analogy between it and the external senses, that, as by them we have not only the original conceptions of the various qualities of bodies, but the original judgment that this body has such a quality, that such another, so by our moral faculty we have both the original conceptions of right and wrong in conduct, of merit and demerit, and the original judgments that this conduct is right, that is wrong, that this character has worth, that demerit. The testimony of our moral faculty, like that of the external senses, is the testimony of nature, and we have the same reason to rely upon it. The truths immediately testified by the external senses are the first principles from which we reason with regard to the material world, and from which all our knowledge of it is deduced. The truths immediately testified by our moral faculty are the first principles of all moral reasoning, from which all our knowledge of our duty must be deduced. By moral reasoning, I understand all reasoning that is brought to prove that such conduct is right and deserving of moral approbation, or that it is wrong, or that it is indifferent and in itself neither morally good nor ill. I think all we can properly call moral judgments are reducible to one or other of these, as all human actions considered in a moral view are either good or bad or indifferent. I know the term moral reasoning is often used by good writers in a more extensive sense, but as the reasoning I now speak of is of a peculiar kind, distinct from all others, and therefore ought to have a distinct name, I take the liberty to limit the name of moral reasoning to this kind. Let it be understood, therefore, that in the reasoning I call moral, the conclusion always is that something in the conduct of moral agents is good or bad, in a greater or a lesser degree, or indifferent. All reasoning must be grounded on first principles. This holds in moral reasoning as in all other kinds. There must be, therefore, in morals, as in all other sciences, first or self-evident principles on which all moral reasoning is grounded and on which it ultimately rests. From such self-evident principles, conclusions may be drawn synthetically with regard to the moral conduct of life, and particular duties or virtues may be traced back to such principles analytically. But without such principles, we can no more establish any conclusion in morals than we can build a castle in the air without any foundation. An example or two will serve to illustrate this. It is a first principle in morals that we ought not to do to another what we should think wrong to be done to us in like circumstances. If a man is not capable of perceiving this in his cool moments, when he reflects seriously, he is not a moral agent, nor is he capable of being convinced of it by reasoning. From what topic can you reason with such a man? You may possibly convince him by reasoning that it is his interest to observe this rule, but this is not to convince him that it is his duty. To reason about justice with a man who sees nothing to be just or unjust, or about benevolence with a man who sees nothing in benevolence preferable to malice, is like reasoning with a blind man about color, or with a deaf man about sound. It is a question in morals that admits of reasoning whether, by the law of nature, a man ought to have only one wife. We reason upon this question by balancing the advantages and disadvantages to the family and to society in general that are naturally consequent both upon monogamy and polygamy, and, if it can be shown that the advantages are greatly upon the side of monogamy, we think the point is determined. But if a man does not perceive that he ought to regard the good of society and the good of his wife and children, the reasoning can have no effect upon him, because he denies the first principle upon which it is grounded. Suppose again that we reason for monogamy from the intention of nature, discovered by the proportion of males and of females that are born, a proportion which corresponds perfectly with monogamy, but by no means with polygamy. This argument can have no weight with a man who does not perceive that he ought to have a regard to the intention of nature. Thus we shall find that all moral reasonings rest upon one or more first principles of morals, whose truth is immediately perceived without reasoning by all men come to years of understanding. And this indeed is common to every branch of human knowledge that deserves the name of science. There must be first principles proper to that science by which the whole superstructure is supported. The first principles of all the sciences must be the immediate dictates of our natural faculties, nor is it possible that we should have any other evidence of their truth. And in different sciences, the faculties which dictate their first principles are very different. Thus, in astronomy and in optics, in which such wonderful discoveries have been made that the unlearned can hardly believe them to be within the reach of human capacity, the first principles are phenomena attested solely by that little organ, the human eye. If we disbelieve its report, the whole of those two noble fabrics of science fall to pieces like the visions of the night. The principles of music all depend upon the testimony of the ear. The principles of natural philosophy upon the facts attested by the senses. The principles of mathematics upon the necessary relations of quantities considered abstractly, such as that equal quantities added to equal quantities make equal sums, and the like, which necessary relations are immediately perceived by the understanding. The science of politics borrows its principles from what we know by experience of the character and conduct of man. We consider not what he ought to be, but what he is, and thence conclude what part he will act in different situations and circumstances. From such principles we reason concerning the causes and effects of different forms of government, laws, customs, and manners. If man were either a more perfect or a more imperfect, a better or a worse creature than he is, politics would be a different science from what it is. The first principles of morals are the immediate dictates of the moral faculty. They show us not what man is, but what he ought to be. Whatever is immediately perceived to be just, honest, and honorable in human conduct carries moral obligation along with it, and the contrary carries demerit and blame. And, from those moral obligations that are immediately perceived, all other moral obligations must be deduced by reasoning. He that will judge of the color of an object must consult his eyes, in a good light, when there is no medium or contiguous objects that may give it a false tinge. But in vain will he consult every other faculty in this matter. In like manner, he that will judge of the first principles of morals must consult his conscience or moral faculty when he is calm and dispassionate, unbiased by interest, affection, or fashion. As we may rely upon the clear and distinct testimony of our eyes concerning the colors and figures of the bodies about us, we have the same reason to rely with security upon the clear and unbiased testimony of our conscience, with regard to what we ought and ought not to do. In many cases, moral worth and demerit are discerned no less clearly by the last of those natural faculties than figure and color by the first. The faculties which nature hath given us are the only engines we can use to find out the truth. We cannot indeed prove that those faculties are not fallacious, unless God should give us new faculties to sit in judgment upon the old. But we are born under a necessity of trusting them. Every man in his senses believes his eyes, his ears, and his other senses. He believes his consciousness with respect to his own thoughts and purposes, his memory with regard to what is past, his understanding with regard to abstract relations of things, and his taste with regard to what is elegant and beautiful. And he has the same reason, and indeed is under the same necessity of believing the clear and unbiased dictates of his conscience, with regard to what is honorable and what is base. The sum of what has been said in this chapter is, that by an original power of the mind, which we call conscience, or the moral faculty, we have the conceptions of right and wrong in human conduct, of merit and demerit, of duty and moral obligation, and our other moral conceptions, and that, by the same faculty, we perceive some things in human conduct to be right and others to be wrong, that the first principles of morals are the dictates of this faculty, and that we have the same reason to rely upon those dictates as upon the determinations of our senses, or of our other natural faculties. Footnote: This theory is virtually the same as that which founds morality on intelligence. The practical reason of Kant is not essentially different from the moral sense, the moral faculty of Reid and Stewart. End of section 69. Section 70 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand, Thomas Reid. Essay 5, Chapter 1, of the First Principles of Morals. Morals, like all other sciences, must have first principles on which all moral reasoning is grounded. In every branch of knowledge where disputes have been raised, it is useful to distinguish the first principles from the superstructure. They are the foundation upon which the whole fabric of the science leans, and whatever is not supported by this foundation can have no stability. In all rational belief, the thing believed is either itself a first principle, or it is by just reasoning deduced from first principles. When men differ about deductions of reasoning, the appeal must be to the rules of reasoning, which have been very unanimously fixed from the days of Aristotle. But when they differ about the first principle, the appeal is made to another tribunal, to that of common sense. How the genuine decisions of common sense may be distinguished from the counterfeit has been considered in Essay 6th on the Intellectual Powers of Man, Chapter 4th, to which the reader is referred. What I would observe here is that as first principles differ from deductions or reasoning in the nature of their evidence, and must be tried by a different standard when they are called in question, it is of importance to know to which of these two classes a truth which we would examine belongs. When they are not distinguished, men are apt to demand proof for everything they think fit to deny. And when we attempt to prove, by direct argument, what is really self-evident, the reasoning will always be inconclusive, for it will either take for granted the thing to be proved, or something not more evident, and so, instead of giving strength to the conclusion, will rather tempt those to doubt of it who never did so before. I propose, therefore, in this chapter, to point out some of the first principles or morals without pretending to a complete enumeration. The principles I am to mention relate either A, to virtue in general, or B, to the different particular branches of virtue, or C, to the comparison of virtues where they seem to interfere. A1. There are some things in human conduct that merit approbation and praise, others that merit blame and punishment, and different degrees either of approbation or of blame are due to different actions. 2. What is in no degree voluntary can neither deserve moral approbation nor blame. 3. What is done from unavoidable necessity may be agreeable or disagreeable, useful or hurtful, but cannot be the object either of blame or of moral approbation. 4. Men may be highly culpable in omitting what they ought to have done, as well as in doing what they ought not. 5. We ought to use the best means we can to be well informed of our duty. By serious attention to moral instruction, by observing what we approve and what we disapprove in other men, whether our acquaintance or those whose actions are recorded in history, by reflecting often, in a calm and dispassionate hour, on our own past conduct, that we may discern what was wrong, what was right, and what might have been better by deliberating coolly and impartially upon our future conduct, as far as we can foresee the opportunities we may have of doing good, or the temptations to do wrong, and by having this principle deeply fixed in our minds, that, as moral excellence is the true worth and glory of a man, so the knowledge of our duty is to every man, in every station of life, the most important of all knowledge. 6. It ought to be our most serious concern to do our duty as far as we know it, and to fortify our minds against every temptation to deviate from it. By maintaining a lively sense of the beauty of right conduct, and of its present and future reward, of the turpitude of vice, and of its bad consequences here and hereafter, by having always in our eye the noblest examples, by the habit of subjecting our passions to the government of reason, by firm purposes and resolutions with regard to our conduct, by avoiding occasions of temptation when we can, and by imploring the aid of Him who made us in every hour of temptation. These principles concerning virtue and vice in general must appear self-evident to every man who hath a conscience, and who hath taken pains to exercise this natural power of his mind. I proceed to others that are more particular. B. 1. We ought to prefer a greater good, though more distant, to a less, and a less evil to a greater. A regard to our own good, though we had no conscience, dictates this principle, and we cannot help disapproving the man that acts contrary to it, as deserving to lose the good which he wantonly threw away, and to suffer the evil which he knowingly brought upon his own head. We observed before that the ancient moralists, and many among the modern, have deduced the whole of morals from this principle, and that, when we make a right estimate of goods and evils according to their degree, their dignity, their duration, and according as they are more or less in our power, it leads to the practice of every virtue. More directly, indeed, to the virtues of self-government, to prudence, to temperance, and to fortitude, and, though more indirectly, even to justice, humanity, and all the social virtues, when their influence upon our happiness is well understood. Though it be not the noblest principle of conduct, it has this peculiar advantage, that its force is felt by the most ignorant, even by the most abandoned. Let a man's moral judgment be ever so little improved by exercise, or ever so much corrupted by bad habits, he cannot be indifferent to his own happiness or misery. When he is become insensible to every nobler motive to right conduct, he cannot be insensible to this. And though to act from this motive solely may be called prudence rather than virtue, yet this prudence deserves some regard upon its own account, and much more as it is the friend and ally of virtue, and the enemy of all vice, and as it gives a favorable testimony of virtue to those who are deaf to every other recommendation. If a man can be induced to do his duty even from a regard to his own happiness, he will soon find reason to love virtue for her own sake, and to act from motives less mercenary. I cannot, therefore, approve of those moralists who would banish all persuasives to virtue taken from the consideration of private good. In the present state of human nature, these are not useless to the best, and they are the only means left of reclaiming the abandoned. 2. As far as the intention of nature appears in the constitution of man, we ought to comply with that intention and to act agreeably to it. The author of our being hath given us not only the power of acting within a limited sphere, but various principles or springs of action, of different nature and dignity, to direct us in the exercise of our active power. From the constitution of every species of the inferior animals, and especially from the active principles which nature has given them, we easily perceive the manner of life for which nature intended them, and they uniformly act the part to which they are led by their constitution, without any reflection upon it, or intention of obeying its dictates. Man only, of the inhabitants of this world, is made capable of observing his own constitution, what kind of life it is made for, and of acting according to that intention or contrary to it. He is only capable of yielding an intentional obedience to the dictates of his nature, or of rebelling against them. In treating of the principles of action in man, it has been shown that as his natural instincts and bodily appetites are well adapted to the preservation of his natural life, and to the continuance of the species, so his natural desires, affections, and passions, when uncorrupted by vicious habits, and under the government of the leading principles of reason and conscience, are excellently fitted for the rational and social life. Every vicious action shows an excess or defect or wrong direction of some natural spring of action, and therefore may very justly be said to be unnatural. Every virtuous action agrees with the uncorrupted principles of human nature. The Stoics defined virtue to be a life according to nature. Some of them, more accurately, a life according to the nature of man, insofar as it is superior to that of brutes. The life of a brute is according to the nature of the brute, but it is neither virtuous nor vicious. The life of a moral agent cannot be according to his nature unless it be virtuous. That conscience, which is in every man's breast, is the law of God written in his heart, which he cannot disobey without acting unnaturally and being self-condemned. The intention of nature in the various active principles of man, in the desires of power, of knowledge, and of esteem, in the affection to children, to near relations, and to the communities to which we belong, in gratitude, in compassion, and even in resentment and emulation, is very obvious, and has been pointed out in treating of those principles. Nor is it less evident that reason and conscience are given us to regulate the inferior principles, so that they may conspire in a regular and consistent plan of life in pursuit of some worthy end. 3. No man is born for himself only. Every man, therefore, ought to consider himself as a member of the common society of mankind, and of those subordinate societies to which he belongs, such as family, friends, neighborhood, country, and to do as much good as he can and as little hurt to the societies of which he is a part. This axiom leads directly to the practice of every social virtue, and indirectly to the virtues of self-government, by which only we can be qualified for discharging the duty we owe to society. 4. In every case, we ought to act that part towards another, which we would judge to be right in him to act toward us, if we were in his circumstances and he in ours, or, more generally, what we approve in others that we ought to practice in like circumstances, and what we condemn in others we ought not to do. If there be any such thing as right and wrong in the conduct of moral agents, it must be the same to all in the same circumstances. We stand all in the same relation to him who made us, and will call us to account for our conduct, for with him there is no respect of persons. We stand in the same relation to one another as members of the great community of mankind. The duties consequent upon the different ranks and offices and relations of men are the same to all in the same circumstances. It is not want of judgment, but want of candor and impartiality that hinders men from discerning what they owe to others. They are quick-sighted enough in discerning what is due to themselves. When they are injured or ill-treated, they see it and feel resentment. It is the want of candor that makes men use one measure for the duty they owe to others, and another measure for the duty others owe to them in like circumstances. That men ought to judge with candor, as in all other cases, so especially in what concerns their moral conduct, is surely self-evident to every intelligent being. The man who takes offense when he is injured in his person, in his property, in his good name, pronounces judgment against himself if he act so toward his neighbor. As the equity and obligation of this rule of conduct is self-evident to every man who hath a conscience, so it is of all the rules of morality the most comprehensive, and truly deserves the encomium given it by the highest authority, that it is the law and the prophets. It comprehends every rule of justice without exception. It comprehends all the relative duties arising either from the more permanent relations of parent and child, of master and servant, of magistrate and subject, of husband and wife, or from the more transient relations of rich and poor, of buyer and seller, of debtor and creditor, of benefactor and beneficiary, of friend and enemy. It comprehends every duty of charity and humanity, and even of courtesy and good manners. Nay, I think that, without any force or straining, it extends even to the duties of self-government. For as every man approves in others the virtue of prudence, temperance, self-command, and fortitude, he must perceive that what is right in others must be right in himself in like circumstances. To sum up all, he who acts invariably by this rule will never deviate from the path of his duty, but from an error of judgment. and as he feels the obligation that he and all men are under to use the best means in his power to have his judgment well informed in matters of duty, his errors will only be such as are invincible. It may be observed that this axiom supposes a faculty in man by which he can distinguish right conduct from wrong. It supposes also that, by this faculty, we easily perceive the right and the wrong in other men that are indifferent to us, but are very apt to be blinded by the partiality of selfish passions when the case concerns ourselves. Every claim we have against others is apt to be magnified by self-love when viewed directly. A change of persons removes this prejudice and brings the claim to appear in its just magnitude. 5. To every man who believes the existence, the perfections, and the providence of God, the veneration and submission we owe to him is self-evident. Right sentiments of the deity and of his works not only makes the duty we owe to him obvious to every intelligent being, but likewise add the authority of a divine law to every rule of right conduct. C. There is another class of axioms in morals, by which, when there seems to be an opposition between the actions that different virtues lead to, we determine to which the preference is due. Between the several virtues, as they are dispositions of mind, or determinations of will, to act according to a certain general rule, there can be no opposition. They dwell together most amicably, and give mutual aid and ornament, without the possibility of hostility or opposition, and, taken altogether, make one uniform and consistent rule of conduct. But, between particular external actions, which different virtues would lead to, there may be an opposition. Thus the same man may be in his heart generous, grateful, and just. These dispositions strengthen but can never weaken one another. Yet it may happen that an external action which generosity or gratitude solicits, justice may forbid. That in all such cases, unmerited generosity should yield to gratitude, and both to justice is self-evident. Nor is it less so that unmerited beneficence to those who are at ease should yield to compassion to the miserable, and external acts of piety to works of mercy, because God loves mercy more than sacrifice. At the same time we perceive that those acts of virtue which ought to yield in the case of a competition have most intrinsic worth when there is no competition. Thus it is evident that there is more worth in pure and unmerited benevolence than in compassion, more in compassion than in gratitude, and more in gratitude than in justice. I call these first principles, because they appear to me to have in themselves an intuitive evidence which I cannot resist. I find I can express them in other words. I can illustrate them by examples and authorities, and perhaps can deduce one of them from another. But I am not able to deduce them from other principles that are more evident. And I find the best moral reasonings of authors I am acquainted with, ancient and modern, heathen and Christian, to be grounded upon one or more of them. The evidence of mathematical axioms is not discerned till men come to a certain degree of maturity of understanding. A boy must have formed the general conception of quantity, and of more and less and equal, of sum and difference, and he must have been accustomed to judge of these relations in matters of common life, before he can perceive the evidence of the mathematical axiom, that equal quantities added to equal quantities make equal sums. In like manner, our moral judgment or conscience grows to maturity from an imperceptible seed, planted by our Creator. When we are capable of contemplating the actions of other men, or of reflecting upon our own calmly and dispassionately, we begin to perceive in them the qualities of honest and dishonest, of honorable and base, of right and wrong, and to feel the sentiments of moral approbation and disapprobation. These sentiments are at first feeble, easily warped by passions and prejudices, and apt to yield to authority. By use and time, the judgment, in morals as in other matters, gathers strength and feels more vigor. We begin to distinguish the dictates of passion from those of cool reason, and to perceive that it is not always safe to rely upon the judgment of others. By an impulse of nature we venture to judge for ourselves as we venture to walk by ourselves. There is a strong analogy between the progress of the body from infancy to maturity and the progress of all the powers of the mind. This progression in both is the work of nature, and in both may be greatly aided or hurt by proper education. It is natural to a man to be able to walk or run or leap, but if his limbs had been kept in fetters from his birth, he would have none of those powers. It is no less natural to a man trained in society and accustomed to judge of his own actions and those of other men, to perceive a right and a wrong, an honorable and a base in human conduct. And to such a man, I think the principles of morals I have above mentioned will appear self-evident. Yet there may be individuals of the human species so little accustomed to think or judge of anything but of gratifying their animal appetites, as to have hardly any conception of right or wrong in conduct, or any moral judgment, as there certainly are some who have not the conceptions and the judgment necessary to understand the axioms of geometry. From the principles above mentioned, the whole system of moral conduct follows so easily, and with so little aid of reasoning, that every man of common understanding who wishes to know his duty may know it. The path of duty is a plain path, which the upright in heart can rarely mistake. Such it must be, since every man is bound to walk in it. There are some intricate cases in morals which admit of disputation, but these seldom occur in practice, and, when they do, the learned disputant has no great advantage, for the unlearned man, who uses the best means in his power to know his duty, and acts according to his knowledge, is inculpable in the sight of God and man. He may err, but he is not guilty of immorality. End of section 70.
Section 71 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. The Metaphysic of Morality. Selections translated from the German by John Watson. Section 1. Transition from ordinary moral conceptions to the philosophical conception of morality. Nothing in the whole world, or even outside of the world, can possibly be regarded as good without limitation, except a good will. No doubt it is a good and desirable thing to have intelligence, sagacity, judgment, and other intellectual gifts, by whatever name they may be called. It is also good and desirable, in many respects, to possess by nature such qualities as courage, resolution, and perseverance. But all these gifts of nature may be in the highest degree pernicious and hurtful, if the will which directs them, or what is called the character, is not itself good. The same thing applies to gifts of fortune. Power, wealth, honor, even good health, and that general well-being and contentment with one's lot which we call happiness, give rise to pride, and not infrequently to insolence, if a man's will is not good. Nor can a reflective and impartial spectator ever look with satisfaction upon the unbroken prosperity of a man who is destitute of the ornament of a pure and good will. A good will would, therefore, seem to be the indispensable condition without which no one is even worthy to be happy. A man's will is good, not because the consequences which flow from it are good, nor because it is capable of attaining the ends which it seeks, but it is good in itself, or because it wills the good. By a good will is not meant mere well-wishing. It consists in a resolute employment of all the means within one's reach, and its intrinsic value is in no way increased by success or lessened by failure. This idea of the absolute value of mere will seems so extraordinary that, although it is endorsed even by the popular judgment, we must subject it to careful scrutiny. If nature had meant to provide simply for the maintenance, the well-being, in a word, the happiness, of beings which have reason and will, it must be confessed that, in making use of their reason, it has hit upon a very poor way of attaining its end. As a matter of fact, the very worst way a man of refinement and culture can take to secure enjoyment and happiness is to make use of his reason for that purpose. Hence there is apt to arise in his mind a certain degree of misology or hatred of reason. Finding that the arts which minister to luxury, and even the sciences, instead of bringing him happiness, only lay a heavier yoke on his neck, he at length comes to envy, rather than to despise, men of less refinement, who follow more closely the promptings of their natural impulses, and pay little heed to what reason tells them to do or to leave undone. It must at least be admitted that one may deny reason to have much, or indeed any, value in the production of happiness and contentment, without taking a morose or ungrateful view of the goodness with which the world is governed. Such a judgment really means that life has another and a much nobler end than happiness, and that the true vocation of reason is to secure that end. The true object of reason, then, in so far as it is practical, or capable of influencing the will, must be to produce a will which is good in itself, and not merely good as a means to something else. This will is not the only or the whole good, but it is the highest good, and the condition of all other good, even of the desire for happiness itself. It is therefore not inconsistent with the wisdom of nature that the cultivation of reason, which is essential to the furtherance of its first and unconditioned object, the production of a good will, should, in this life at least, in many ways limit, or even make impossible, the attainment of happiness, which is its second and conditioned object. To bring to clear consciousness the conception of a will which is good in itself, a conception already familiar to the popular mind, let us examine the conception of duty, which involves the idea of a good will, as manifested under certain subjective limitations and hindrances. I pass over actions which are admittedly violations of duty, for these, however useful they may be in the attainment of this or that end, manifestly do not proceed from duty. I set aside also those actions which are not actually inconsistent with duty, but which yet are done under the impulse of some natural inclination, though not a direct inclination to do these particular actions. For in these it is easy to determine whether the action that is consistent with duty is done from duty, or with some selfish object in view. It is more difficult to make a clear distinction of motives when there is a direct inclination to do a certain action, which is itself in conformity with duty. The preservation of one's own life, for instance, is a duty. But as everyone has a natural inclination to preserve his life, the anxious care which most men usually devote to this object has no intrinsic value, nor the maxim from which they act any moral import. They preserve their life in accordance with duty, but not because of duty. But suppose adversity and hopeless sorrow have taken away all desire for life. Suppose that the wretched man would welcome death as a release, and yet takes means to prolong his life simply from a sense of duty. Then his maxim has a genuine moral import. But secondly, an action that is done from duty gets its moral value not from the object which it is intended to secure, but from the maxim by which it is determined. Accordingly, the action has the same moral value, whether the object is attained or not, if only the principle by which the will is determined to act is independent of every object of sensuous desire. What was said above makes it clear that it is not the object aimed at, or, in other words, the consequences which flow from an action, when these are made the end and motive of the will, that can give to the action an unconditioned and moral value. In what, then, can the moral value of an action consist, if it does not lie in the will itself, as directed to the attainment of a certain object? It can lie only in the principle of the will, no matter whether the object sought can be attained by the action or not. For the will stands, as it were, at the parting of the ways, between its a priori principle, which is formal, and its a posteriori, material motive. As so standing, it must be determined by something, and as no action which is done from duty can be determined by a material principle, it can only be determined by the formal principle of all volition. From the two propositions just set forth, a third directly follows, which may be thus stated. Duty is the obligation to act from reverence for law. Now, I may have a natural inclination for the object that I expect to follow from my action, but I can never have reverence for that which is not a spontaneous activity of my will, but merely an effect of it. Neither can I have reverence for any natural inclination, whether it is my own or another's. If it is my own, I can at most only approve of it. If it is manifested by another, I may regard it as conducive to my own interest, and hence I may in certain cases even be said to have a love for it. But the only thing which I can reverence, or which can lay me under an obligation to act, is the law which is connected with my will, not as a consequence, but as a principle which is not dependent upon natural inclination, but overmasters it, or at least allows it to have no influence whatever in determining my course of action. Now, if an action which is done out of regard for duty sets entirely aside the influence of natural inclination, and along with it every object of the will, nothing else is left by which the will can be determined but objectively the law itself, and subjectively pure reverence for the law as a principle of action. Thus there arises the maxim to obey the moral law, even at the sacrifice of all my natural inclinations. The supreme good which we call moral can therefore be nothing but the idea of the law in itself, insofar as it is this idea which determines the will, and not any consequences that are expected to follow. Only a rational being can have such an idea, and hence a man who acts from the idea of the law is already morally good, no matter whether the consequences which he expects from his action follow or not. Now, what must be the nature of a law, the idea of which is to determine the will, even apart from the effects expected to follow, and which is therefore itself entitled to be called good absolutely and without qualification? As the will must not be moved to act from any desire for the results expected to follow from obedience to a certain law, the only principle of the will which remains is that of the conformity of actions to universal law. In all cases, I must act in such a way that I can at the same time will that my maxim should become a universal law. This is what is meant by conformity to law, pure and simple. And this is the principle which serves, and must serve, to determine the will, if the idea of duty is not to be regarded as empty and chimerical. As a matter of fact, the judgments which we are wont to pass upon conduct perfectly agree with this principle, and in making them, we always have it before our eyes. May I, for instance, under the pressure of circumstances, make a promise which I have no intention of keeping? The question is not whether it is prudent to make a false promise, but whether it is morally right. To enable me to answer this question shortly and conclusively, the best way is for me to ask myself whether it would satisfy me that the maxim to extricate myself from embarrassment by giving a false promise should have the force of a universal law, applying to others as well as to myself. And I can see at once that while I can certainly will the lie, I cannot will that lying should be a universal law. If lying were universal, there would, properly speaking, be no promises whatever. I might say that I intended to do a certain thing at some future time, but nobody would believe me, or if he did at the same moment trust to my promise, he would afterwards pay me back in my own coin. My maxim thus proves itself to be self-destructive, as soon as it is taken as a universal law. Duty, then, consists in the obligation to act from pure reverence for the moral law. To this motive all others must give way, for it is the condition of a will which is good in itself, and which has a value with which nothing else is comparable. There is, however, in man a strong feeling of antagonism to the commands of duty, although his reason tells him that those commands are worthy of the highest reverence. For man not only possesses reason, but he has certain natural wants and inclinations, the complete satisfaction of which he calls happiness. These natural inclinations clamorously demand to have all their seemingly reasonable claims respected. But reason issues its commands inflexibly, refusing to promise anything to the natural desires, and treating their claims with a sort of neglect and contempt. From this there arises a natural dialectic, that is, a disposition to explain away the strict laws of duty, to cast doubt upon their validity, or at least upon their purity and stringency, and in this way to make them yield to the demands of the natural inclinations. Thus, men are forced to go beyond the narrow circle of ideas within which their reason ordinarily moves, and to take a step into the field of moral philosophy, not indeed from any perception of speculative difficulties, but simply on practical grounds. The practical reason of men cannot be long exercised any more than the theoretical, without falling insensibly into a dialectic which compels it to call in the aid of philosophy, and in the one case, as in the other, rest can be found only in a thorough criticism of human reason. End of section 71. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. The Metaphysic of Morality. Selections translated from the German by John Watson. Section 2. Transition from popular moral philosophy to the metaphysic of morality. So far, we have drawn our conception of duty from the manner in which men employ it in the ordinary exercise of their practical reason. The conception of duty, however, we must not suppose to be therefore derived from experience. On the contrary, we hear frequent complaints, the justice of which we cannot but admit, that no one can point to a single instance in which an action has undoubtedly been done purely from a regard for duty, that there are certainly many actions which are not opposed to duty, but none which are indisputably done from duty, and therefore have a moral value. Nothing indeed can secure us against the complete loss of our ideas of duty, and maintain in the soul a well-grounded respect for the moral law, but the clear conviction that reason issues its commands on its own authority, without caring in the least whether the actions of men have, as a matter of fact, been done purely from ideas of duty. For reason commands inflexibly that certain actions should be done, which perhaps never have been done, actions, the very possibility of which may seem doubtful to one who bases everything upon experience. Perfect disinterestedness in friendship, for instance, is demanded of every man, although there may never have been a sincere friend. For pure friendship is bound up with the idea of duty as duty, and belongs to the very idea of a reason which determines the will on a priori grounds, prior to all experience. It is, moreover, beyond dispute that unless we are to deny to morality all truth and all reference to a possible object, the moral law has so wide an application that it is binding not merely upon man, but upon all rational beings, and not merely under certain contingent conditions and with certain limitations, but absolutely and necessarily. And it is plain that no experience could ever lead us to suppose that laws of this apodictic character are even possible. There is, therefore, no genuine supreme principle of morality which is not independent of all experience and based entirely upon pure reason. If, then, we are to have a philosophy of morality at all, as distinguished from a popular moral philosophy, we may take it for granted, without further investigation, that moral conceptions, together with the principles which flow from them, are given a priori, and must be presented in their generality, in abstracto. Such a metaphysic of morality, which must be entirely free from all admixture of empirical psychology, theology, physics, and hyperphysics, and above all from all occult, or, as we may call them, hypophysical qualities, is not only indispensable as a foundation for a sound theory of duties, but is also of the highest importance in the practical realization of moral precepts. For the pure idea of duty, unmixed with any foreign ingredient of sensuous desire, in a word, the idea of the moral law, influences the heart of man much more powerfully through his reason, which in this way only becomes conscious that it can of itself be practical, than do all the motives which have their source in experience. Conscious of its own dignity, the moral law treats all sensuous desires with contempt, and is able to master them one by one. From what has been said, it is evident that all moral conceptions have their seat and origin in reason entirely a priori, and are apprehended by the ordinary reason of men as well as by reason in its purely speculative activity. We've also seen that it is of the greatest importance, not only in the construction by speculative reason of a theory of morality, but also with a view to the practical conduct of life, to derive the conceptions and laws of morality from pure reason, to present them pure and unmixed, and to mark out the sphere of this whole practical or pure knowledge of reason. Nor is it permissible, in seeking to determine the whole faculty of pure practical reason, to make its principles dependent upon the peculiar nature of human reason, as we were allowed to do, and sometimes were even forced to do, in speculative philosophy, for moral laws must apply to every rational being, and must, therefore, be derived from the very conception of a rational being as such. To show the need of advancing not only from the common moral judgments of men to the philosophical, but from a popular philosophy which merely gropes its way by the help of examples to a metaphysic of morality, we must begin at the point where the practical faculty of reason supplies general rules of action, and exhibit clearly the steps by which it attains to the conception of duty. Everything in nature acts in conformity with law. Only a rational being has the faculty of acting in conformity with the idea of law, or from principles. Only a rational being, in other words, has a will, and, as without reason, actions cannot proceed from laws, will is simply practical reason. If the will is infallibly determined by reason, the actions of a rational being are subjectively as well as objectively necessary. That is, will must be regarded as a faculty of choosing that only which reason, independently of natural inclination, declares to be practically necessary or good. On the other hand, if the will is not invariably determined by reason alone, but is subject to certain subjective conditions or motives, which are not always in harmony with the objective conditions, if the will, as actually is the case with man, is not in perfect conformity with reason, actions which are recognized to be objectively necessary are subjectively contingent. The determination of such a will, according to objective laws, is therefore called obligation. That is to say, if the will of a rational being is not absolutely good, we conceive of it as capable of being determined by objective laws of reason, but not as by its very nature necessarily obeying them. The idea that a certain principle is objective and binding upon the will is a command of reason, and the statement of the command in a formula is an imperative. All imperatives are expressed by the word ought, to indicate that the will upon which they are binding is not by its subjective constitution necessarily determined in conformity with the objective law of reason. An imperative says that the doing, or leaving undone, of a certain thing would be good, but it addresses a will which does not always do a thing simply because it is good. Now that is practically good, which determines the will by ideas of reason. In other words, that which determines it not by subjective influences, but by principles which are objective, or apply to all rational beings as such. Good and pleasure are quite distinct. Pleasure results from the influence of purely subjective causes upon the will of the subject, and these vary with the susceptibility of this or that individual, while a principle of reason is valid for all. A perfectly good will would, like the will of man, stand under objective laws, laws of the good, but it could not be said to be under an obligation to act in conformity with those laws. Such a will by its subjective constitution could be determined only by the idea of the good. In reference to the divine will, or any other holy will, imperatives have no meaning, for here the will is by its very nature necessarily in harmony with the law, and therefore ought has no application to it. Imperatives are formula which express merely the relation of objective laws of volition in general to the imperfect will of this or that rational being, as, for instance, the will of man. Now, all imperatives command either hypothetically or categorically. A hypothetical imperative states that a certain thing must be done if something else which is willed, or at least might be willed, is to be attained. The categorical imperative declares that an act is in itself or objectively necessary, without any reference to another end. Every practical law represents a possible action as good, and therefore as obligatory for a subject that is capable of being determined to act by reason. Hence, all imperatives are formula for the determination of an action which is obligatory according to the principle of a will that is in some sense good. If the action is good only because it is a means to something else, the imperative is hypothetical. If the action is conceived to be good in itself, the imperative, as the necessary principle of a will that in itself conforms to reason, is categorical. An imperative, then, states what possible action of mine would be good. It supplies the practical rule for a will which does not at once do an act simply because it is good, either because the subject does not know it to be good, or because, knowing it to be good, he is influenced by maxims which are opposed to the objective principles of a practical reason. The hypothetical imperative says only that an action is good relatively to a certain possible end, or to a certain actual end. In the former case, it is problematic. In the latter case, assertoric. The categorical imperative, which affirms that an action is in itself, or objectively, necessary without regard to an end, that is, without regard to any other end than itself, is an apodictic practical principle. Whatever is within the power of a rational being may be conceived to be capable of being willed by some rational being, and hence the principles which determine what actions are necessary in the attainment of certain possible ends are infinite in number. Yet there is one thing which we may assume that all finite rational beings actually make their end, and there is, therefore, one object which may be safely regarded, not simply as something that they may seek, but as something that by a necessity of their nature they actually do seek. This object is happiness. The hypothetical imperative, which affirms the practical necessity of an action as a means of attaining happiness, is assertoric. We must not think of happiness as simply a possible and problematic end, but as an end that we may with confidence presuppose a priori to be sought by every one, belonging as it does to the very nature of man. Now, skill in the choice of means to his own greatest well-being may be called prudence, taking the word in its more restricted sense. An imperative, therefore, which relates merely to the choice of a means to one's own happiness, that is, a maxim of prudence, must be hypothetical. It commands an action, not absolutely, but only as a means to another end. Lastly, there is an imperative which directly commands an action without presupposing as its condition that some other end is to be attained by means of that action. This imperative is categorical. It has to do not with the matter of an action and the result expected to follow from it, but simply with the form and principle from which the action itself proceeds. The action is essentially good if the motive of the agent is good, let the consequences be what they may. This imperative may be called the imperative of morality. How are all these imperatives possible? The question is not, how is an action which an imperative commands actually realized, but how can we think of the will as placed under obligation by each of those imperatives? Very little need be said to show how an imperative of skill is possible. He who wills the end wills also the means in his power, which is indispensable to the attainment of the end. Looking simply at the act of will, we must say that this proposition is analytic. If a certain object is to follow as an effect from my volition, my causality must be conceived as active in the production of the effect, or as employing the means by which the effect will take place. The imperative, therefore, simply states that in the conception of the willing of this end, there is directly implied the conception of actions necessary to this end. No doubt certain synthetic propositions are required to determine the particular means by which a given end may be attained. But these have nothing to do with the principle or act of the will, but merely state how the object may actually be realized. Were it as easy to give a definite conception of happiness as of a particular end, the imperatives of prudence would be of exactly the same nature as the imperatives of skill, and would, therefore, be analytic. For we should be able to say that he who wills the end wills also the only means in his power for the attainment of the end. But unfortunately, the conception of happiness is so definite that, although every man desires to obtain it, he is unable to give a definite and self-consistent statement of what he actually desires and wills. The truth is that, strictly speaking, the imperatives of prudence are not commands at all. They do not say that actions are objective or necessary, and hence they must be regarded as counsels, consilia, not as commands, precepta, of reason. Still, the imperative of prudence would be an analytic proposition if the means to happiness could only be known with certainty. For the only difference in the two cases is that in the imperative of skill, the end is merely possible. In the imperative of prudence, it is actually given. And as in both, all that is commanded is the means to an end which is assumed to be willed. The imperative which commands that he who wills the end should also will the means is in both cases analytic. There is, therefore, no real difficulty in seeing how an imperative of prudence is possible. The only question which is difficult of solution is, however, how the imperative of morality is possible. Here the imperative is not hypothetical, and hence we cannot derive its objective necessity from any presupposition. Nor must it for a moment be forgotten that an imperative of this sort cannot be established by instances taken from experience. We must, therefore, find out by careful investigation whether imperatives, which seem to be categorical, may not be simply hypothetical imperatives in disguise. One thing is plain at the very outset, namely, that only a categorical imperative can have the dignity of a practical law, and that the other imperatives, while they may no doubt be called principles of the will, cannot be called laws. An action which is necessary merely as a means to an arbitrary end may be regarded as itself contingent, and if the end is abandoned, the maxim which prescribes the action has no longer any force. An unconditioned command, on the other hand, does not permit the will to choose the opposite, and therefore it carries with it the necessity which is essential to a law. It is, however, very hard to see how there can be a categorical imperative or law of morality at all. Such a law is an a priori synthetic proposition, and we cannot expect that there will be less difficulty in showing how a proposition of that sort is possible in the sphere of morality than we have found it to be in the sphere of knowledge. In attempting to solve this problem, we shall first of all inquire whether the mere conception of a categorical imperative may not perhaps supply us with a formula which contains the only proposition that can possibly be a categorical imperative. The more difficult question, how such an absolute command is possible at all, will require a special investigation, which must be postponed to the last section. If I take the mere conception of a hypothetical imperative, I cannot tell what it may contain until the condition under which it applies is presented to me. But I can tell at once, from the very conception of a categorical imperative, what it must contain. Viewed apart from the law, the imperative simply affirms that the maxim, or subjective principle of action, must conform to the objective principle or law. Now, the law contains no condition to which it is restricted, and hence nothing remains but the statement that the maxim ought to conform to the universality of the law as such. It is only this conformity to law that the imperative can be said to represent as necessary. There is, therefore, but one categorical imperative, which may be stated thus: act in conformity with that maxim, and that maxim only, which you can at the same time will to be a universal law. Now, if from this single imperative, as from their principle, all imperatives of duty can be derived, we shall at least be able to indicate what we mean by the categorical imperative, and what the conception of it implies, although we shall not be able to say whether the conception of duty may not itself be empty. The universality of the law which governs the succession of events is what we mean by nature, in the most general sense, that is, the existence of things in so far as their existence is determined in conformity with universal laws. The universal imperative of duty might therefore be put in this way: act as if the maxim from which you act were to become, through your will, a universal law of nature. If we attend to what goes on in ourselves in every transgression of a duty, we find that we do not will that our maxim should become a universal law. We find it, in fact, impossible to do so, and we really will that the opposite of our maxim should remain a universal law, at the same time that we assume the liberty of making an exception in favor of natural inclination in our own case, or perhaps only for this particular occasion. Hence, if we looked at all cases from the same point of view, that is, from the point of view of reason, we should see that there was here a contradiction in our will. The contradiction is that a certain principle is admitted to be necessary objectively, or as a universal law, and yet is not held to be universal subjectively, but to admit of exceptions. What we do is to consider our action at one time from the point of view of the will that is in perfect conformity with reason, and at another time from the point of view of a will that is under the influence of natural inclination. There is, therefore, here no real contradiction, but merely an antagonism of inclination to the command of reason. The universality of the principle is changed into a mere generality, in order that the practical principle of reason may meet the maxim halfway. Not only is this limitation condemned by our own impartial judgment, but it proves that we actually recognize the validity of the categorical imperative, and merely allow ourselves to make a few exceptions in our own favor, which we try to consider as of no importance, or as a necessary concession to circumstances. This much at least we have learned, that if the idea of duty is to have any meaning, and to lay down the laws of our actions, it must be expressed in categorical, and not in hypothetical, imperatives. We have also obtained a clear and distinct conception, a very important thing, of what is implied in a categorical imperative, which contains the principle of duty for all cases, granting such an imperative to be possible at all. But we have not yet been able to prove a priori that there actually is such an imperative, that there is a practical law which commands absolutely on its own authority and is independent of all sensuous impulses, and that duty consists in obedience to this law. In seeking to reach this point, it is of the greatest importance to observe that the reality of this principle cannot possibly be derived from the peculiar constitution of human nature. For by duty is meant the practically unconditioned necessity of an act, and hence we can show that duty is a law for the will of all human beings only by showing that it is applicable to all rational beings, or rather, to all rational beings to whom an imperative applies at all. The question then is this: is it a necessary law for all rational beings that they must always estimate the value of their actions by asking whether they can will that their maxims should serve as universal laws? If there is such a law, it must be possible to prove entirely a priori that it is bound up with the very idea of the will of a rational being. To show that there is such a connection, we must, however reluctantly, take a step into the realm of metaphysic. Not, however, into the realm of speculative philosophy, but into the metaphysic of morality. For we have here to deal with objective, practical laws, and therefore with the relation of the will to itself, insofar as it is determined purely by reason. All relation of the will to what is empirical is excluded as a matter of course, for if reason determines the relation entirely by itself, it must necessarily do so a priori. Will is conceived of as a faculty of determining itself to action in accordance with the idea of certain laws. Such a faculty can belong only to a rational being. Now, that which serves as an objective principle for the self-determination of the will is an end, and if this end is given purely by reason, it must hold for all rational beings. On the other hand, that which is merely the condition of the possibility of an action, the effect of which is the end, is called the means. The subjective ground of desire is natural inclination. The objective ground of volition is a motive. Hence, there is a distinction between subjective ends, which depend upon natural inclination, and objective ends, which are connected with motives that hold for every rational being. Practical principles that abstract from all subjective ends are formal. Those that presuppose subjective ends, and therefore natural inclinations, are material. The ends which a rational being arbitrarily sets before himself as material ends to be produced by his actions are all merely relative. For that which gives to them their value is simply their relation to the peculiar susceptibility of the subject. They can, therefore, yield no universal and necessary principles, or practical laws, applicable to all rational beings, and binding upon every will. Upon such relative ends, therefore, only hypothetical imperatives can be based. Suppose, however, that there is something, the existence of which has in itself an absolute value, something which, as an end in itself, can be a ground of definite laws. Then there would lie in that, and only in that, the ground of a possible categorical imperative or practical law. Now I say that man, and indeed every rational being as such, exists as an end in himself, not merely as a means to be made use of by this or that will, and therefore man in all his actions, whether these are directed towards himself or towards other rational beings, must always be regarded as an end. No object of natural desire has more than a conditioned value. For if the natural desires and the wants to which they give rise did not exist, the object to which they are directed would have no value at all. So far are the natural desires and wants from having an absolute value, so far are they from being sought simply for themselves, that every rational being must wish to be entirely free from their influence. The value of every object which human action is the means of obtaining is, therefore, always conditioned, and even beings whose existence depends upon nature, not upon our will, if they are without reason, have only the relative value of means, and are therefore called things. Rational beings, on the other hand, are called persons, because their very nature shows them to be ends in themselves, that is, something which cannot be made use of simply as a means. A person being thus an object of respect, a certain limit is placed upon arbitrary will. Persons are not purely subjective ends, whose existence has a value for us as the effect of our actions, but they are objective ends, or beings whose existence is an end in itself, for which no other end can be substituted. If all value were conditioned, and therefore contingent, it would be impossible to show that there is any supreme practical principle whatever. If then there is a supreme practical principle, a principle which in relation to the human will is a categorical imperative, it must be an objective principle of the will, and must be able to serve as a universal practical law. For such a principle must be derived from the idea of that which is necessarily an end for everyone, because it is an end in itself. Its foundation is this, that rational nature exists as an end in itself. Man necessarily conceives of his own existence in this way, and so far this is a subjective principle of human action. But in this way also, every other rational being conceives of his own existence, and for the very same reason. Hence the principle is also objective, and from it, as the highest practical ground, all laws of the will must be capable of being derived. The practical imperative will, therefore, be this: act so as to use humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always as an end, never as merely a means. The principle that humanity and every rational nature is an end in itself is not borrowed from experience, for in the first place, because of its universality, it applies to all rational beings, and no experience can apply so widely. In the second place, it does not regard humanity subjectively as an end of man, that is, as an object which the subject of himself actually makes his end, but as an objective end, which ought to be regarded as a law that constitutes the supreme limiting condition of all subjective ends, and which must therefore have its source in pure reason. The objective ground of all practical laws consists in the rule and the form of universality, which makes them capable of serving as laws, but their subjective ground consists in the end to which they are directed. Now, by the second principle, every rational being, as an end in himself, is the subject of all ends. From this follows the third practical principle of the will, which is the supreme condition of its harmony with universal practical reason, namely, the idea of the will of every rational being as a will which lays down universal laws of action. This formula implies that a will which is itself the supreme lawgiver cannot possibly act from interest of any sort in the law, although no doubt a will may stand under the law, and may yet be attached to it by the bond of interest. At the point we have now reached, it doesn't seem surprising that all previous attempts to find out the principle of morality should have ended in failure. It was seen that man is bound under law by duty, But it did not strike anyone that the universal system of laws to which he is subject are laws which he imposes upon himself, and that he is only under obligation to act in conformity with his own will, a will which, by the purpose of nature, prescribes universal laws. Now, so long as man is thought to be merely subject to law, no matter what the law may be, he must be regarded as stimulated or constrained to obey the law from interest of some kind. For as the law does not proceed from his own will, there must be something external to his will which compels him to act in conformity with it. This perfectly necessary conclusion frustrated every attempt to find a supreme principle of duty. Duty was never established, but merely the necessity of acting from some form of interest, private or public. The imperative was, therefore, necessarily always conditioned, and could not possibly have the force of a moral command. The supreme principle of morality I shall, therefore, call the principle of autonomy of the will, to distinguish it from all other principles, which I shall call principles of heteronomy. The conception that every rational being, in all the maxims of his will, must regard himself as prescribing universal laws, by reference to which himself and all his actions are to be judged, leads to a cognate and very fruitful conception, that of a kingdom of ends. By kingdom, I mean the systematic combination of different rational beings through the medium of common laws. Now, laws determine certain ends as universal, and hence, if abstraction is made from the individual differences of rational beings, and from all that is peculiar to their private ends, we get the idea of a complete totality of ends combined in a system. In other words, we are able to conceive of a kingdom of ends which conforms to the principles formulated above. All rational beings stand under the law that each should treat himself and others never simply as means, but always at the same time ends in themselves. Thus there arises a systematic combination of rational beings through the medium of common objective laws. This may well be called a kingdom of ends, because the object of those laws is just to relate all rational beings to one another as ends and means. Of course, this kingdom of ends is merely an ideal. Morality, then, consists in the relation of all action to the system of laws which alone makes possible a kingdom of ends. These laws must belong to the nature of every rational being, and must proceed from his own will. The principle of the will, therefore, is that no action should be done from any other maxim than one which is consistent with a universal law. This may be expressed in the formula, act so that the will may regard itself as in its maxims laying down universal laws. Now, if the maxims of rational beings are not, by their very nature, in harmony with this objective principle, the principle of a universal system of laws, the necessity of acting in conformity with that principle is called practical obligation, or duty. No doubt duty does not apply to the sovereign will in the kingdom of ends, but it applies to every member of it, and to all in equal measure. Autonomy is thus the foundation of the moral value of man and of every other rational being. The three ways in which the principle of morality has been formulated are at bottom simply different statements of the same law, and each implies the other two. An absolutely good will, then, the principle of which must be a categorical imperative, will be undetermined as regards all objects, and will contain merely the form of volition in general, a form which rests upon the autonomy of the will. The one law which the will of every rational being imposes upon itself, and imposes without reference to any natural impulse or any interest, is that the maxims of every good will must be capable of being made a universal law. How such an a priori synthetic practical proposition is possible, and why it is necessary, is a problem which it is not the task of a metaphysic of morality to solve. We have not even affirmed it to be true, much less have we attempted to prove its truth. To prove that practical reason is capable of being employed synthetically, and that morality is not a mere fiction of the brain, requires us to enter upon a criticism of the faculty of practical reason itself. In the next section, we shall state the main points which must be proved in a critique of practical reason, so far as is necessary for our present purpose. End of section 72. Section 73 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. The Metaphysic of Morality. Selections translated from the German by John Watson. Section 3. Transition from the Metaphysic of Morality to the Critique of Practical Reason. The idea of freedom as the key to the autonomy of the will. The will is the causality of living beings, insofar as they are rational. Freedom is that causality, insofar as it can be regarded as efficient, without being determined to activity by any cause other than itself. Natural necessity is the property of all non-rational beings to be determined to activity by some cause external to themselves. The definition of freedom just given is negative, and therefore it does not tell us what freedom is in itself, but it prepares the way for a positive conception of a more specific and more fruitful character. The conception of causality carries with it the conception of determination by law, Gesetz, for the effect is conceived as determined, gesetzt, by the cause. Hence, freedom must not be regarded as lawless, gesetzlos, but simply as independent of laws of nature. A free cause does conform to unchangeable laws, but these laws are peculiar to itself, and indeed, apart from law, a free will has no meaning whatever. A necessary law of nature, as we have seen, implies the heteronomy of efficient causes, where no effect is possible at all, unless its cause is itself determined to activity by something else. What, therefore, can freedom possibly be but autonomy? That is, the property of the will to be a law to itself. Now, to say that the will in all its actions is a law to itself is simply to say that its principle is to act from no other maxim than that the object of which is itself as a universal law. But this is just the formula of the categorical imperative and the principle of morality. Hence, a free will is the same thing as a will that conforms to moral laws. If, then, we start from the presupposition of freedom of the will, we can derive morality and the principle of morality simply from an analysis of the conception of freedom. Yet the principle of morality, namely, that an absolutely good will is a will the maxim of which can always be taken as itself a universal law, is a synthetic proposition. For by no possibility can we derive this property of the maxim from an analysis of the conception of an absurdly good will. The transition from the conception of freedom to the conception of morality can be made only if there is a third proposition which connects the other two in a synthetic unity. The positive conception of freedom yields this third proposition, and not the conception of nature, in which a thing is related causally only to something else. Freedom is the property of all rational beings. It cannot in any way be proved that the will of man is free, unless it can be shown that the will of all rational beings is free. For morality is a law for us only in so far as we are rational beings, and therefore it must apply to all rational beings. But morality is possible only for a free being, and hence it must be proved that freedom also belongs to the will of all rational beings. Now I say that a being who cannot act except under the idea of freedom must for that very reason be regarded as free so far as his actions are concerned. In other words, even if it cannot be proved by speculative reason that his will is free, all the laws that are inseparably bound up with freedom must be viewed by him as laws of his will. And I say, further, that we must necessarily attribute to every rational being that has a will the idea of freedom, because every such being always acts under that idea. A rational being we must conceive as having a reason that is practical, that is, a reason that has causality with regard to its objects. Now, it is impossible to conceive of a reason which should be consciously biased in its judgments by some influence from without, for the subject would, in that case, regard its judgments as determined not by reason, but by a natural impulse. Reason must, therefore, regard itself as the author of its principles of action, and as independent of all external influences. Hence, as practical reason, or as the will of a rational being, it must be regarded by itself as free. The will of a rational being, in other words, can be his own will only if he acts under the idea of freedom, and therefore this idea must in the practical sphere be ascribed to all rational beings. The interest connected with moral ideas. We have at last succeeded in reducing the true conception of morality to the idea of freedom. This, however, does not prove that man actually is free, but only that, without presupposing freedom, we cannot conceive of ourselves as rational beings who are conscious of causality with respect to our actions, that is, as endowed with will. We have also found that on the same ground all beings endowed with reason and will must determine themselves to action under the idea of their freedom. From the presupposition of the idea of freedom, there also followed the consciousness of a law of action, the law that our subjective principles of action, or maxims, must always be of such a character that they have the validity of objective or universal principles, and can be taken as universal laws imposed upon our will by ourselves. But why, it may be asked, should I subject myself to this principle simply as a rational being, and why, therefore, should all other beings who are endowed with reason come under the same principle? Admitting that I am not forced to do so by interest, which indeed would make a categorical imperative impossible, yet I must take an interest in that principle and see how I come to subject myself to it. It looks as if we had, strictly speaking, shown merely that in the idea of freedom the moral law must be presupposed in order to explain the principle of the autonomy of the will, without being able to prove the reality and objectivity of the moral law itself. It must be frankly admitted that there is here a sort of circle from which it seems impossible to escape. We assume that as efficient causes, we are free, in order to explain how, in the kingdom of ends, we can be under moral laws, and then we think of ourselves as subject to moral laws because we have ascribed to ourselves freedom of will. Freedom of will and self-legislation of will are both autonomy, and therefore they are conceptions which imply each other. But for that very reason, the one cannot be employed to explain or to account for the other. How is a categorical imperative possible? As an intelligence, a rational being views himself as a member of the intelligible world, and it is only as an efficient cause belonging to this world that he speaks of his own causality as will. On the other hand, he is conscious of himself as also a part of the world of sense, and in this connection his actions appear as mere phenomena which that causality underlies. Yet he cannot trace back his actions as phenomena to the causality of his will, because of that causality he has no knowledge, and he is thus forced to view them as if they were determined merely by other phenomena, that is, by natural desires and inclinations. Were a man a member only of the intelligible world, all his actions would be in perfect agreement with the autonomy of the will. Were he merely a part of the world of sense, they would have to be regarded as completely subject to the natural law of desire and inclination, and to the heteronomy of nature. The former would rest upon the supreme principle of morality, the latter upon that of happiness. But it must be observed that the intelligible world is the condition of the world of sense, and therefore of the laws of that world. And as the will belongs altogether to the intelligible world, it is the intelligible world that prescribes the laws which the will directly obeys. As an intelligence, I am, therefore, subject to the law of the intelligible world, that is, to reason, notwithstanding the fact that I belong on the other side of my nature to the world of sense. Now, as subject to reason, which in the idea of freedom contains the law of the intelligible world, I am conscious of being subject to the autonomy of the will. The laws of the intelligible world I must therefore regard as imperatives, and the actions conformable to this principle as duties. The explanation of the possibility of categorical imperatives, then, is that the idea of freedom makes me a member of the intelligible world. Were I a member of no other world, all my actions would, as a matter of fact, always conform to the autonomy of the will. But as I perceive myself to be also a member of the world of sense, I can say only that my actions ought to conform to the autonomy of the will. The categorical ought is thus an a priori synthetic proposition. To my will as affected by sensuous desires, there is added synthetically the idea of my will as belonging to the intelligible world, and therefore as pure and self-determining. The will as rational is, therefore, the supreme condition of the will as sensuous. The method of explanation here employed is similar to that by which the categories were deduced. For the a priori synthetic propositions, which make all knowledge of nature possible, depend, as we have seen, upon the addition to perceptions of sense of the pure conceptions of understanding, which in themselves are nothing but the form of law in general. Limits of practical philosophy. Freedom is only an idea of reason, and therefore its objective reality is doubtful. Thus, there arises a dialectic of practical reason. The freedom ascribed to the will seems to stand in contradiction with the necessity of nature. It is therefore incumbent upon speculative philosophy at least to show that we think of man in one sense and relation when we call him free, and in another sense and relation when we view him as part of nature, and as subject to its laws. But this duty is incumbent upon speculative philosophy only insofar as it has to clear the way for practical philosophy. In thinking itself into the intelligible world, practical reason does not transcend its proper limits, as it would do if it tried to know itself directly by means of perception. In so thinking itself, reason merely conceives of itself negatively as not belonging to the world of sense, without giving any laws to itself in determination of the will. There is but a single point in which it is positive, namely, in the thought that freedom, though it is a negative determination, is yet bound up with a positive faculty, and indeed with a causality of reason which is called will. In other words, will is the faculty of so acting that the principle of action should conform to the essential nature of a rational motive, that is, to the condition that the maxim of action should have the universal validity of a law. Were reason, however, to derive an object of will, that is, a motive, from the intelligible world, it would transcend its proper limits, and would make a pretense of knowing something of which it knew nothing. The conception of an intelligible world is, therefore, merely a point of view beyond the world of sense, at which reason sees itself compelled to take a stand in order to think itself as practical. This conception would not be possible at all if the sensuous desires were sufficient to determine the action of man. It is necessary, because otherwise man would not be conscious of himself as an intelligence, and therefore not as a rational cause acting through reason or operating freely. This thought undoubtedly involves the idea of an order and a system of laws other than the order and laws of nature, which concern only the world of sense. Hence it makes necessary the conception of an intelligible world, a world which comprehends the totality of rational beings as things in themselves. Yet it in no way entitles us to think of that world otherwise than in its formal condition, that is, to conceive of the maxims of the will as conformable to universal laws. Reason would, therefore, completely transcend its proper limits if it should undertake to explain how pure reason can be practical, or, what is the same thing, to explain how freedom is possible. We can explain nothing but that which we can reduce to laws, the object of which can be presented in a possible experience. Freedom, however, is a mere idea, the objective reality of which can in no way be presented in accordance with laws of nature, and therefore not in any possible experience. It has merely the necessity of a presupposition of reason, made by a being who believes himself to be conscious of a will, that is, of a faculty distinct from mere desire. The most that we can do is to defend freedom by removing the objections of those who claim to have a deeper insight into the nature of things than we can pretend to have, and who, therefore, declare that freedom is impossible. It would, no doubt, be a contradiction to say that in its causality the will is entirely separated from all the laws of the sensible world. But the contradiction disappears if we say that behind the phenomena are things in themselves, which, though they are hidden from us, are the condition of phenomena, and that the laws of action of things in themselves naturally are not the same as the laws under which their phenomenal manifestations stand. While therefore it is true that we cannot comprehend the practical unconditioned necessity of the moral imperative, it is also true that we cannot comprehend its incomprehensibility, and this is all that can fairly be demanded of a philosophy which seeks to reach the principles which determine the limits of human reason. End of section 73.
Section 74 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists, by Benjamin Rand. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, The Science of Ethics. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762 to 1814. The Science of Ethics, translated from the German by A.E. Kroger. Footnote. From J.G. Fichte's Das System der Sittenlehre nach den Prinzipien der Wissenschaftslehre, Jena and Leipzig, 1798, reprinted from J.G. Fichte's The Science of Ethics as based on the Science of Knowledge, London, Kegan-Paul, Trench, Trübner and Company, 1897. Deduction of the principle of morality, preliminary. It is asserted that there manifests itself in the soul of man an impulsion to do certain things utterly independent of external purposes, merely for the sake of doing them, and, on the other hand, to leave undone other things equally independent of external purposes, and merely for the sake of leaving them undone. The condition of man, in so far as such an impulsion is necessarily to manifest itself within him, as sure as he is a rational being, is called his moral nature. The power of cognition, which belongs to man, may relate in a twofold manner to this, his moral nature. Firstly, when that impulsion is discovered by him in his self-observation as a fact, and it certainly is assumed that each rational being will thus discover it, if he but closely observes himself, man may simply accept it as such fact, may rest content to have discovered that it is thus, without inquiring in what manner and from what grounds it becomes thus. Perhaps he may even freely resolve from inclination to place unconditioned faith in the requirements of that impulsion, and actually to think, as his highest destination, what that impulsion represents to him as such, nay, perhaps even to act constantly in conformity with this faith. Thus there arises within him the common or ordinary knowledge, as well of his moral nature in general, as also, if he carefully attends to the dictates of his conscience in the particular phases of his life, of his particular duties, which common knowledge is possible from the standpoint of ordinary consciousness, and is sufficient for the generation of moral sentiments and a moral behavior. Secondly, but man may also not rest content with the immediate perception. He may desire to know the grounds of what he has thus discovered. He may not be content with a partial, but desire a genetical knowledge, or he may desire to know not only that such an impulsion exists within him, but likewise how it arises within him. If he obtains this knowledge, it will be a speculative knowledge, and to attain it he must rise from the standpoint of ordinary consciousness to a higher standpoint. Now, how is this problem to be solved? Or how are the grounds of the moral nature of man to be discovered? The only matter which excludes all asking for a higher ground is this, that we are we, or in other words, our egoness o rationality, which latter word, however, is not nearly as expressively correct as the former. Everything else, whether it be within us, like the impulsion above mentioned, or for us, like the external world, which we assume is only thus within, or for us because we are it, as can indeed be easily proven in general, whereas the particular insight into the manner in which something connects within, or for us, that rationality is precisely the speculative and scientific knowledge of the grounds of this something whereof we speak. The development of these grounds being deduced, as it is, from the highest and absolute principle of eagerness, and shown to be a necessary result thereof, is a deduction. It is therefore our present task to furnish a deduction of the moral nature or principle in man. Instead of enumerating at length the advantages of such a deduction, it is sufficient to remark that only through it does a science of morality arise, and science, no matter whereof, is end in itself. In relation to a scientific complete philosophy, the present science of morality is connected with the science of knowledge through the present deduction. This deduction is derived from principles of the latter science, and shows how the particular science of morality proceeds from the general science of knowledge, and thus becomes a separate philosophical science. If, as is maintained, the morality of our nature follows from our rationality, in accordance with necessary laws, the mentioned impulsion is itself primary and immediate for perception, that is to say, it will manifest itself without our interference, and we cannot change this, its manifestation through our freedom in any manner whatsoever. In generating, through a deduction, an insight into the grounds thereof, we do not in any manner receive the power to change anything in it, since only our cognition and not our power extends so far, and since the whole relation is necessarily our own unchanged nature itself. Hence the deduction generates nothing else, and must not be expected to generate anything else than simply theoretical cognition. Just as we do not place things differently in time and space after we have obtained the insight into the grounds of our doing so at all than we did previously, so also morality does not manifest itself differently in man before and after its deduction. Nor is the science of morality a science of wisdom, as indeed were it impossible, since wisdom is rather an art than a science. But morality is, like all philosophy, a science of knowledge. In its peculiar characteristic, however, it is the theory of the consciousness of our moral nature in general, and of our determined duties in particular. Chapter 1. Problem. To think myself as self, that is to say, apart from the all which is not myself. A. Solution. I find myself as self only as willing. Explanation. First, what does this mean? I find myself? The easiest manner to guide any one to the correct thinking and understanding of the conception I is as follows. Think I would say to him, any object, for instance, this wall, this desk. You doubtless assume a thinking which thinks in this thought, and this thinking you are yourself. You are immediately conscious of your thinking in this your thinking. But the object which you think is not to be the thinking itself is not to be identical with it, but is to be an opposite somewhat, of which oppositeness you are also immediately conscious in this your thinking. Now think again. Not a wall, however, but yourself. As sure as you do this, you posit the thinking and the thought, not as opposites, as you did in the previous case, not as a twofold, but as one and the same. And you are immediately conscious of it in this manner. You therefore think the conception ego, or I, when the thinking and the thought are assumed in thinking as one and the same, and vice versa. Whatever arises in such a thinking is the conception of the ego. Applying this to our case, I find myself would signify, I assume that which I find to be the same, and that which finds the finding and the found are to be the same. Second, what does this mean? I find myself. The found is here opposed to that which is produced through our free activity, and more particularly the finding is here determined as that which finds, i.e., insofar as I find, I am conscious of no other activity than that of a mere taking hold of something, that which I take hold of being neither produced nor in any manner modified by my taking hold of it. It is to be, and to be precisely as it is, independently of my taking hold of it. It was without having been taken hold of, and would have remained as it was although I had not taken hold of it. My taking hold of it was altogether accidental for it, and did not change it in the least. Thus, at least, do I appear to myself in finding, and at present we are merely concerned in establishing the facts of consciousness, but not in showing how it may be in truth, i.e., from the highest standpoint of speculation. In short, something is given to the perceiving subject. He is to be purely passive, and something is to force itself upon him, which in our case he is to recognize as himself. Third, what does this signify? I find myself as willing, and can find myself only as willing. What willing means is presupposed as well known. This conception is capable of no real explanation, nor does it need any. Each one must become conscious in himself, through intellectual contemplation, as to what it signifies, and will doubtless be able to do so without any difficulty. The fact which the above words suggest is as follows. I become conscious of a willing. I add in thinking to this willing something which exists independently of my consciousness, and which I assert to be the willing subject in this will, or to be that which is to have this will, in which this will is to be. How we come to add such a substance in thinking, and what are the grounds of it, we do not discuss here. We merely assert here that it does occur, and of this each one must convince himself by self-observation. I become conscious of, or perceive, this will. But I also become conscious now of this consciousness, or of this perception, and relate it also to a substance, and this conscious substance is for me the same which has the will. Hence I find the willing subject to be myself, or I find myself willing. I find myself only as willing. I have not an immediate perception of substance. Substance is, indeed, no object of perception at all, but is merely that which is added through thinking to an object of perception. I can immediately perceive only something which is to be a manifestation of the substance. Now there are only two manifestations which can be immediately ascribed to that substance: thinking in the widest significance of the word, and willing. The former is originally and immediately for itself not at all an object of a special new consciousness, but is consciousness itself. Only in so far as it is related and opposed to another objective does itself become objective in this opposition. Hence, as original objective manifestation of that substance, there remains only the latter, the willing, and this indeed remains always only objective, is never itself thinking, but always only the thought manifestation of self-activity. In short, the manifestation which alone I originally ascribed to myself is the willing, and I become conscious of myself only on condition of becoming conscious of myself as a willing. End of section 74. Section 75 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Johann Gottlieb Fichte. The science of ethics. Proof. It is true that in philosophical abstraction, we may speak of a willing in general, which on that very account is undetermined. But all truly perceivable willing, such as we speak of here, is necessarily a determined willing in which something is willed. To will something is to require that a determined object, which in the willing of it is only thought as possible. For if it were thought as actual, the act would not be a willing, but a perceiving, shall become actual object of a perception. This requirement, therefore, clearly refers us to the external. Hence, all willing involves the postulate of an external object, and the conception of willing involves something which is not ourself. But more than this, the possibility of postulating in the willing an external object presupposes already within us the conception of an externality in general, and this conception is only possible through experience. But this experience likewise is a relation of ourselves to something outside of us. In other words, that which I will is never anything else than a modification of an object which is to be actually existing outside of me. All my willing is therefore conditioned by the perception of an external object, and in willing I do not perceive myself as I am in and for myself, but merely as I may become in a certain relation to external things. C. Solution concluded. Hence, in order to find my true essence, I must abstract from this foreign characteristic in willing. That which remains after this abstraction is my pure being. Explanation. This proposition is the immediate result of the previous propositions. Hence, we have only to investigate what that is which remains after having undertaken the required abstraction. Willing, as such, is a first, is absolutely grounded in itself and in nothing external whatsoever. Let us make clear this conception upon which all depends here, and which only can be negatively comprehended and explained. Since a first signifies merely that which is derived from nothing else, and absolutely grounded in itself signifies merely not grounded in anything else. Whatsoever is dependent, conditioned, or grounded through another may be cognized. Insofar as it is thus mediately, namely from a cognition of that upon which it depends, or in which it is grounded. Thus, for instance, if a ball is set in motion, I can certainly have immediate perception of its movement, of the point from which it starts, the point where it rests, and the celerity with which it moves. But I could likewise obtain a knowledge of all this if I were merely made acquainted with the conditions under which the ball rests, and the force of the stroke with which it is set in motion, although I had no immediate perception of the motion whatever. Hence the motion of the ball is considered as something dependent or conditioned, as not primary. An absolute first, and in itself grounded somewhat, must therefore be of such a character that it cannot be cognized mediately through another, but only immediately through itself. It is what it is because it is so. Insofar, therefore, as the willing is absolute and primary, it cannot be explained in any manner from something outside of the ego, but only from the ego itself. This absoluteness it is, therefore, which remains when we abstract from all foreign elements. Remark. That willing, in the significance here attached to it, does appear as absolute is a fact of consciousness, which each one will find in himself, and which cannot be externally proved to anyone who has not this immediate knowledge of it as a fact. Nevertheless, it is quite possible that this appearance of it as absolute may be further explained and deduced, whereby the appearing absoluteness will itself be further explained and cease to be absoluteness, the appearance thereof changing into mere semblance. In a similar manner, it also appears to us as an immediate fact of consciousness that certain things exist independently of us in time and space, and yet transcendental philosophy further explains and deduces this appearance, although it does not change that appearance into a mere semblance for reasons not here to be stated. It is true no one will be able to furnish such an explanation of willing. Nevertheless, if anyone should say that willing has an external, and to us incomprehensible ground, there can be no theoretical rational ground objected against the assertion, although it likewise can also prefer no ground in its favor. The truth is that when we resolve to consider this appearance as no further explicable, or rather as absolutely inexplicable, that is to say, as truth and as our only truth, according to which all other truths must be judged and accepted, and upon this resolve our whole philosophy is erected. In that case, we make this resolve not from any theoretical insight, but in consequence of a practical interest. I will be independent. Hence, I resolve to consider myself independent. Such a resolve is called faith. Hence, our philosophy starts from a faith and knows it. Dogmatism, which logically carried out makes the same assertion, starts also from a faith in the thing in itself, but generally does not know it. In our philosophy, each one makes himself the absolute starting point or basis of his philosophy. Hence, our system appears as without a basis to all those who are incapable of doing so. But we can also assure all these in advance that they will never find a basis elsewhere unless they are satisfied with this. It is necessary that our philosophy should say this openly, so that it may no longer be called upon to demonstrate externally to men what each one must create within himself. How do we think this absoluteness in willing? In order to assist the reader at the very beginning in obtaining some insight into this conception, which is probably in the abstractness it has received here the most difficult of all conceptions in philosophy, although it will doubtless receive the highest clearness in the progress of our present science, the whole object of which is merely to further determine this conception, we make use of an illustration. Let the reader imagine a steel spring bent together. There is doubtless in the spring a tendency to repel the pressure, hence a tendency outwards. Such a spring is the picture of an actual willing, as the state or condition of a rational being, but of it I do not speak here. Let me now ask what is the first ground, not condition, of this tendency as a real and determined manifestation of the spring? Doubtless an inner action of the spring upon itself, a self-determination. For no one surely will say that the outward force which presses the spring is the ground of the spring's reaction against it. This self-determining is the same as the mere act of willing in the rational being. Both together would produce in the spring, if it could contemplate itself, the consciousness of a will to repel the pressing force. But all these moments are possible only on the condition that such an external pressure is actually exercised upon the spring. In the same way, the rational being cannot determine itself to an actual willing unless it stands in reciprocal relation with something external, for as such the rational being appears to itself. But this is also to be abstracted from, and hence we do not speak here of this moment any more than of the first mentioned one. Now, if we abstract from the external pressure altogether, does there yet remain anything whereby we think the steel spring as such, and what is this remainder? Evidently that by which I judge the steel spring to have a tendency to repel any outside pressure as soon as it occurs, hence the own inner tendency thereof to determine itself to react, or the real essence of elasticity as the final and no further explicable ground of all the appearances of the spring whenever the conditions of its manifestation are given. The very essential distinction between this original tendency in the steel spring and the same in the rational being will appear in the following investigations. In the same manner in which we removed all foreign elements from the conception of elasticity in the steel spring, we now proceed to remove all foreign elements in the ego comprehended through its willing, and thus to arrive at a comprehension of its pure absoluteness. So far as the form of this problem is concerned, it is a problem to think the ego in the required abstraction as a permanent, and hence that through which it is to be comprehended and characterized in this thinking must be an essential and permanent. Its manifestations and appearances can change because the conditions under which it manifests itself change, but that which manifests itself under all these conditions remains always the same. So far as the content of the problem is concerned, that which is to be thought is to be the ground of an absolute willing. All willing is absolute. What then is it? Each one must have truly thought, together with us, that which we require him to think, must have undertaken, together with us, the prescribed abstractions, and must now observe himself internally and see what it is that remains, what it is that he still thinks after having removed all those foreign elements. Only thus can the required knowledge be infused into him. A name cannot make it clear, for the whole conception has never been thought before, much less named. But to give it a name, we will call it absolute tendency to the absolute, absolute undeterminability through anything not itself, tendency absolutely to determine itself without any external persuasion. It is not only a mere power or faculty, for a faculty is not actual, but it is merely that which we think in advance of our actuality in order to be able to receive it in a series of our thinking, and that which we have to think here is to be something actual. It is to be that which constitutes the essence of the ego, and yet this conception of a faculty is also involved in it. When related to the actual manifestation, which is only possible on condition of a given object, it is in this relation the faculty or power of such manifestation. Neither is it an impulse, as one might call the ground of the elasticity in the steel spring, for an impulse operates necessarily when the condition of its operating are given, and operates in a materially determined manner. But concerning the ego, we know as yet nothing in relation to this point, and are not allowed to make hasty judgments in advance of the investigation. Result: the essential character of the ego, through which it distinguishes itself from all that is outside of it, consists in its tendency to self-activity for the sake of self-activity, and it is this tendency which is thought when the ego is thought in and for itself without relation to anything external. Remark: it must be remembered that the ego is here considered only as object, but not as ego in general. In the latter case, our above result would be utterly false. Chapter 2. We have just shown what the ego is in and for itself, or, to express it more carefully, how the ego must necessarily be thought if it is thought solely as an object. But the ego is something only insofar as it posits itself, contemplates and thinks itself, as such, and the ego is nothing so far as it does not posit itself. This is a proposition taken from and proved in the science of knowledge, and which we need, therefore, only explain here in a few words. A thing, and the utter opposite of a thing, the ego, or a rational being, are distinguished by this, that the thing merely is, without knowing of its being in the least, whereas, in the ego, being and consciousness joined together. The being of the ego not being without self-consciousness of the ego, and vice versa, no self-consciousness of the ego without a being of that whereof it becomes consciousness. All being relates to a consciousness, and even the existence of a thing cannot be thought without adding in thinking and intelligence which knows of this existence. But in the case of the thing, this knowing is not posited in the thing, which is but in an external intelligence, whereas the knowing of the being of the ego is posited in the same substance, which is, and only insofar as this immediate connection of consciousness and being is posited, can it be said the ego is this or that. Applying this to the present case, it follows that the ego must know of that which we have established as the essence of the ego, as sure as that is its essence. Here there is necessarily a consciousness of the described absolute tendency. It may be of advantage not merely to state this result generally, but to enter upon a particular description of this consciousness. We now proceed to undertake this task. Problem: to become definitely conscious of the consciousness of our original being. Explanatory: it is self-evident that we are conscious whereof we speak, whether we speak philosophically or otherwise. Thus, in the preceding chapter, we became conscious of something. The object of our consciousness was produced through free self-determination of our thinking faculty by means of an arbitrary abstraction. But at present, we assert that the same object exists for us originally, i.e., independent of all philosophizing, and necessarily forces itself upon us as sure as we have any consciousness at all. If this is true, then an original consciousness thereof exists, though perhaps not precisely as of a single object, in the same abstraction in which we have just established it. Perhaps it may always occur in this original consciousness, in and together with another thought, as a determination of that thought. Now, let us ask, is then this original consciousness differently constituted from that which we have just now produced in us through philosophizing? How were this possible, since the same is to be its object, and since the philosopher has surely no other subjective form of thinking than the common and original form of thinking of universal reason? Why then do we seek what we already possess? We have it without knowing it, and at present we only want to produce this knowing of it within us. The rational being is constituted in such a manner as rarely to observe its own thinking when thinking, but only the object of its thinking, or as usually to lose itself, the subject, in the object. Nevertheless, philosophy is, above all, anxious to know the subject as such in order to obtain a judgment concerning its influence upon the determination of the object. This can only be done if the mere reflection is made the object of a new reflection. To the non-philosopher, it may seem curious and perhaps ridiculous to require anyone to become conscious of a consciousness, but this would only prove his ignorance of philosophy and his inability to philosophize. End of section 75. Section 76 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent, The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, The Science of Ethics. Genetical description of the consciousness of our original being. The ego has the absolute power of contemplation, for only through it is it ego. This power can be no further deduced, and needs no further deduction. With the positing of an ego, this power is posited. Again, the ego can and must contemplate what it is. The peculiar determination of contemplation, here postulated, requires likewise no deduction or mediation through external grounds. The ego contemplates itself because it does, so far as regards the mere fact. Now let us proceed to determine this fact. In doing, which we shall and must calculate in each reader upon his own self-active generation of that whereof we speak, and upon his close observation of that which will arise within him when he thus generates. A. The contemplating intelligence posits the above-described tendency to absolute activity as itself, or as identical with itself. The intelligence that absoluteness of real activity thus becomes the true essence of the intelligence, and is brought under the authority of the conception, whereby alone it first becomes true freedom. Absoluteness of the absoluteness, absolute power to make itself absolute. Through the consciousness of its absoluteness, the ego tears itself loose from itself and posits itself as independent. Explanatory. Let me explain this expression. It tears itself loose from itself. All contemplation, as such, is to be directed upon something existing independently of it, and existing precisely as it is contemplated. It is the same with the contemplation whereof we speak here. The ego as absolute is to have had existence before it was seized in contemplation, and this absoluteness is to constitute its independent being, apart from all contemplation of it. Now, where the contemplated is something outside of the contemplating, the intelligence is altogether passive in its observation. Such is not to be the case in our instance. Here, the contemplated is itself the contemplating, not immediately as such, it is true, but it is the same one essence, power, and substance as the contemplating. Hence, the intelligence is in this instance not merely a passive observer, but rather becomes for itself absolute real power of the conception. The ego, as absolute power with consciousness, tears itself loose from the ego as the given absolute without power and consciousness. It is well to dwell somewhat longer upon this chief thought, which may seem difficult to many, but upon the direct comprehension whereof the possibility of understanding our whole system depends. Let the reader once more think of an elastic steel spring. It is true that the spring contains within itself the principle of a peculiar movement, which is not given to the spring externally, but which rather resists the direction given to it from without. Nevertheless, you will doubtless hesitate to ascribe that which you have hitherto very properly called freedom to the spring. Whence this hesitation? If you should say, because the resistance follows from the nature of the spring, and from the circumstance of an external pressure upon it with inevitable necessity, I am willing to remove this inevitable necessity. I will permit you to assume that the steel spring at some time resists the pressure from an unknown reason, and at another time from an unknown reason cedes to the pressure. Are you now going to call such a steel spring free? I do not believe it. The conception of freedom, instead of facilitating the connection of freedom with the spring, rather asks you to think something absolutely unthinkable, namely blind chance. And if you will persist in saying that although you do not know through what the spring is determined to resist, you are sure that the spring is thus determined and does not determine itself to resist, and that the spring can, therefore, not be called free. Now, let me ask you, what do you think when you think to be determined? in opposition to self-determined? And what is it you require for the possibility of the latter? We will try to make this clear, and since you found it impossible to do anything with the thought of a free thing as a thing dependent upon blind chance, nor found that thought to facilitate the connection of freedom with the thing, we shall commence with it. You said, then, the steel spring is determined by its nature to resist external pressure. What does this mean? In thus asking, what does it mean, I do not propose that you shall acquire an external knowledge, or discover new results by progressive conclusions from an acquired knowledge. That which I ask for, you think at this very moment, and you have always thought it, even before you resolved to philosophize. And I merely ask that you shall make clear to yourself what you really think, or that you shall but understand what you say. The nature of the thing is its fixed being, without internal movement, quiet and dead, and such a fixed being you posit necessarily when you posit a thing and a nature thereof, for such a positing is precisely the thinking of a thing. Now, together with this unchangeable permanency of the thing, you posit that under a certain condition a change will result in the thing. For that which you have posited as fixed and unchangeable is the nature of the thing, which does not depend upon the thing, since the thing in itself its own nature, and its nature is the thing itself. When you think the one, you necessarily think the other also, and you will surely not say that the thing exists in advance of its own nature and determines its own nature. But having once posited this nature of the thing, you proceed in your thinking from a being of the nature of the thing to another being of the manifestation of this nature under certain conditions. And this progression of your thinking describes a steady series of being. Expressing the same subjectively, your contemplation is always tied down, is always merely passively observing, and there is not a moment in the series when it might become self-productive. And this condition of your thinking is precisely that which you call the thinking of necessity, and through which you deny all freedom to the object of such thinking. We have, therefore, discovered the ground why you find it absolutely impossible to think freedom in our present case and in all similar cases. Expressing it objectively, all being which flows itself from a being is a necessary being, and not a product of freedom. Expressing it subjectively, the conception of a necessary being arises in us through the connecting of one being with another being. From this you will now be able to conclude, through opposition, what it is you require in order to think freedom, which you surely can think and always have thought. You require a being which shall have not no ground at all, for such you cannot think, but a ground in which something which is not again a being. Now, besides being, we only have thinking. Hence, a being which you may be able to think as a product of freedom must proceed from a thinking. Let us see whether this presupposition makes freedom comprehensible. Something which is not determined, but determines itself, is to be called force. Is this active determining comprehensible when presupposed, as occurring through a thinking? Undoubtedly, provided we are but able to think thinking itself, and do not again make a thing out of our conception. The reason why we could not derive freedom from a being was because the conception of a being involved that of a fixed permanency. But such permanent being does not hinder us when we derive freedom from thinking, since thinking is not posited as something permanent, remaining, etc., but as agility. Agilita equals producing activity, and only as agility of the intelligence. To be posited as free, something must be posited as determining itself. Such was your assertion. It must not only be not determined through an external other, but also not through its own nature. What does that itself mean? It doubtless involves the thought of a twofold. The free is to be before it is determined. It is to have an existence independent of its determinedness. A thing cannot be thought as determining itself precisely because it has not being in advance of its nature, or of the system of its determinedness. But the intelligence, with its conception of real being, is in advance of that real being, and the former contains the ground of the latter. The conception of a certain being precedes that being, and the latter is dependent upon the former. Our assertion is, therefore, that only the intelligence can be thought as free, and that the intelligence becomes free only through thus seizing itself as intelligence, for only thus does it subsume its being under something which is higher than all being, namely the conception. Somebody might object that in our own argument, in the preceding chapter, the absoluteness is presupposed as being, and that the reflection, which is now to achieve such great wonders, is evidently itself conditioned through that absoluteness, having it for its object, and is neither reflection in general, nor this particular reflection, unless an object in general and this particular object are presupposed. To this objection we reply that it will appear hereafter how this absoluteness itself is required for, and results from, the possibility of an intelligence in general, and that hence the above proposition may also be reversed as follows. Only that which is free can be thought as an intelligence, and intelligence is necessarily free. B. The ego, in contemplating that tendency to absolute activity as itself, posits itself as free, i.e., as a power to have causality through the mere conception. Explanatory. Freedom is, according to Kant, the power to absolutely begin a condition or being. This is an excellent nominal explanation, and yet it seems to have been of little value in effecting a better insight into freedom. For that explanation did not answer the higher question, how a condition or being could have an absolute beginning, or how such an absolute beginning could be thought, by which answer a genetical conception of freedom would have been generated before our very eyes. Now this we have just done. The absolutely beginning condition is not connected with nothingness, for the finite rational being necessarily thinks through mediation and connection, but it begins with thinking itself, not with a being, but with thinking. In order to establish the conception in this manner, it is certainly necessary to walk, and to be able to walk, the path of the science of knowledge, to be able to abstract from all being as such or from the fact, and to start from that which is higher than all being, from contemplating and thinking, or from the acting of the intelligence in general. The same path which alone leads to the right end in the theoretical philosophy in explaining being, is the path which also alone makes practical philosophy possible. This likewise makes more clear our previous expression. The ego posits itself as independent. The first view of this proposition, namely, the ego gathers up all its originality, is, and originally it is nothing unless free, in the contemplation and conception of itself. We have already explained completely, but that proposition involves something more. For all that the ego can be in actuality, when the conception becomes cognition, and when the intelligence is the mere passive observer of the external world, originally depends, after all, upon the conception. Whatsoever the ego is to become, the ego must first make itself to be through the conception. And whatsoever the ego will be in the future, it most surely will have made itself through the conception. Hence, the ego is its own ground in every respect, and absolutely posits itself even in a practical significance. But the ego only posits itself as a faculty or power. This must and can be strictly proven, for the tendency to have absolute activity comes under the authority of the intelligence, as we have seen. But the intelligence, as such, is, as each one must discover in contemplating himself as intelligence, and as cannot be demonstrated to anybody, absolutely determining itself as mere pure activity in opposition to all permanent and posited being, however finely conceived. Hence it is capable of no determination through its nature or essence, or through a tendency, impulse, or inclination in it. Hence also such an inclination, however finely conceived, is not possible in that power of activity which is under the control of the intelligence, insofar as it is under such control, which active power is therefore to be thought as a mere pure faculty, i.e., as merely a conception to which an actuality can, in thinking, be connected as to its ground, although there is not in it the least datum to show what sort of an actuality it will be. End of section 76.
Section 77 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831. Philosophy of Right. Translated from the German by S.W. Died. Introduction. 1. The philosophic science of right has as its object the idea of right, i.e., the conception of right, and the realization of the conception. Note: philosophy has to do with ideas or realized thoughts, and hence not with what we have been accustomed to call mere conceptions. It has indeed to exhibit the one-sidedness and untruth of these mere conceptions, and to show that, while that which commonly bears the name, quote, conception, end quote, is only an abstract product of the understanding, the true conception alone has reality and gives this reality to itself. Everything other than the reality which is established by the conception is transient, surface existence, external accident, opinion, appearance void of essence, untruth, delusion, and so forth. Through the actual shape which it takes upon itself in actuality, the conception itself is understood. This shape is the other essential element of the idea, and is to be distinguished from the form, which exists only as conception. Addition. The conception and its existence are two sides, distinct yet united, like soul and body. The body is the same life as the soul, and yet the two can be named independently. Soul without a body would not be a living thing, and vice versa. Thus, the visible existence of the conception is its body, just as the body obeys the soul which produced it. Seeds contain the tree and its whole power, though they are not the tree itself. The tree corresponds accurately to the simple structure of the seed. If body does not correspond to the soul, it is defective. The unity of visible existence and conception of body and soul is the idea. It is not a mere harmony of the two, but their complete interpenetration. There lives nothing which is not in some way idea. The idea of right is freedom, which, if it is to be apprehended truly, must be known both in its conception and in the embodiment of the conception. 2. The science of right is a part of philosophy. Hence it must develop the idea, which is the reason of an object, out of the conception. It is the same thing to say that it must regard the peculiar internal development of the thing itself. Since it is a part, it has a definite beginning, which is the result and truth of what goes before, and this that goes before constitutes its so-called proof. Hence the origin of the conception of right falls outside of the science of right. The deduction of the conception is presupposed in this treatise, and is to be considered as already given. 4. The territory of right is in general the spiritual, and its more definite place and origin is the will, which is free. Thus freedom constitutes the substance and essential character of the will, and the system of right is the kingdom of actualized freedom. It is the world of spirit, which is produced out of itself, and is a second nature. Addition. Freedom of will is best explained by reference to physical nature. Freedom is a fundamental phase of will, as weight is of bodies. When it is said that matter is heavy, it might be meant that the predicate is an accident, but such is not the case, for in matter there is nothing which has not weight. In fact, matter is weight. That which is heavy constitutes the body and is the body. Just so is it with freedom and the will. That which is free is the will. Will without freedom is an empty word, and freedom becomes actual only as will, as subject. A remark may also be made as to the connection of willing and thinking. Spirit in general is thought, and by thought man is distinguished from the animal. But we must not imagine that man is on one side thinking and on another side willing, as though he had will in one pocket and thought in another. Such an idea is vain. The distinction between thought and will is only that between a theoretical and a practical relation. They are not two separate faculties. The will is a special way of thinking. It is thought translating itself into reality. It is the impulse of thought to give itself reality. The distinction between thought and will may be expressed in this way. When I think of an object, I make of it a thought, and take from it the sensible. Thus, I make of it something which is essentially and directly mine. Only in thought am I self-contained. Conception is the penetration of the object, which is then no longer opposed to me. From it I have taken its own peculiar nature, which it had as an independent object in opposition to me. As Adam said to Eve, "Thou art flesh of my flesh, and bone of my bone." So says the Spirit, "This object is spirit of my spirit," and all alienation has disappeared. Any idea is a universalizing, and this process belongs to thinking. To make something universal is to think. The quote, "I," end quote, is thought and the universal. When I say, quote, "I," end quote, I let fall all particularity of character, natural endowment, knowledge, age. The I is empty, a point and simple, but in its simplicity active. The gaily colored world is before me. I stand opposed to it, and in this relation I cancel and transcend the opposition, and make the content my own. The I is at home in the world, when it knows it, and still more when it has conceived it. So much for the theoretical relation. The practical, on the other hand, begins with thinking with the I itself. It thus appears first of all as placed in opposition, because it exhibits, as it were, a separation. As I am practical, I am active. I act and determine myself. And to determine myself means to set up a distinction. But these distinctions are again mine. My own determinations come to me, and the ends are mine, to which I am impelled. Even when I let these distinctions and determinations go, setting them in the so-called external world, they remain mine. They are that which I have done and made, and bear the trace of my spirit. That is the distinction to be drawn between the theoretical and the practical relations. And now the connection of the two must be also stated. The theoretical is essentially contained in the practical. Against the idea that the two are separate runs the fact that man has no will without intelligence. The will holds within itself the theoretical, the will determines itself, and this determination is in the first instance internal. That which I will, I place before my mind, and it is an object for me. The animal acts according to instinct, is impelled by something internal, and so is also practical. But it has no will, because it cannot place before its mind what it desires. Similarly, man cannot use his theoretic faculty or think without will, for in thinking we are active. The content of what is thought receives, indeed, the form of something existing, but this existence is occasioned by our activity and by it established. These distinctions of theoretical and practical are inseparable. They are one and the same, and in every activity, whether of thought or will, both these elements are found. 5. The will contains A, the element of pure indeterminatedness, i.e., the pure doubling of the I back in thought upon itself. In this process, every limit or content, present though it be directly by way of nature, as in want, appetite, or impulse, or given in any specific way, is dissolved. Thus we have the limitless infinitude of absolute abstraction or universality, the pure thought of itself. Note: those who treat thinking and willing as two special, peculiar, and separate faculties, and further look upon thought as detrimental to the will, especially the good will, show from the very start that they know nothing of the nature of willing. A remark which we shall be called upon to make a number of times upon the same attitude of mind. The will on one side is the possibility of abstraction from every aspect in which the I finds itself or has set itself up. It reckons any content as a limit and flees from it. This is one of the forms of the self-direction of the will, and is by imaginative thinking insisted upon as of itself freedom. It is the negative side of the will, or freedom as apprehended by the understanding. This freedom is that of the void, which has taken actual shape and is stirred to passion. It intends indeed to bring past some positive social condition, such as universal equality or universal religious life. But in fact, it does not will the positive reality of any such condition, since that would carry in its train a system, and introduce a separation by way of institutions and between individuals. But classification and objective system attain self-consciousness only by destroying negative freedom. Negative freedom is actuated by a mere solitary abstract idea, whose realization is nothing but the fury of desolation. Addition: this phase of will implies that I break loose from everything, give up all ends, and bury myself in abstraction. It is man alone who can let go everything, even life. He can commit suicide, an act impossible for the animal, which always remains only negative, abiding in a state foreign to itself, to which it must merely get accustomed. Man is pure thought of himself, and only in thinking has he the power to give himself universality, and to extinguish in himself all that is particular and definite. Negative freedom, or freedom of the understanding, is one-sided. Yet as this one-sidedness contains an essential feature, it is not to be discarded. But the defect of understanding is that it exalts its one-sidedness to the sole and highest place. This form of freedom frequently occurs in history. By the Hindus, e.g., the highest freedom is declared to be the persistence in the consciousness of one's simple identity with himself, to abide in the empty space of one's own inner being, like the colorless light of pure intuition, and to renounce every activity of life, every purpose, and every idea. In this way man becomes Brahma. There is no longer any distinction between finite man and Brahma, every difference having been swallowed up in this universality. A more concrete manifestation of this freedom is the fanaticism of political and religious life. Of this nature was the terrible epoch of the French Revolution, by which all distinctions in talent and authority were to have been superseded. In this time of upheaval and commotion, any specific thing was intolerable. Fanaticism wills an abstraction and not an articulate association. It finds all distinctions antagonistic to its indefiniteness, and supersedes them. Hence, in the French Revolution, the people abolished the institutions which they themselves had set up, since every institution is inimical to the abstract self-consciousness of equality. 6. The I is also the transition from blank indefiniteness of the distinct and definite establishment of a definite content and object, whether this content be given by nature or produced out of the conception of spirit. Through this establishment of itself as a definite thing, I becomes a reality. This is the absolute element of the finitude and specialization of the I. Note: this second element in the characterization of the I is just as negative as the first, since it annuls and replaces the first abstract negativity. As the particular is contained in the universal, so this second phase is contained already in the first, and is only an establishing of what the first is implicitly. The first phase, if taken independently, is not the true infinitude, i.e. the concrete universal, or the conception, but limited and one-sided. In that it is the abstraction of all definite character. It has a definite character. Its abstract and one-sided nature constitutes its definite character, its defects and finitude. The distinct characterization of these two phases of the I is found in the philosophy of Fichte, as also in that of Kant. Only in the exposition of Fichte, the I, when taken as unlimited, as it is in the first proposition of his, quote, Wissenschaftler, end quote, is merely positive. It is the universality and identity made by the understanding. Hence this abstract I is in its independence to be taken as the truth, to which by way of mere addition comes in the second proposition, the limitation or the negative in general, whether it be in the form of a given external limit or of an activity of the I. To apprehend the negative as immanent in the universal and self-identical, and also as in the I, was the next step, which speculative philosophy had to make. Of this want they have no presentiment, who, like Fichte, never apprehended that the infinite and finite are, if separated, abstract, and must be seen as immanent one in the other. Addition. The second element makes its appearance as the opposite of the first. It is to be understood in its general form. It belongs to freedom, but does not constitute the whole of it. Here the I passes over from blank indeterminatedness to the distinct establishment of a specific character as a content or object. I do not will merely, but I will something. Such a will, as is analyzed in the preceding paragraph, wills only the abstract universal, and therefore wills nothing. Hence it is not a will. The particular thing which the will wills is a limitation, since the will, in order to be a will, must in general limit itself. Limit or negation consists in the will willing something. Particularizing is thus, as a rule, named finitude. Ordinary reflection holds the first element, that of the indefinite, for the absolute and higher, and the limited for a mere negation of this indefiniteness. But this indefiniteness is itself only a negation, in contrast with the definite and finite. The I is solitude and absolute negation. The indefinite will is thus quite as much one-sided as the will, which constitutes merely the definite. The will is the unity of these two elements. It is particularly turned back within itself, thus led back to universality. It is individuality. It is the self-direction of the I. Thus at one and the same time it establishes itself as its own negation, that is to say, as definite and limited, and it also abides by itself in its self-identity and universality, and in this position remains purely self-enclosed. The I determines itself in so far as it is the reference of negativity to itself, and yet in this self-reference it is indifferent to its own definite character. This it knows as its own, that is, as an ideal or a mere possibility, by which it is not bound, but rather exists in it merely because it establishes itself there. This is the freedom of the will, constituting its conception or substantive reality. It is its gravity, as it were, just as gravity is the substantive reality of a body. Note: every self-consciousness knows itself as at once universal, or the possibility of abstracting itself from everything definite, and as particular with a fixed object, content, or aim. These two elements, however, are only abstractions. The concrete and true, and all that is true is concrete, is the universality, to which the particular is at first opposed, but, when it has been turned back into itself, is in the end made equal. This unity is individuality, but it is not a simple unit, as is the individuality of imaginative thought, but a unit in terms of the conception. In other words, this individuality is properly nothing else than the conception. The first two elements of the will, that it can abstract itself from everything, and that it is definite through either its own activity or something else, are easily admitted and comprehended, because in their separation they are untrue and characteristic of the mere understanding. But into the third, the true and speculative, and all truth, as far as it is conceived, must be thought speculatively. The understanding declines to venture, always calling the conception the inconceivable. The proof and more detailed explanation of this inmost reserve of speculation, of infinitude as the negativity which refers itself to itself, and of this ultimate source of all activity, life, and consciousness, belong to logic, as the purely speculative philosophy. Here it can be noticed only in passing that in the sentences, quote, "the will is universal," end quote, quote, "the will directs itself," end quote, the will is already regarded as presupposed subject or substratum, but it is not something finished and universal before it determines itself, nor yet before this determination is superseded and idealized. It is will only when its activity is self-occasioned and it has returned into itself. Addition: what we properly call will contains the two above-mentioned elements. The I is, first of all, as such, pure activity, the universal which is by itself. Next, this universal determines itself, and so far is no longer by itself, but establishes itself as another, and ceases to be universal. The third step is that the will, while in this limitation, i.e. in this other, is by itself. While it limits itself, it yet remains with itself, and does not lose its hold of the universal. This is then the concrete conception of freedom, while the other two elements have been thoroughly abstract and one-sided. But this concrete freedom we already have in the form of perception, as in friendship and love. Here a man is not one-sided, but limits himself willingly in reference to another, yet in this limitation knows himself as himself. In this determination he does not feel himself determined, but in the contemplation of the other as another has feeling for himself. Freedom also lies neither in indeterminatedness nor in determinatedness, but in both. The willful man has a will which limits itself wholly to a particular object, and if he has not this will, he supposes himself not to be free. But the will is not bound to a particular object, but must go further, for the nature of the will is not to be one-sided and confined. Free will consists in willing a definite object, but in so doing to be by itself and to return again into the universal. 22. The will which exists absolutely is truly infinite, because its object, being the will itself, is for it not another or a limitation. In the object the will has simply reverted into itself. Moreover, it is not merely possible, capacity, potentiality, or potentia, but infinitely actual, or infinitum actu, because the reality of the conception or its visible externality is internal to itself. Note: hence, when the free will is spoken of without the qualification of absolute freedom, only the capacity of freedom is meant, or the natural and finite will, and notwithstanding all words and opinions to the contrary, not the free will. Since the understanding comprehends the infinite only in its negative aspect, and hence as a beyond, it thinks to do the infinite all the more honor, the farther it removes it into the vague distance, and the more it takes it as a foreign thing. In free will, the true infinite is present and real. It is itself the actually present self-contained idea. Addition: the infinite has rightly been represented as a circle. The straight line goes out farther and farther and symbolizes the merely negative and bad infinite, which, unlike the true, does not return into itself. The free will is truly infinite, for it is not a mere possibility or disposition. Its external reality is its own inner nature, itself. 23. Only in this freedom is the will wholly by itself, because it refers to nothing but itself, and all dependence upon any other things falling away. The will is true, or rather truth itself, because its character consists in its being in its manifested reality, or correlative opposite, what it is in its conception. In other words, the pure conception has the perception or intuition of itself as its end and reality. End of section 77. Section 78 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Section 78. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831. Philosophy of Right. Translated from the German by S.W. Died. Division of the work. 33. According to the stages in the development of the idea of the absolute free will, A. The will is direct or immediate. Its conception is therefore abstract, i.e., personality, and its embodied reality is a direct external thing. This is the sphere of abstract or formal right. B. The will, passing out of external reality, turns back into itself. Its phase is subjective individuality, and it is contrasted with the universal. This universal is on its internal side the good, and on its external side a presented world, and these two sides are occasioned only by means of each other. In this sphere the idea is divided, and exists in separate elements. The right of the subjective will is in relation of contrast to the right of the world, or the right of the idea. Here, however, the idea exists only implicitly. This is the sphere of morality. C. The unity and truth of these two abstract elements. The thought idea of the good is realized both in the will turned back into itself and also in the external world. Thus freedom exists as real substance, which is quite as much actuality and necessity as it is subjective will. The idea here is its absolutely universal existence, namely ethical observance. This ethical substance is again A. Natural spirit, the family, B. The civic community, or spirit in its dual existence and mere appearance, C. The state or freedom, which, while established in the free self-dependence of the particular will, is also universal and objective. This actual and organic spirit, alpha, is the spirit of a nation, beta is found in the relation to one another of national spirits, and revealed in world history as the universal world spirit, whose right, gamma, passing through and beyond this relation, is actualized and revealed in world history as the universal world spirit, whose right is the highest. First part, abstract right. 34. The completely free will, when it is conceived abstractly, is in a condition of self-involved simplicity. What actually it has, when taken in this abstract way, consists in a negative attitude towards reality, and a bare abstract reference of itself to itself. Such an abstract will is the individual will of a subject. It, as particular, has definite ends, and, as exclusive and individual, has these ends before itself as an externally and directly presented world. Addition. The remark that the completely free will, when it is taken abstractly, is in a condition of self-involved simplicity must be understood in this way. The completed idea of the will is found when the conception has realized itself fully, and in such a manner that the embodiment of the conception is nothing but the development of the conception itself. But at the outset, the conception is abstract. All its future characters are implied in it, it is true, but as yet no more than implied. They are, in other words, potential, and are not yet developed into an articulate whole. If I say, quote, I am free, end quote, the I here is still implicit and has no real object opposed to it. But from the standpoint of morality, as contrasted with abstract right, there is opposition, because there I am a particular ill, while the good, though within me, is the universal. Hence, at that stage, the will contains within itself the contrast between particular and universal, and in that way is made definite. But at the beginning, such a distinction does not occur because in the first abstract unity there is as yet no progress or modification of any kind. That is what is meant by saying that the will has the mark of self-involved simplicity or immediate being. The chief thing to notice at this point is that this very absence of definite features is itself a definite feature. Absence of determinate character exists where there is as yet no distinction between the will and its content. But when this lack of definiteness is set in opposition to the definite, it becomes itself something definite. In other words, abstract identity becomes the distinguishing feature of the will, and the will thereby becomes an individual will or person. 35. This consciously free will has a universal side, which consists in a formal, simple, and pure reference to itself as a separate and independent unit. This reference is also a self-conscious one, though it has no further content. The subject is thus so far a person. It is implied in personality that I, as a distinct being, am on all sides completely bounded and limited on the side of inner caprice, impulse, and appetite, as well as in my direct and visible outer life. But it is implied likewise that I stand in absolutely pure relation to myself. Hence it is that in this finitude I know myself as infinite, universal, and free. Note: personality does not arise till the subject has not merely a general consciousness of himself in some determinate mode of concrete existence, but rather a consciousness of himself as a completely abstract I, in which all concrete limits and values are negated and declared invalid. Hence, personality involves the knowledge of oneself as an object, raised, however, by thought, into the realm of pure infinitude, a realm, that is, in which it is purely identical with itself. Individuals and peoples have no personality, if they have not reached this pure thought and self-consciousness. In this way, too, the absolute or completed mind or spirit may be distinguished from its mere semblance. The semblance, though self-conscious, is aware of itself only as a merely natural will with its external objects. The other, as an abstract and pure I, has itself as its end and object and is therefore a person. Addition. The abstract will, the will which exists for itself, is a person. The highest aim of man is to be a person. And yet again, the mere abstraction, quote, person, end quote, is not held in high esteem. Person is essentially different from subject. Subject is only the possibility of personality. Any living thing at all is a subject, while person is a subject which has its subjectivity as an object. As a person, I exist for myself. Personality is the free being in pure self-conscious isolation. I, as a person, am conscious of freedom. I can abstract myself from everything, since nothing is before me except pure personality. Notwithstanding all this, I am, as a particular person, completely limited. I am of a certain age, height, in this space, and so on. Thus a person is at one and the same time so exalted and so lowly a thing. In him is the unity of infinite and finite, of limit and unlimited. The dignity of personality can sustain a contradiction, which neither contains nor can tolerate anything natural. 36. 1. Personality implies in general a capacity to process rights, and constitutes the conception and abstract basis of abstract right. This right, being abstract, must be formal also. Its mandate is, be a person, and respect others as persons. 37. 2. The particularity of the will, that phase of the will, namely which implies a consciousness of my specific interests, is doubtless an element of the whole consciousness of the will. Paragraph 34. But it is not contained in mere abstract personality. It is indeed present in the form of appetite, want, impulse, and random desire, but is distinct as yet from the personality, which is the essence of freedom. In treating of formal rights, therefore, we do not trench upon special interests, such as my advantage or my well-being, nor have we here to do with any special reason or intention of the will. Addition. Since the particular phases of the person have not as yet attained the form of freedom, everything relating to these elements is so far a matter of indifference. When any one bases a claim upon his mere formal right, he may be wholly selfish, and often such a claim comes from a contracted heart and mind. Uncivilized man, in general, holds fast to his rights, while a more generous disposition is alert to see all sides of the question. Abstract right is, moreover, the first mere possibility, and in contrast with the whole context of a given relation is still formal. The possession of a right gives a certain authority, it is true, but it is not, therefore, absolutely necessary that I insist upon a right, which is only one aspect of the whole matter. In a word, possibility is something, which means that it either may or may not exist. 38. In contrast with the deeper significance of a concrete act in all its moral and social bearings, abstract right is only a possibility. Such a right is, therefore, only a permission or indication of legal power. Because of this abstract character of a right, the only rule which is unconditionally its own is merely the negative principle not to injure personality or anything which of necessity belongs to it. Hence we have here only prohibitions. The positive form of command having in the last resort a prohibition as its basis. 39.3. A person in his direct and definite individuality is related to a given external nature. To this outer world, the personality is opposed as something subjective. But to confine to mere subjectivity the personality, which is meant to be infinite and universal, contradicts and destroys its nature. It bestirs itself to abrogate the limitation by giving itself reality, and proceeds to make the outer visible existence its own. 40. Right is at first the simple and direct concrete existence which freedom gives itself directly. The unmodified existence is a possession or property. Here freedom is that of the abstract will in general, or of a separate person who relates himself only to himself. B. A person, by distinguishing himself from himself, becomes related to another person, although the two have no fixed existence for each other except as owners. Their implicit identity becomes realized through a transference of property by mutual consent, and with the preservation of their rights. This is contract. C. The will, in its reference to itself, is in A, may be a variance not with some other person, B, but within itself. As a particular will, it may differ from and be in opposition to its true and absolute self. This is wrong and crime. End of section 78. Section 79 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831, Philosophy of Right. Translated from the German by S.W. Died. Second part, Morality. 501. The moral standpoint is the standpoint of the will, not in its abstract or implicit existence, but in its existence for itself, an existence which is infinite. Section 104. This turning back of the will upon itself or its actual self-identity with its associated phases stands in contrast to its abstract implicit existence and converts person into subject. 106. Subjectivity is the conception made definite, differing therefore from the abstract general will. Further, the will of the subject, though it still retains traces of self-involved simplicity, is the will of an individual who is an object for himself. Hence, subjectivity is the realization of the conception. This gives freedom a higher ground. Now at last there appears in the idea the side of its real existence, the subjectivity of the will. It is only in the will as subjective that freedom, or the potentially existing will, can be actualized. Note: morality, the second sphere, gives an outline of the real side of the conception of freedom. Observe the process through which morality passes. As the will has now withdrawn into itself, it appears at the outset as existing independently, having merely a potential identity with the intrinsic or universal will. Then this abstract self-dependence is superseded, and finally the will is made really and consciously identical with the intrinsic or universal will. Now in this movement, as I have said, is illustrated the conception of freedom. Freedom, or subjectivity, is at first abstract and distinct from the conception of it. Then, by means of this movement, the soul of freedom is so worked up that, for the conception, and necessarily also for the idea, it receives its true realization. The process ends, therefore, when the subjective will has become an objective and truly concrete will. Addition. In right, taken strictly, nothing depends upon my purpose or intention. The question of the self-determination, impulse, or purpose of the will arises for the first time in morality. Since a man is to be judged according to the direction he has given himself, he is in this act free. Let the external features of the act be what they may. As no one can successfully assail a man's inner conviction, and no force can reach it, the moral will is inaccessible. A man's worth is estimated by his inner act. Hence, the moral standpoint implies the realization of freedom. 107. As self-determination of will is at the same time a factor of the will's conception, subjectivity is not merely the outward reality of will, but its inner being. Section 104. This free and independent will, having now become the will of a subject, and assuming in the first instance the form of the conception, has itself a visible realization. Otherwise it could not attain to the idea. The moral standpoint is in its realized form the right of the subjective will. In accordance with this right, the will recognizes and is a thing, only insofar as the thing is the will's own, and the will in it is itself and subjective. Note: the process of the moral standpoint, note to preceding paragraph, also appears as the development of the right of the subjective will, or of the way in which the subjective will is realized. Thus the will accounts what in its object it recognizes to be its own as its true conception. It is objective or universal reality. Addition. Subjectivity of the will, as a complete phase, is in its turn a whole which, by its very nature, must also have objectivity. Freedom can at first realize itself only in the subject, as it is the true material for this realization. But this concrete manifestation of will, which we have called subjectivity, is different from absolute will. From this new one-sidedness of subjectivity must the will free itself, in order that it may become absolute will. In morality, the interest peculiar to man is in question, and the high value of this interest consists in man's knowing himself to be absolute and determining himself. Uncivilized man is controlled by the forces and occurrences of nature. Children have no moral will, but are guided by their parents. Civilized man is determined from within, and wills that he shall be in all he does. 108. The subjective will, in so far as it is directly its own object and distinct from the general will, section 106, note, is abstract, limited, and formal. Subjectivity, however, is not formal merely, but, since it is the infinite self-direction of the will, is the will itself taken formally. Since its formal character, as it appears first of all in the particular will, is not yet identical with the conception of will, the moral standpoint is the standpoint of relation, of obligation or requirement. Since, too, subjectivity involves difference, that is to say, opposition to objectivity as to a mere external existence, there arises here also the standpoint of consciousness, section 8, the standpoint of difference in general, of the finite and phenomenal phase of the will. Note: the moral is not at once opposed to the immoral, just as right is not directly opposed to wrong. The general standpoint of both the moral and the immoral depends upon the subjectivity of the will. Addition: in morality, self-determination is to be construed as a restless activity, which cannot be satisfied with anything that is. Only in the region of established ethical principles is the will identical with the conception of it, and has only this conception for its content. In morality, the will is as yet related to what is potential. This is the standpoint of difference, and the process of this standpoint is the identification of the subjective will with the conception of will. The imperative, or ought, which therefore still is in morality, is fulfilled only in the ethical sphere. This sphere, to which the subjective will is related, has a twofold nature. It is the substance of the conception and also external reality. If the good were established in the subjective will, it would not yet be realized. 109. The formal will, by its own determining character, contains at the outset the opposition of subjectivity and objectivity and the appropriate activity, section 8. Of this will we have these further phases. Concrete realization and determinate character are in the conception identical. The conception of the subjective will is first to make these two phases separate and independent, and then to establish them as identical. Determinate character in the self-determined will, alpha, is brought about in itself by itself, the opposition which it creates within itself being a self-bestowed content. This is the first negation, whose formal limit consists in its being fixed as merely subjective. Beta, since the will returns into itself and is infinite, this limit exists for it, and it wills to transcend the limitation. Hence it strives to convert its content out of subjectivity into objectivity, i.e., some kind of directly given reality. Gamma. The simple identity of the will with itself in this opposition is the content which maintains itself amid these oppositions and is indifferent to formal distinction. This content is the purpose or end. 110. As at the moral standpoint, freedom or self-identity of will is for the will, section 105, the simple identity of the content or end receives a further characteristic peculiar to itself. A. This content becomes mine in such a way that it in its identity is also not only my inner end, but also, so far as it is externally realized, contains for me my subjectivity. Addition. The content of the subjective or moral will has a special character. Although it has attained the form of objectivity, it is yet always to contain my subjectivity. An act shall be counted mine only so far as it is on its inner side issued by me, and was my own proposition and intention. I do not recognize as mine anything in the outward act except what lay in my subjective will, and in the outer act I desire to see my subjective consciousness repeated. 111. B. The content, though it contains something particular, from whatever source it comes, is yet the content of a self-referring will, which is also self-identical and universal. Thus it has these two features. Alpha. It aims to be in itself adequate to the universal will, or to have the objectivity of the conception. Beta. Yet since the subjective will exists for itself, and is therefore independent and formal, section 108, its aim is only an ought, and is possibly not adequate to the conception. 112. C. Though I preserve my subjectivity in accomplishing my ends, section 110, yet in the objectification of these ends I pass beyond the simple and elementary subjectivity which is merely my own. This new external subjectivity, which is identical with me, is the will of others. The sphere for the existence of the will is subjectivity, and the will of others is the existence, which, though other than I yet give to my purpose. Hence the accomplishment of my purpose contains the identity of my will and that of others, and has to the will of others a relation which is positive. Note: the objectivity of the realized end has three senses, or rather contains in union the three following phases. Alpha. It is external direct reality, section 109. Beta. It is adequate to the conceptions, section 112. Gamma. It is universal subjectivity. The subjectivity which preserves itself in this objectivity implies, alpha, that the objective end shall be my own, so that in it I preserve myself as a particular individual, section 110. The two phases, beta and gamma, of subjectivity concur with the phases, beta and gamma, of objectivity. At the moral standpoint, these various phases are distinguished or joined merely in a contradiction. This is the superficial and finite nature of the moral sphere, section 108. The development of the standpoint consists in the development of these contradictions and their solution. An achievement which at the present point of view is incomplete or merely relative. Addition. It was said that formal right contained only prohibitions, and that from the strict standpoint of legal right, an act had only a negative reference to the will of others. In morals, on the contrary, the relation of my will to that of others is positive. That which the subjective will realizes contains a universal will. In this is present the production or alteration of visible reality, and this has a bearing upon the will of others. The conception of morality is the internal relation of the will to itself, but there is here more than one will. Since the objectification of the will implies the transcendence of the one-sidedness of the separate will, and the substitution of two wills having a positive relation one to the other. In right, my will is realized in property, and there is no room for any reference of the will of others to my will. But morality treats of the well-being of others also. At this point, this positive relation to others first makes its appearance. 113. The expression of the subjective or moral will is action. Of action, it may be said that, alpha, I know its external fulfillment to be mine. Beta, it is essentially related to the conception in its phase as the ought or imperative, and gamma, it is essentially connected with the will of others. Note: firstly, the expression of the moral will is action. The embodiment achieved by the will in formal right is a mere object. This realization is direct, and has in the first instance no actual express reference to the conception. Not having as yet come into conflict with the subjective will, the conception is not yet distinguished from it, and has no positive relation to the will of others. The commands of right are, hence, fundamentally prohibitions, section 38. In contract and wrong, indeed, there begins to be seen a relation to the will of others, but the agreement found at this point is based upon arbitrary choice. While the essential reference to the will of others is in right merely the negative proposal to keep my property or its value and to let others keep theirs. Crime does in a way issue from the subjective will, but the content of a crime is fixed by written instructions and is not directly imputable to me. Hence, as the legal act contains only some elements of a distinctively moral act, the two kinds of actions are different. 114. The right of the moral will has three factors. A. The abstract or formal right. The act, as directly realized, is to be in its essential content mine, and embody the purpose of the subjective will. B. The specific side of an act or its inner content, alpha. This is intention, which is for me, whose general character is fixed, the value and inner substance of the act. Beta and well-being, or the content taken as particular end of my particular subjective reality. C. the good or the content taken as universal and exalted to universality and absolute objectivity. This is the absolute end of the will. As this is the sphere of reflection, we have the opposition of the universality, which is subjective, hence involves in one aspect evil and in another conscience. Addition. An act to be moral must in the first instance accord with my purpose, since the right of the moral will is to recognize as its realization nothing which is not found internally in the purpose. Purpose concerns the formal principle that the externalized will must also be internal to me. In the next place we ask after the intention, that is, the value of the act relatively to me. The third factor is not merely the relative, but the universal value of the act, the good. In the first phase of an act there is a breach between purpose and realization. In the second, between what is given externally as universal will and the particular internal character which I give it. The third and last phase is the claim of my intention to be the universal content. The good is the intention exalted to the conception of the will. Third part, the ethical system. 142. The ethical system is the idea of freedom. It is the living good, which has in self-consciousness its knowing and willing, and through the action of self-consciousness its actuality. Self-consciousness, on the other hand, finds in the ethical system its absolute basis and motive. The ethical system is thus the conception of freedom developed into a present world, and also into the nature of self-consciousness. 143. The conception of the will, when united with the realization of the will, or the particular will, is knowing. Hence arises the consciousness of the distinction between these two phases of the idea. But the consciousness is now present in such a way that each phase is separately the totality of the idea, and has the idea as its content and foundation. 144. The objective ethical principle, which takes the place of the abstract good, is in its substance concrete through the presence in it of subjectivity as its infinite form. Hence it makes differences which are within itself, and therefore are due to the conception. By means of these differences, it obtains a sure content, which is independent and necessary, and reaches a standing ground raised above subjective opinion and liking. This content is the self-originated and self-referring laws and regulations. Addition. In the ethical principle as a whole occurs both the objective and the subjective elements, but of this principle each is only a form. Here the good is substance, or the filling of the objective with subjectivity. If we contemplate the social order from the objective standpoint, we can say that man, as ethical, is unconscious of himself. In this sense, Antigone proclaims that no one knows whence the laws come. They are everlasting, that is, they exist absolutely, and flow from the nature of things. Nonetheless has this substantive existence a consciousness also, which, however, is only one element of the whole. 145. The ethical material is rational because it is the system of these phases of the idea. Thus freedom, the absolute will, the objective, and the circle of necessity are all one principle, whose elements are the ethical forces. They rule the lives of individuals as their modes have their shape, manifestation, and actuality. Addition. Since the phases of the ethical system are the conception of freedom, they are the substance of universal essence of individuals. In relation to it, individuals are merely accidental. Whether the individual exists or not is a matter of indifference to the objective ethical order, which alone is steadfast. It is the power by which the life of individuals is ruled. It has been represented by nations as eternal justice, or as deities who are absolute, in contrast with whom the striving of individuals is an empty game, like the tossing of the sea. 146. Beta. This ethical reality in its actual self-consciousness knows itself and is therefore an object of knowledge. It, with its laws and forces, has for the subject a real existence, and is in the fullest sense independent. It has an absolute authority or force, infinitely more sure than that of natural objects. Note. The sun, moon, mountains, rivers, and all objects of nature doubtless exist. They not only have for consciousness the authority of existence in general, but have also a particular nature. This nature consciousness regards as valid, and in its varied relation in commerce with objects and their use comports itself accordingly. But the authority of the social laws is infinitely higher, because natural things represent reason only in a quite external and particular way, and hide it under the guise of contingency. 147. On the other hand, the various social forces are not something foreign to the subject. This spirit bears witness to them as to his own being. In them he feels that he is himself, and in them, too, he lives as in an element indistinguishable from himself. This relation is more direct and intuitive than even faith or trust. Note: faith and trust belong to the beginning of reflection, presupposing picture thought and such discernment as to that to believe in a heathen religion is different from being a heathen. The relation, or rather identity without relation, in which the ethical principle is the actual life of self-consciousness, can indeed be transformed into a relation of faith and conviction. By further reflection, also, it may pass into an insight based on reasons, which originate in some particular end, interest, or regard, in fear or hope, or in historical presuppositions. But the adequate knowledge of these belongs to the conception arrived at through thought. 148. The individual may distinguish himself from these substantive ethical factors, regarding himself as subjective, as of himself undetermined, or as determined to some particular course of action. He stands to them as to his substantive reality, and they are duties binding upon his will. Note: the ethical theory of duties in their objective character is not comprised under the empty principle of moral subjectivity, in which indeed nothing is determined, section 134, but is rightly taken up in the third part of our work, in which is found a systematic development of the sphere of ethical necessity. In this present method of treatment, as distinguished from a theory of duties, the ethical factors are deduced as necessary relations. It is, then, needless to add, with regard to each of them, the remark that it is thus for men a duty. A theory of duties, so far as it is not a philosophic science, simply takes its material out of the relations at hand, and shows how it is connected with personal ideas, with widely prevalent principles and thoughts, with ends, impulses, and experiences. It may also adduce as reasons the consequences which arise when each duty is referred to other ethical relations, as well as to general well-being and common opinion. But a theory of duties, which keeps to the logical settlement of its own inherent material, must be the development of the relations, which are made necessary through the idea of freedom, and hence are in their context actual. This is found only in the state. 149. A duty of obligation appears as a limitation merely of undetermined subjectivity and abstract freedom, or of the impulse of the natural will, or of the moral will which fixes upon its undetermined good capriciously. But in point of fact, the individual finds in duty liberation. He is freed from subjective to mere natural impulse. He is freed from the dependence which he, as subjective and particular, felt towards moral permission and command. He is freed also from that indefinite subjectivity which does not issue in the objective realization implied in action, but remains wrapped up in its own unreality. In duty, the individual freely enters upon a liberty that is substantive. Addition: duty limits only the caprice of subjectivity, and comes into collision only with abstract good, with which subjectivity is so firmly allied. When men say we will to be free, they have in mind simply that abstract liberty, of which every definite organization in the state is regarded as a limitation. But duty is not a limitation of freedom, but only of the abstraction of freedom, that is to say, of servitude. In duty we reach the real essence and gain positive freedom. 152. Substantive ethical reality attains its right, and this right receives its due when the individual in his private will and conscience drops his self-assertion and antagonism to the ethical. His character, molded by ethical principles, takes as its motive the unmoved universal, which is open on all its sides to actual rationality. He recognizes that his worth and the stability of his private ends are grounded upon the universal, and derive their reality from it. Subjectivity is the absolute form and the existing actuality of the substance. The difference between the subject and substance as the object, end, and power of the subject forthwith vanishes, like the difference between form and matter. Note: subjectivity, which is the foundation for the real existence of the conception of freedom, section 106, is at the moral standpoint still distinguished from the conception. In ethics, it is adequate to the conception, whose existence it is. 153. In that individuals belong to the ethical and social fabric, they have a right to determine themselves subjectively and freely. Assurance of their freedom has its truth in the objectivity of ethical observance, in which they realize their own peculiar being and inner universality. Section 147. Note: to a father seeking the best way to bring up his son, a Pythagorean or some other thinker replied, quote, "Make him a citizen of a state which has good laws." End quote. Addition: the attempt of speculative educators to withdraw people from their present social life and bring them up in the country, a proposal made by Rousseau in Emile, have been vain, because no one can succeed in alienating man from the laws of the world. Although the education of young men must take place in solitude, we cannot believe that the odor of the world of spirits does not in the end penetrate their seclusion, or that the power of the spirit of the world is too feeble to take possession of even the remotest corner. Only when the individual is a citizen of a good state does he receive his right. 154. The right of individuals to their particularity is contained in the concrete ethical order, because it is in particularity that the social principle finds a visible outer manifestation. 155. Right and duty coincide in the identity of the universal and the particular wills. By virtue of the ethical fabric, man has rights so far as he has duties, and duties so far as he has rights. An abstract right, on the contrary, I have the right in another person the corresponding duty, and in morals, I resolve to consider as an objective duty only the right of my own knowledge and will and of my own well-being. Addition: the slave can have no duties, but only the free man. If all rights were on one side and all duties on the other, the whole would be broken up. Identity is the only principle to which we must now adhere. 156. The ethical substance, as the union of self-consciousness with its conception, is the actual spirit of a family and a nation. Addition: the ethical framework is not abstract like the good, but in a special sense real. Spirit has actuality, and the accidents or modes of this actuality are individuals. Hence, as to the ethical, there are only two possible views. Either we start from the substantive social system, or we proceed atomically and work up from a basis of individuality. This latter method, because it leads to mere juxtaposition, is void of spirit, since mind or spirit is not something individual, but the unity of individual and universal. 157. The conception of this idea exists only as spirit, as active self-knowledge and reality, since it objectifies itself by passing through the form of its elements. Hence it is a. the direct or natural ethical spirit, the family. This reality, losing its unity, passes over into dismemberment and assumes the nature of the relative. It thus becomes b. the civic community, an association of members or independent individuals in a formal universality. Such an association is occasioned by needs and is preserved by the law, which secures one's person and property, and by an external system for private and common interests. C. This external state goes back to and finds its central principle in the end and actuality of the substantive universal and of the public life dedicated to the maintenance of the universal. This is the state constitution. End of section 79.
Section 80 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860. The World as Will and Idea. Translated from the German by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. Book 4. The Assertion and Denial of the Will. 57. At every grade that is enlightened by knowledge, the will appears as an individual. The human individual finds himself as finite in infinite space and time, and consequently as a vanishing quantity compared with them. He is projected into them, and on account of their unlimited nature, he has always a merely relative, never absolute when and where of his existence. For his place and duration are finite parts of what is infinite and boundless. His real existence is only in the present, whose unchecked flight into the past is a constant transition into death, a constant dying. For his past life, apart from its possible consequences for the present, and the testimony regarding the will that is expressed in it, is now entirely done with, dead, and no longer anything. And therefore it must be, as a matter of reason, indifferent to him whether the content of that past was pain or pleasure. But the present is always passing through his hands into the past. The future is quite uncertain and always short. Thus his existence, even when we consider only its formal side, is a constant hurrying of the present into the dead past, a constant dying. But if we look at it from the physical side, it is clear that as our walking is admittedly merely a constantly prevented falling, the life of our body is only a constantly prevented dying, a never postponed death. Finally, in the same way, the activity of our mind is a constantly deferred ennui. Every breath we draw wards off the death that is constantly intruding upon us. In this way we fight with it every moment, and again at longer intervals, through every meal we eat, every sleep we take, every time we warm ourselves, etc. In the end, death must conquer, for we became subject to him through birth, and he only plays for a little while with his prey before he swallows it up. We pursue our life, however, with great interest and much solicitude as long as possible, as we blow out a soap bubble as long and as large as possible, although we know perfectly well that it will burst. We saw that the inner being of unconscious nature is a constant striving without end and without rest, and this appears to us much more distinctly when we consider the nature of brutes and man. Willing and striving is its whole being, which may be very well compared to an unquenchable thirst. But the basis of all willing is need, deficiency, and thus pain. Consequently, the nature of brutes and man is subject to pain originally and through its very being. If, on the other hand, it lacks objects of desire, because it is at once deprived of them by a too easy satisfaction, a terrible void and ennui comes over it, that is, its being and existence itself becomes an unbearable burden to it. Thus its life swings like a pendulum backwards and forwards between pain and ennui. This has also had to express itself very oddly in this way. After man had transferred all pain and torments to hell, there then remained nothing over for heaven but ennui. But the constant striving which constitutes the inner nature of every manifestation of will obtains its primary and most general foundation at the higher grades of objectification, from the fact that here the will manifests itself as a living body, with the iron command to nourish it, and what gives strength to this command is just that this body is nothing but the objectified will to live itself. Man, as the most complete objectification of that will, is in like measure also the most necessitous of all beings. He is through and through concrete willing and needing. He is a concretion of 1,000 necessities. With these he stands upon the earth, left to himself, uncertain about everything except his own need and misery. Consequently, the care for the maintenance of that existence under exacting demands, which are renewed every day, occupies as a rule the whole of human life. To this is directly related the second claim, that of the propagation of the species. At the same time he is threatened from all sides by the most different kinds of dangers, from which it requires constant watchfulness to escape. With cautious steps and casting anxious glances round him, he pursues his path, for 1,000 accidents and 1,000 enemies lie in wait for him. Thus he went while yet a savage, thus he goes in civilized life. There is no security for him. Qualibus in tenebris vitae, quantisque periclis degitur hoc evi, quodcunque est. Lucretius 2:15. The life of the great majority is only a constant struggle for this existence itself, with the certainty of losing it at last. But what enables them to endure this wearisome battle is not so much the love of life as the fear of death, which yet stands in the background as inevitable, and may come upon them at any moment. Life itself is a sea, full of rocks and whirlpools, which man avoids with the greatest care and solicitude, although he knows that even if he succeeds in getting through with all his efforts and skill, he yet by doing so comes nearer at every step to the greatest, the total, inevitable, and irremediable shipwreck, death. Nay, he even steers right upon it. This is the final goal of the laborious voyage, and worse for him than all the rocks from which he has escaped. Now it is well worth observing that on the one hand the suffering and misery of life may easily increase to such an extent that death itself, in the flight from which the whole of life consists, becomes desirable, and we hasten towards it voluntarily. And again, on the other hand, that as soon as want and suffering permit rest to a man, ennui is at once so near that he necessarily requires diversion. The striving after existence is what occupies all living things and maintains them in motion. But when existence is assured, then they know not what to do with it. Thus the second thing that sets them in motion is the effort to get free from the burden of existence, to make it cease to be felt, to kill time, that is, to escape from ennui. Accordingly, we see that almost all men who are secure from want and care, now that at last they have thrown off all other burdens, become a burden to themselves, and regard as a gain every hour they succeed in getting through, and thus every diminution of the very life which, till then, they have employed all their powers to maintain as long as possible. Ennui is by no means an evil to be lightly esteemed. In the end it depicts on the countenance real despair. It makes beings who love each other so little as men do, seek each other eagerly, and thus becomes the source of social intercourse. Moreover, even from motives of policy, public precautions are everywhere taken against it, as against other universal calamities. For this evil may drive men to the greatest excesses, just as much as its opposite extreme, famine. The people require panem et circenses. As want is the constant scourge of the people, so ennui is that of the fashionable world. In middle-class life, ennui is represented by the Sunday, and want by the 6 weekdays. Thus, between desiring and attaining, all human life flows on throughout. The wish is, in its nature, pain. The attainment soon begets satiety. The end was only apparent. Possession takes away the charm. The wish, the need, presents itself under a new form. When it does not, then follows desolateness, emptiness, ennui, against which the conflict is just as painful as against want. That wish and satisfaction should follow each other neither too quickly nor too slowly reduces the suffering which both occasion to the smallest amount and constitutes the happiest life. For that which we might otherwise call the most beautiful part of life, its purest joy, if it were only because it lifts us out of real existence and transforms us into disinterested spectators of it, that is, pure knowledge, which is foreign to all willing, the pleasure of the beautiful, the true delight in art. This is granted only to a very few, because it demands rare talents, and to these few only as a passing dream. And then even these few, on account of their higher intellectual power, are made susceptible of far greater suffering than duller minds can ever feel, and are also placed in lonely isolation by a nature which is obviously different from that of others. Thus here also accounts are squared. But to the great majority of men, purely intellectual pleasures are not accessible. They are almost quite incapable of the joys which lie in pure knowledge. They are entirely given up to willing. If therefore anything is to win their sympathy, to be interesting to them, it must, as is implied in the meaning of the word, in some way excite their will, even if it is only through a distant and merely problematical relation to it. The will must not be left altogether out of the question, for their existence lies far more in willing than in knowing. Action and reaction is their one element. We may find in trifles and everyday occurrences the naive expressions of this quality. Thus, for example, at any place worth seeing they may visit, they write their names, in order thus to react, to affect the place since it does not affect them. Again, when they see a strange, rare animal, they cannot easily confine themselves to merely observing it. They must rouse it, tease it, play with it, merely to experience action and reaction. But this need for excitement of the will manifests itself very specially in the discovery and support of card-playing, which is quite peculiarly the expression of the miserable side of humanity. But whatever nature and fortune may have done, whoever a man be and whatever he may possess, the pain which is essential to life cannot be thrown off. Pellides autem eiulavit, intuitus in coelum latum. And again, Jovis quidem filius eram Saturnii, verum aerumnam habebam infinitam. The ceaseless efforts to banish suffering accomplish no more than to make it change its form. It is essentially deficiency, want, care for the maintenance of life. If we succeed, which is very difficult, in removing pain in this form, it immediately assumes 1,000 others, varying according to age and circumstances, such as lust, passionate love, jealousy, envy, hatred, anxiety, ambition, covetousness, sickness, etc., etc. If at last it can find entrance in no other form, it comes in the sad grey garments of tediousness and ennui, against which we then strive in various ways. If finally we succeed in driving this away, we shall hardly do so without letting pain enter in one of its earlier forms, and the dance begin again from the beginning. For all human life is tossed backwards and forwards between pain and ennui. Depressing as this view of life is, I will draw attention, by the way, to an aspect of it from which consolation may be drawn, and perhaps even a stoical indifference to one's own present ills may be attained. For our impatience at these arises for the most part from the fact that we regard them as brought about by a chain of causes which might easily be different. We do not generally grieve over ills which are directly necessary and quite universal. For example, the necessity of age and of death, and many daily inconveniences. It is rather the consideration of the accidental nature of the circumstances that brought some sorrow just to us that gives it its sting. But if we have recognized that pain as such is inevitable and essential to life, and that nothing depends upon chance but its mere fashion, the form under which it presents itself, that thus our present sorrow fills a place that without it would at once be occupied by another which now is excluded by it, and that therefore fate can affect us little in what is essential. Such a reflection, if it were to become a living conviction, might produce a considerable degree of stoical equanimity, and very much lessen the anxious care for our own well-being. But, in fact, such a powerful control of reason over directly felt suffering seldom or never occurs. 68. If we compare life to a course or path through which we must unceasingly run, a path of red-hot coals with a few cool places here and there, then he who is entangled in delusion is consoled by the cool places on which he now stands, or which he sees near him, and sets out to run through the course. But he who sees through the principium individuationis, and recognizes the real nature of the thing in itself, and thus the whole, is no longer susceptible of such consolation. He sees himself in all places at once, and withdraws. His will turns round, no longer asserts its own nature, which is reflected in the phenomenon, but denies it. The phenomenon by which this change is marked is the transition from virtue to asceticism. That is to say, it no longer suffices for such a man to love others as himself, and to do as much for them as for himself. But there arises within him a horror of the nature of which his own phenomenal existence is an expression, the will to live, the kernel and inner nature of that world which is recognized as full of misery. He therefore disowns this nature which appears in him, and is already expressed through his body, and his action gives the lie to his phenomenal existence, and appears in open contradiction to it. Essentially nothing else but a manifestation of will, he ceases to will anything, guards against attaching his will to anything, and seeks to confirm in himself the greatest indifference to everything. His body, healthy and strong, expresses through the genitals the sexual impulse, but he denies the will and gives the lie to the body. He desires no sensual gratification under any condition. Voluntary and complete chastity is the first step in asceticism, or the denial of the will to live. It thereby denies the assertion of the will which extends beyond the individual life, and gives the assurance that with the life of this body, the will, whose manifestation it is, ceases. Nature, always true and naive, declares that if this maxim became universal, the human race would die out. And I think I may assume, in accordance with what was said in the second book about the connection of all manifestations of will, that with its highest manifestation, the weaker reflection of it would also pass away, as the twilight vanishes along with the full light. With the entire abolition of knowledge, the rest of the world would of itself vanish into nothing. For without a subject there is no object. I should like here to refer to a passage in the Vedas, where it is said, "As in this world hungry infants press round their mother, so do all beings await the holy oblation." Sacrifice means resignation generally, and the rest of nature must look for its salvation to man who is at once the priest and the sacrifice. Indeed, it deserves to be noticed as very remarkable that this thought has also been expressed by the admirable and unfathomably profound Angelus Silesius in the little poem entitled "Man brings all to God." It runs, "Man, all loves thee, around thee great is the throng. All things flee to thee that they may attain to God." But a yet greater mystic, Meister Eckhart, whose wonderful writings are at last accessible, 1857, through the edition of Franz Pfeiffer, says the same thing, page 459, quite in the sense explained here. "I bear witness to the saying of Christ, I, if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all things unto me." John 12:32. So shall the good man draw all things up to God, to the source whence they first came. The Masters certify to us that all creatures are made for the sake of man. This is proved in all created things, by the fact that the one makes the use of the other. The ox makes use of the grass, the fish of the water, the bird of the air, the wild beast of the forest. Thus all created things become of use to the good man. A good man brings to God the one created thing in the other. He means to say that man makes use of the brutes in this life because, in and with himself, he saves them also. In Buddhism also there is no lack of expressions of this truth. For example, when Buddha, still as Bodhisattva, has his horse saddled for the last time, for his flight into the wilderness from his father's house, he says these lines to the horse: "Long hast thou existed in life and in death, but now thou shalt cease from carrying and drawing. Bear me but this once more, O Kantakana, away from here, and when I have attained to the law," have become Buddha, "I will not forget thee." Asceticism then shows itself further in voluntary and intentional poverty, which not only arises per accidens, because the possessions are given away to mitigate the sufferings of others, but is here an end in itself, is meant to serve as a constant mortification of will, so that the satisfaction of the wishes, the sweet of life, shall not again arouse the will, against which self-knowledge has conceived a horror. He who has attained to this point still always feels as a living body, as concrete manifestation of will, the natural disposition for every kind of volition. But he intentionally suppresses it, for he compels himself to refrain from doing all that he would like to do, and to do all that he would like not to do, even if this has no further end than that of serving as a mortification of will. Since he himself denies the will which appears in his own person, he will not resist if another does the same, that is, inflicts wrongs upon him. Therefore every suffering coming to him from without, through chance or the wickedness of others, is welcome to him, every injury, ignominy, and insult. He receives them gladly as the opportunity of learning with certainty that he no longer asserts the will, but gladly sides with every enemy of the manifestation of will which is his own person. Therefore he bears such ignominy and suffering with inexhaustible patience and meekness, returns good for evil without ostentation, and allows the fire of anger to rise within him just as little as that of the desires. And he mortifies not only the will itself, but also its visible form, its objectivity, the body. He nourishes it sparingly, lest its excessive vigour and prosperity should animate and excite more strongly the will, of which it is merely the expression and the mirror. So he practices fasting, and even resorts to chastisement and self-inflicted torture, in order that, by constant privation and suffering, he may more and more break down and destroy the will, which he recognizes and abhors as the source of his own suffering existence and that of the world. If at last death comes, which puts an end to this manifestation of that will, whose existence here has long since perished through free denial of itself, with the exception of the weak residue of it which appears as the life of this body, it is most welcome, and is gladly received as a longed-for deliverance. Here it is not, as in the case of others, merely the manifestation which ends with death, but the inner nature itself is abolished, which here existed only in the manifestation, and that in a very weak degree. This last slight bond is now broken. For him who thus ends, the world has ended also. And what I have here described with feeble tongue and only in general terms is no philosophical fable invented by myself, and only of today. No, it was the enviable life of so many saints and beautiful souls among Christians, and still more among Hindus and Buddhists, and also among the believers of other religions. However different were the dogmas impressed on their reason, the same inward, direct, intuitive knowledge, from which alone all virtue and holiness proceed, expressed itself in precisely the same way in the conduct of life. For here also the great distinction between intuitive and abstract knowledge shows itself, a distinction which is of such importance and universal application in our whole investigation, and which has hitherto been too little attended to. There is a wide gulf between the two, which can only be crossed by the aid of philosophy, as regards the knowledge of the nature of the world. Intuitively or in concreto, every man is really conscious of all philosophical truths, but to bring them to abstract knowledge, to reflection, is the work of philosophy, which neither ought nor is able to do more than this. Thus it may be that the inner nature of holiness, self-renunciation, mortification of our own will, asceticism, is here for the first time expressed abstractly, and free from all mythical elements, as denial of the will to live, appearing after the complete knowledge of its own nature has become a quieter of all volition. On the other hand, it has been known directly and realized in practice by saints and ascetics, who had all the same inward knowledge, though they used very different language with regard to it, according to the dogmas which their reason had accepted, and in consequence of which an Indian, a Christian, or a Lama saint must each give a very different account of his conduct, which is, however, of no importance as regards the fact. saint may be full of the absurdest superstition, or on the contrary he may be a philosopher, it is all the same. His conduct alone certifies that he is a saint, for in a moral regard it proceeds from knowledge of the world and its nature, which is not abstractly but intuitively and directly apprehended, and is only expressed by him in any dogma for the satisfaction of his reason. It is therefore just as little needful that a saint should be a philosopher as that a philosopher should be a saint, just as it is not necessary that a perfectly beautiful man should be a great sculptor, or that a great sculptor should himself be a beautiful man. In general, it is a strange demand upon a moralist that he should teach no other virtue than that which he himself possesses. To repeat the whole nature of the world abstractly, universally, and distinctly in concepts, and thus to store up, as it were, a reflected image of it in permanent concepts always at the command of the reason. This and nothing else is philosophy. But the description I have given above of the denial of the will to live, of the conduct of a beautiful soul, of a resigned and voluntarily expiating saint, is merely abstract and general, and therefore cold. As the knowledge from which the denial of the will proceeds is intuitive and not abstract, it finds its most perfect expression, not in abstract conceptions, but in deeds and conduct. Therefore, in order to understand fully what we philosophically express as denial of the will to live, one must come to know examples of it in experience and actual life. Certainly they are not to be met with in daily experience. Nam omnia praeclara tam difficilia quam rara sunt, Spinoza admirably says. Therefore, unless by a specially happy fate we are made eyewitnesses, we have to content ourselves with descriptions of the lives of such men. Indian literature, as we see from the little that we as yet know through translations, is very rich in descriptions of the lives of saints, penitents, samanas or ascetics, sannyasis or mendicants, and whatever else they may be called. Among Christians also there is no lack of examples which afford us the illustrations we desire. Collections of such biographies have been made at various times. To this category very properly belongs the life of St. Francis of Assisi, that true personification of the ascetic and prototype of all mendicant friars. But as a special and exceedingly full example and practical illustration of the conceptions I have established, I can thoroughly recommend the autobiography of Madame de Guyon. To become acquainted with this great and beautiful soul, the very thought of whom always fills me with reverence, and to do justice to the excellence of her disposition while making allowance for the superstition of her reason, must be just as delightful to every man of the better sort as with vulgar thinkers, that is, the majority, that book will always stand in bad repute. For it is the case with regard to everything, that each man can only prize that which to a certain extent is analogous to him, and for which he has at least a slight inclination. This holds good of ethical concerns as well as of intellectual. We might to a certain extent regard the well-known French biography of Spinoza as a case in point, if we used as a key to it that noble introduction to his very insufficient essay, De Emendatione Intellectus, a passage which I can also recommend as the most effectual means I know of stilling the storm of the passions. Finally, even the great Goethe, Greek as he is, did not think it below his dignity to show us this most beautiful side of humanity in the magic mirror of poetic art, for he represented the life of Fräulein Klettenberg in an idealized form in his Confessions of a Beautiful Soul, and later, in his own biography, gave us also an historical account of it. Besides this, he twice told the story of the life of St. Filippo Nero. The history of the world will, and indeed must, keep silence about the men whose conduct is the best and only adequate illustration of this important point of our investigation, for the material of the history of the world is quite different, and indeed opposed to this. It is not the denial of the will to live, but its assertion and its manifestation in innumerable individuals in which its conflict with itself, at the highest grade of its objectification, appears with perfect distinctness, and brings before our eyes, now the ascendancy of the individual through prudence, now the might of the many through their mass, now the might of chance personified as fate, always the vanity and emptiness of the whole effort. We, however, do not follow here the course of phenomena in time, but as philosophers we seek to investigate the ethical significance of action, and take this as the only criterion of what for us is significant and important. Thus we will not be withheld by any fear of the constant numerical superiority of vulgarity and dullness from acknowledging that the greatest, most important, and most significant phenomenon that the world can show is not the conqueror of the world, but the subduer of it, is nothing but the quiet, unobserved life of a man who has attained to the knowledge in consequence of which he surrenders and denies that will to live which fills everything and strives and strains in all, and which first gains freedom here in him alone, so that his conduct becomes the exact opposite of that of other men. In this respect, therefore, for the philosopher, these accounts of the lives of holy, self-denying men, badly as they are generally written, and mixed as they are with superstition and nonsense, are, because of the significance of the material, immeasurably more instructive and important than even Plutarch and Livy. End of section 80. Section 81 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Idea. Book 4. The Assertion and Denial of the Will. Continued. The more intense the will is, the more glaring is the conflict of its manifestation, and thus the greater is the suffering. A world which was the manifestation of a far more intense will to live than this world manifests would produce so much the greater suffering, would thus be a hell. All suffering, since it is a mortification and a call to resignation, has potentially a sanctifying power. This is the explanation of the fact that every great misfortune or deep pain inspires a certain awe. But the sufferer only really becomes an object of reverence when, surveying the course of his life as a chain of sorrows, or mourning some great and incurable misfortune, he does not really look at the special combination of circumstances which has plunged his own life into suffering, nor stops at the single great misfortune that has befallen him. For in so doing his knowledge still follows the principle of sufficient reason, and clings to the particular phenomenon. He still wills life, only not under the conditions which have happened to him. But only then, I say, is he truly worthy of reverence when he raises his glance from the particular to the universal, when he regards his suffering as merely an example of the whole, and for him, since in a moral regard he partakes of genius, one case stands for 1,000, so that the whole of life conceived as essentially suffering brings him to resignation. Therefore it inspires reverence when in Goethe's Torquato Tasso the princess speaks of how her own life and that of her relations has always been sad and joyless, and yet regards the matter from an entirely universal point of view. A very noble character we always imagine with a certain trace of quiet sadness, which is anything but a constant fretfulness at daily annoyances. This would be an ignoble trait, and lead us to fear a bad disposition, but is a consciousness derived from knowledge of the vanity of all possessions, of the suffering of all life, not merely of his own. But such knowledge may primarily be awakened by the personal experience of suffering, especially some one great sorrow, as a single unfulfilled wish brought Petrarch to that state of resigned sadness concerning the whole of life, which appeals to us so pathetically in his works. For the Daphne he pursued had to flee from his hands in order to leave him, instead of herself, the immortal laurel. When through some such great and irrevocable denial of fate the will is to some extent broken, almost nothing else is desired, and the character shows itself mild, just, noble, and resigned. When, finally, grief has no definite object, but extends itself over the whole of life, then it is to a certain extent a going into itself, a withdrawal, a gradual disappearance of the will, whose visible manifestation, the body, it imperceptibly but surely undermines, so that a man feels a certain loosening of his bonds, a mild foretaste of that death which promises to be the abolition at once of the body and of the will. Therefore a secret pleasure accompanies this grief, and it is this, as I believe, which the most melancholy of all nations has called the joy of grief. But here also lies the danger of sentimentality, both in life itself and in the representation of it in poetry. When a man is always mourning and lamenting without courageously rising to resignation. In this way we lose both earth and heaven, and retain merely a watery sentimentality. Only if suffering assumes the form of pure knowledge, and this, acting as a quieter of the will, brings about resignation, is it worthy of reverence. In this regard, however, we feel a certain respect at the sight of every great sufferer, which is akin to the feeling excited by virtue and nobility of character, and also seems like a reproach of our own happy condition. We cannot help regarding every sorrow, both our own and those of others, as at least a potential advance towards virtue and holiness, and, on the contrary, pleasures and worldly satisfactions as a retrogression from them. This goes so far that every man who endures a great bodily or mental suffering, indeed every one who merely performs some physical labour which demands the greatest exertion, in the sweat of his brow and with evident exhaustion, Yet with patience and without murmuring, every such man, I say, if we consider him with close attention, appears to us like a sick man who tries a painful cure, and who willingly, and even with satisfaction, endures the suffering it causes him, because he knows that the more he suffers, the more the cause of his disease is affected, and that therefore the present suffering is the measure of his cure. According to what has been said, the denial of the will to live, which is just what is called absolute, entire resignation, or holiness, always proceeds from that quieter of the will which the knowledge of its inner conflict and essential vanity, expressing themselves in the suffering of all living things, becomes. The difference, which we have represented as two paths, consists in whether that knowledge is called up by suffering which is merely and purely known, and is freely appropriated by means of the penetration of the principium individuationis, or by suffering which is directly felt by a man himself. True salvation, deliverance from life and suffering, cannot even be imagined without complete denial of the will. Till then every one is simply this will itself, whose manifestation is an ephemeral existence, a constantly vain and empty striving, and the world full of suffering we have represented, to which all irrevocably and in like manner belong. For we found above that life is always assured to the will to live, and its one real form is the present, from which they can never escape, since birth and death reign in the phenomenal world. The Indian mythos expresses this by saying, "They are born again." The great ethical difference of character means this, that the bad man is infinitely far from the attainment of the knowledge from which the denial of the will proceeds, and therefore he is in truth actually exposed to all the miseries which appear in life as possible. For even the present fortunate condition of his personality is merely a phenomenon produced by the principium individuationis, and a delusion of Maya, the happy dream of a beggar. The sufferings which in the vehemence and ardour of his will he inflicts upon others are the measure of the suffering, the experience of which in his own person cannot break his will, and plainly lead it to the denial of itself. All true and pure love, on the other hand, and even all free justice, proceed from the penetration of the principium individuationis, which, if it appears with its full power, results in perfect sanctification and salvation. The phenomenon of which is the state of resignation described above, the unbroken peace which accompanies it, and the greatest delight in death. End of section 81.
Section 82 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Friedrich Eduard Benecke, 1798 to 1854. The Natural System of Morals. Translated from the German by Benjamin Rand. From F. E. Benecke's Grundlinien der natürlichen Systems der praktischen Philosophie, Berlin, 1837, Bid 1. Third chapter. An exposition of the fundamental norms of morals. From our previous reflections, it has become probable that the moral demands and interests proceed in some way from the so-called natural ones. That is to say, from those pertaining to good and evil, as the elements in which they have their origin, and also that the universal validity and necessity which characterize these moral demands and interests might already be in some way present in the latter, and from them be transferred to the former. It has at the same time become evident to us that the necessity, such as becomes valid for the moral demands, is in no wise incompatible with the relativity of good and evil, but rather is immediately connected with this, since those necessary demands relate directly to the gradation of good and evil. As the fundamental presupposition, therefore, of the moral demands and interests, there appear to be a gradation of good and evil which is universally valid and as such is necessarily imposed. A result which furthermore harmonized entirely with the foregoing is that the ethical character of conduct is determined by the form of the motives, not indeed by the logical form of universality, but by that of the practical demands in human affairs. But we were previously unable to demonstrate this gradation of good and evil, since existing psychology in no wise offered a means for the solution of such a fundamental problem. We have therefore, first of all, had to supply this means by a general survey of practical developments and of the knowledge gained concerning the way in which this gradation originated. Equipped therewith, we resume the interrupted investigation. Whoever examines his moral consciousness, unconstrained and unbiased by the prejudices of systems, can have no doubt that the moral demand does not oppose natural feeling and aspiration, but on the contrary entirely accepts and confirms them as its underlying criteria. As previously remarked, the moral law never requires us immediately and without further consideration to regard a good as an evil, but only in so far as the attainment of this good stands in the way of the attainment of a higher good. Furthermore, the moral law also never requires us immediately and without further consideration to strive for an evil as a good, but only in so far as it is absolutely necessary for the avoidance of a greater evil or for the attainment of a greater good. The moral law never exacts the sacrifice of a greater for a lesser good, unless this latter is outweighed by some still greater good. The moral demand reveals itself, therefore, as in entire harmony with the natural demands. But it does enjoin upon us not to ascribe too high a value to any good or evil, and to esteem all things in accordance with their true worth, always taking our conduct into account. We should call that man morally faultless who should have made a correct valuation of everything that can become the object of human interest and action, and who should feel, know, and will nothing higher and nothing lower than is determined by this valuation. The proper form of desire, therefore, harmonizes with its proper content, or is rather to be found where this is. The pursuit of the universal good, as measured quite impartially in accordance with the true assessment of values, and controlled by fundamental motives, might be esteemed without qualification as the characteristic of morality. But what is true or right, and what, as immediately connected therewith, is the universal and necessary valuation of good and evil? In conformity with what has just been said, we should here in the first place reply, it is that which proceeds from and is conditioned by the fundamental essence of human nature. Footnote: the Stoical principle to live in conformity with nature rested therefore in every instance upon a true and deep natural instinct. The moral demands are thoroughly in harmony with the natural, if these are regarded in their original purity. Or, regarding this important relation from still another point of view, the moral commands, however ideal they may be, are nevertheless given to us as natural products of the human spirit. The soul, therefore, by virtue of its deepest nature, must contain in itself the principles underlying these commands. But what are these principles? First of all, we must prepare for the positive presentation of such principles by a negative description, since in conformity with the more highly developed moral consciousness, which is itself aware of this higher development, we must be on our guard against a conception of human nature that is in any way too narrow. Heretofore, this has been the fault more or less of all those who have postulated the standard of goods as the fundamental rule, or have set up the universal good as the principle of morality. From this circumstance, also, is to be explained in large part the opposition which this principle has encountered from the higher moral consciousness, and quite rightly when we consider the manner in which it has been set up. That the moral consciousness cannot be reduced to an egoistic weighing of interests, either in reference to the individual or even in reference to the state, which is also but an individual in a group, is so evident as scarcely needs refutation. So far as such a refutation may be still useful today, it has already been made by us. Footnote: Systemes der praktischen Philosophie, page 80. We have shown that the actual limitation to that which is beneficial or injurious to us is decidedly to be rejected as unmoral. and that the theory which rests upon the view that the advantage and disadvantage of others can nevertheless have influence upon us only in so far as it is felt within us, and is therefore always our own or a selfish interest, is based upon a psychological error, which can be demonstrated with the greatest certainty. Our own or a selfish interest is only what is felt or desired in the group of ideas by which we become conscious of ourselves. What, on the other hand, is felt or desired in the group of ideas which refer to others is projected by us onto their souls, and therefore is an interest regarded as unselfish. We have no egotistically limited relation, but on the contrary an enlargement of our being towards others, and an absorption of the being of these others in our own, in such a way, however, that we esteem their being for its own sake, and independently of all regard to ourselves. The more highly developed moral consciousness demands this altruism with unquestioned authority. The advancement of the welfare of others is to be regarded as on an equal footing with our own. For in actuality, or according to its nature, it is on the same footing with ours, and only when we desire and seek its advancement in the same degree with our own do we therefore regard it in a practically true or right way. Concerning the error of another limitation, there can likewise hardly be any doubt. It is the error of those who try to reduce the moral consciousness to the valuation of sensuous pleasure. Man is indeed a sensuous being, but he is also an intellectual being, and the intellectual is so decidedly the higher that it is a scarcely conceivable perversion of the true relation to try to make the sensuous the higher. This perversion of the true relation is so great that, as a matter of fact, we can scarcely point out a philosopher who has really taught this, and has affirmed the sensuous pleasure to be the highest good. At most, the system of the younger Aristippus might possibly have contained this doctrine. It was, without doubt, entirely foreign to the elder Aristippus, and to Epicurus, to whom it is frequently ascribed. On the contrary, we find in them the most definite declarations that the intellectual pleasure is much higher and more enduring than the sensuous. The reason why these writers, and so many others like them, have failed is owing to a third limitation in the conception of human nature, to wit, they took into consideration for the construction of good and evil only sensations or conditions, that is, conscious developments, and omitted the developments of the unconscious life of the soul, or inner characteristics, such as talents, capacities, attainments, and peculiarities of disposition and character of every kind. In our general survey, we have already become acquainted with a large number of such characteristics, and with very diversified tendencies which are directed toward these unconscious developments. The more highly developed moral consciousness cannot be in doubt as to how we should rank these two types of psychical existence with relation to their value. The permanent has incontestably a higher value than the transitory. Therefore, that which has developed as the inner essence of the soul has a higher value than mere sensations or conditions. This has been recognized, moreover, by all philosophical thinkers who have made perfection the principle of morals, as for instance in antiquity, especially the Stoics, and in modern times the Wolffian school. That these philosophers did not convince their opponents, and that their erroneous view has been exploited ever anew up to our own time, footnote, most recently by Bentham, may very well be due chiefly to the previously mentioned difficulty of representing and of characterizing the inner essence of the soul with clearness and definiteness. It was not to be wondered at, but was even in some degree necessary, that those who had been accustomed to regard clearness and definiteness of thought everywhere as the highest criterion, or the conditio sine qua non of scientific knowledge, should interpret whatever was not possible to be known as non-existent. It was with a certain measure of justice that they would not content themselves with an appeal to those obscure presentations and feelings beyond which the defenders of the correct theory were able to go. Thus we find them returning ever anew with a kind of passionate zeal to the establishment of a standard based upon pleasant and unpleasant sensations. Since if they were compelled to sacrifice either one, they preferred to give up those obscure moral sensations, rather than the demand for thoroughgoing scientific clearness. We are now, however, for the first time, by means of our more perfect psychological construction, in a position to free ourselves entirely from this disability, and to establish with full clearness and distinctness the true valuation. But in order to secure the universal recognition of this deeper construction, we have still to contend with one very considerable difficulty, and that is the lack of suitable language for the designation of these fundamental moral relations. Here, too, philosophy unfortunately has no other language for the expression of its deeper insight than that of common life. That is to say, than that which has been formed for the superficial knowledge which belongs to ordinary unscientific thinking. But in common speech there are no words which express the developments of human nature in the full compass just mentioned, or which designate fully the psychical advancements as well as the physical, those of other human beings, even all mankind, as well as of one's own person, and the acquisitions and enhancements of the inner characteristics and perfections, as well as of the agreeable sensations and conditions. Most writers, formerly including even myself, have used the terms desire, lust, and aversion, unlust. These have, however, a twofold and very marked deficiency. First, that in their most general use they recall the physical, whereas here the most highly psychical, the intellectual, moral, religious, etc., come likewise into consideration, and secondly, that they are manifestly limited to the conscious developments and to transitory states. The words pleasure, Vergnügen, and pain, Schmerz, are open to the same objections and have besides still more special meanings. The words good, Gut, and evil, Übel, likewise call to mind for the most part only those occurrences which determine our states either of well-being or of ill-feeling, although the original demarcation of these concepts was indeed more inclusive. But moral science has a decided need of words to express those fundamental relations of human experience in their entire scope. In my opinion, the words enhance, steigern, and depressed, herabstimmen, promote, fordern, and inhibit, hemmen, are the most universal which common speech possesses for these fundamental relations, and so I shall myself employ them in what follows, although possibly some objections might be made even to them. Meanwhile, I once more repeat the explanation that in their use I understand the psychical enhancements and depressions no less than the physical, those of other human beings regarded independently and for themselves no less than those of our own selves, and those of the inner essence of the soul no less than those of the conscious developments. Our task is to determine the true value or gradation of the enhancements and depressions, the promotions and the inhibitions, to the full extent set forth, and to show in what way this estimation or gradation is grounded universally and necessarily in the inmost essence of the human soul. For the true estimate of values, lying at the foundation of the moral demands, is given to us as a natural product of the human soul. It must therefore somehow coincide with the deepest constitution of our being, or indeed, if not innate or preformed, which we have deemed inadmissible. Footnote: Benecke's Grundlinien der Sittenlehre, page 32 and following pages, and page 65 and following pages. Be at least predetermined. What this moral law affirms to be higher must in some manner permit of proof as the natural, of course the psychically natural, higher, or as that which must develop with every higher valuation and striving according to the natural laws of the evolution of human existence. It is evident, therefore, that we in no wise intend to undertake a universally valid gradation of good and evil at the outset. Our task is rather merely to prove the existence of such a gradation by showing how it arises in each man independently of any intended assistance of his, whenever he fully and genuinely develops in himself the enhancements or depressions in question. When higher and lower appear in juxtaposition, the higher reveals itself as the higher, the lower as the lower, immediately, one might even say instinctively. It is true this does not always occur, nor in the case of all men, for that development does not always ensue perfectly and genuinely. Concerning this gradation, a strife will therefore arise, such as we see both in life and in science in only too many instances. Under these circumstances, the task of justifying this gradation is incumbent upon science, since, as conceived by the common consciousness, it cannot justify itself, or, in other words, cannot raise into a clear and definite consciousness what is instinctive and obscure, and for this reason uncertain and problematical, and thus secure itself against all skepticism. But in what way can science solve this problem? Its procedure in this matter is precisely the same as that which mathematics observes in its proofs. Take, for example, the well-known Pythagorean proposition. Suppose that we asked a number of persons who were still unaware of the relation for an immediate comparison of the square upon the hypotenuse with the squares upon the two sides. It might then appear probable to one that the two smaller squares taken together are greater, to another, on the contrary, that the greater square is larger than the other two taken together, or a third would perhaps believe that they were equal in size. But what do? We divide the figures by certain auxiliary lines into constituent parts, which make possible an immediately safe and exact comparison, and in virtue of this, everyone who will follow through these mathematical constructions is thereby absolutely compelled to recognize the equality. Here we also proceed in precisely the same way. We desire to demonstrate the true determined gradation of good and evil, or what after our previous discussion is the same, a gradation based upon the nature of the human soul, according to its inmost constitution. In this case, one understands one thing, and another understands something else. What shall we do? Good and evil are revealed in certain valuations and tendencies, but these are products of the cooperation of a greater or lesser number of fundamental psychical constituents. Into these fundamental constituents, therefore, we are compelled to resolve those valuations and tendencies. What, in the immediate comparison of the latter, appears as uncertain and doubtful, will now, if we compare the simple factors with one another, instead of those manifoldly complex products, admit of being traced with a clearness and definiteness which, exactly as in the proof of mathematical propositions, brings irresistible conviction to those who enter unreservedly upon this construction. And it is just here that psychology reveals itself as the underlying science of morals, or, if the expression may be permitted, as the mathematics of morals. Throughout its dissection of moral phenomena, it presents nothing that is in the least new, and nothing that has not from the outset existed in the moral consciousness. If it attempted to do this, it would indeed be untrue, as it would falsify the moral consciousness by the introduction of something foreign to it. But it teaches us to view in a scientific consciousness, that is, in all parts clearly and definitely, what the ordinary moral consciousness contains and expresses in the immediately given synthesis, and for that very reason, obscurely and indefinitely. In other words, in order to characterize the process more exactly, it teaches us to view these things in their simple constituents, which, for the very reason that they are simple, permit a thoroughly clear statement compelling universal acceptance. What, now, are these simple elements in the calculus relating to good and evil things, such as sensations, ideas of worth, tendencies, etc.? We have indicated them in the previous section. They are, upon the one hand, the elementary faculties of the human soul, in and for itself, when as yet it is indifferent as regards a theoretical or practical development, and, upon the other hand, external impressions. By the united effect of both these constituents, all practical developments originate in precisely the same manner as those belonging to the acquisition of knowledge. Even up to the most complicated and more remote inclinations, everything is, as we are convinced, formed from these two elements, the tendencies and the inner evaluating principles proceeding from the elementary faculties, and the objective relations of the material proceeding from impressions. But the united action of these two classes of constituents can take place in various relations. If we attempt to characterize these relations more definitely, there result 5 fundamental moments, or, as they may be termed, practical categories, to which all relations of gradation in good and evil may be referred. They are 1. The nature of the elementary faculties. 2. The development of the various elementary faculties through impressions. 3. The grade of multiplicity in the elementary products formed in this way. 4. The duration of these products. 5. The purity of these products. Wherever we make the affirmation that one good or evil according to the true, universally valid and moral value is greater or less than another, we must justify this affirmation with reference to one or more of these 5 moments. The fundamental problem involved is to determine the practical truth of sensations, valuations, tendencies, and the 5 moments designated are basal for these. If we affirm, therefore, that a sensation, valuation, or tendency directed toward one certain good in conformity with practical truth must be a higher product than that directed toward another good, we must produce the proof for this affirmation by an appeal to these moments. If the moral gradation is a product of human nature, it must be derivable wholly from the fundamental relations thereof. End of section 82. Section 83 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Friedrich Eduard Benecke. We now take up these moments in succession, pointing out specifically under each of them their most universal and important consequences. 1. The nature of the elementary faculties. When we compare the elementary faculties of the various fundamental systems of human existence with one another, psychological analysis reveals a constant gradation in reference to the strength with which they receive, assimilate, and elaborate the external impressions. Naturally, the greater this strength, the more complete must be the products, and the more perfectly must these products persist in the inner essence of the soul and enter as constituents into later developments. Moreover, one must realize that this relation exhibits itself as active from the first moment of life, and that for this reason the efficiency of the elementary products must very soon be increased 1,000-fold and 10,000-fold. Hence the extraordinary variety of results which the different fundamental systems of human existence permit in the further course of their development. If one scrutinizes all the sciences relating to the external nature, one will find 9/10 or even more of their predicates refer to visible qualities. Why is this? Is there not in the world just as much to hear, to smell, to taste, and to touch as there is to see? Why, then, have we not developed from the qualities made perceptible through the other senses as many scientific concepts, and upon the basis of these as much scientific knowledge? And why not just as clear and definite knowledge? The fundamental apprehension of objects is entirely the same with the one as with the others. If we designate the sense of vision as objective, there is not the least ground for designating the remaining senses as subjective. On the contrary, it is probably the case that sight with its greater activity incorporates in its apprehension of objects rather more than less of the elements or forms belonging to itself, and thus subjective. Whence, therefore, comes the great preference here indicated for the products of the sense of sight? It is merely owing to the greater vigor of its elementary faculties. By this means the impressions of objects are seized, retained, and reproduced more powerfully even than in the first sensations, and consequently enter likewise more deeply into the later perceptions, memories, and imaginations accompanying them, as well as into the processes of abstraction. In this way, as already remarked, that preference which originally appears insignificant must soon become increased 1,000-fold and culminate in the designated relation. Footnote: Bentham's Psychologische Skizzen, Band 2, page 166 and following pages, and 10, 299 and following pages. But this preference holds not only for the intellectual, but also for the practical development. If in the former respect we style the senses of sight and of hearing higher, and the others lower senses, in the latter respect we designate the first as nobler, and the second as meaner senses. And we also affirm that in the moral sphere every man must prefer the pleasurable sensation of the nobler senses, other things being equal, to a pleasurable sensation of the lower senses, to say nothing of the rudimentary feelings of heat, etc. Why is this? Simply because the elementary faculties involved in the first possess greater vigor, and consequently the entire act must receive thereby greater intensification. Whoever therefore normally cultivates both kinds of pleasurable sensations must develop them in this relation of higher and lower intensity. The preference exacted by the moral demands is none other than the natural, or that conditioned by the real essence of the human soul. It is precisely the same also with reference to the sensations of aversion, unlust. We demand that the sensations of aversion connected with the sense of taste or of smell should be regarded by everyone as lower than those of the nobler senses, and the disturbances or dangers which befall the mere bodily existence as still lower. This is true because in conformity with the fundamental norm of human nature, the energy of the elementary faculties gets lower and lower as you descend to these systems, and as a consequence, the sensations connected with them, if they are normally formed, must be formed on a lower scale. 2. The development of the various elementary faculties through the impressions. The general fundamental relation is very simple. The more complete this development, the higher are the increase and the value of what is represented thereby. This finds its application in a great number of more special relationships. An appropriately fulfilled or realized elementary faculty is to be valued higher than the same faculty while it is still unfulfilled, i.e., mere capacity, mere power. The unfulfilled elementary faculties strive for realization. For instance, the elementary faculties of the sense of sight seek for the stimulation of light, those of the sense of hearing for the stimulation of sound, etc., inasmuch as they have not as yet attained their destiny, their completed existence. Only the fulfillment and the development conditioned by it give to them the full reality of which they are capable, and these we must certainly regard as good things. The same relation holds true also in reference to all developed powers or faculties, insofar as the development of these into states of activity or manifestations of power depends upon an enhancement due to the transference either of impulses or of capacities. A power habitually used, whether of memory, of understanding, of fancy, or of meditation, is therefore to be valued higher than one unused, just because the former possesses, by comparison with the latter, a more enhanced psychical existence. For this reason we regard it as a reproach against anyone to say he has permitted his faculties to remain unused. In the moral judgment, use of a faculty is higher because use is naturally psychically higher. We can proceed even a step further. In every act of becoming conscious, a part of the elements of consciousness employed becomes permanently assimilated, and the inner capacity or power returns enriched to the extent of these into the unconscious being. Footnote: Bentham's Psychologische Skizzen, Band 1, page 121 and following page. The result, therefore, is that the value even of the powers, Anlagen, themselves increases in the measure of the frequency of their use, or that a much used capacity is, other things being equal, of higher worth than the one little used. A further result is that every excitation or fulfillment of function is the more valuable the more enhanced it is, except indeed to be excessive. The fully adequate excitation which forms the basis of the clear perception or of the gratifying sensation is consequently to be preferred to the inadequate stimulant or excitation of aversion, unlust, and the excitation of desire, lust, regarded at least for itself, is to be preferred to the merely adequate, or the ordinary mean, excitation. Furthermore, as pain is a greater evil than aversion and ennui, its removal is also a greater good. For pain as the result immediately following upon an overexcitement directly causes a weakening, and even in many cases the destruction of the powers affected by it. But aversion does so more rarely and more slowly, ennui never, at least immediately. The satisfaction of the stimulus or gratification is a good, so much the greater as the need was greater or more pressing. Consider the necessity of food to one who is dying of starvation, or even only to one who has become hungry as the result of continued activity and exertion. There is a greater difference between the unrealized and the realized elementary faculties than in the other cases. It is therefore better to feed the hungry than those who are not hungry, and this also is true not only of bodily, but likewise of intellectual hunger. Furthermore, the appropriate excitation or fulfillment of the elementary faculties in relation to the unrealized is a greater good than is the increase of pleasure in relation to the common mean development. Even if the immediately given proportion of increase is the same in both cases, the results nevertheless are not similar, for the non-realization or an imperfect realization occasions, if not immediately, at least for the future and gradually, a deterioration of the faculty. On the other hand, in the common mean realization, a certain satisfaction is afforded, and the trace remaining from it increases the vigor. It is better to give to one who has not than to provide excess for one who has. A newly acquired excitation is to be regarded in and for itself higher than one merely reproduced. The latter, however, in proportion as the reproduction is more perfect. The reproduction is most perfectly accomplished by the precisely appropriate fulfillments, such as lie at the basis of clear mental representations, and in this respect these are given a certain preference even to the excitation of pleasure, which, although they are raised higher in the immediate development, nevertheless are retained and reproduce less perfectly. The more recent mental image and sensation, the more vivid memory, the concept reproduced with more complete consciousness, etc., are of more value than the less recent, less vivid, and less fully reproduced. The withdrawal of a good is a greater evil than the non-attainment of one merely expected. The latter again is a greater evil than the non-attainment of one not expected. End of section 83. Section 84 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by G. Kent. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. Friedrich Edward Benecke. 3. The grade of multiplicity in the elementary products formed in this way. Heretofore, we have considered the most elementary products, in which indeed only a few relations of comparison could be made. With this moment, a wider field is opened for comparison. Here again, the fundamental relation is very simple. Each development is of a higher value in proportion to the number of its elementary constituents, for by just so much is its psychic reality more extended, and will it therefore be made to contain a higher intensity. This holds true, in the first instance, in regard to all relations of homogeneous multiplicity. Thought is of higher value than the particular presentation, for the concept is formed by the manifold coalescence of homogeneous elements of presentation, and in it, and in consequence of this fact in all the developments in which it enters as a constituent, the elements of presentation are likewise manifoldly contained, whereas these exist only singly in the particular presentations. Suppose in the formation of a concept concerning the character of a natural product, there were 20 presentations of this character merged together. Then the concept is developed by the fusion of the similar elements of presentation given in all these into one total act. This total act will consequently contain in itself 20 times what each particular one of these presentations added to it singly. Therefore, in general, we have the higher value of the psychical or of the intellectual in comparison with the non-psychical or non-intellectual. For this reason also, the higher concept has more value than the lower, in that the former contains manifoldly the presentation of the latter. The judgment, other things being equal, has more value than the concept, and the inference has more value than the judgment. The universal judgment has more value than the particular and the individual. The explanation and the classification have more value than the ordinary judgments, since the former indeed arise through the coalescence of several simple judgments. Thus we might continue up to the most perfect scientific systems, and we shall always have the homogeneous presentation becoming more and more manifold. Further, the more clearly a particular concept is thought, so much the higher is its value. For the degree of clearness depends precisely upon the degree of multiplicity. The clearer insight is to be preferred to the less clear, and the clearer thinking man to the one of less clear thought. It is precisely similar with reference to the remaining products. Where the choice is open to us, we prefer giving a pleasure or supplying an artistic treat to the more appreciative, for they bring more homogeneous powers of feeling to the enjoyment, and consequently will have from it a higher pleasure than those who have less appreciation. We proceed to the next heterogeneous multiplicity of the presentation. As previously we had an intensive enhancement, here we have an extensive one. The greater the number of dissimilar presentations combined in a single act, of so much the higher is its value. By this principle is determined the value of knowledge of every kind, as the value of learning, of intelligence, of cleverness. Numerous other relations are also to be mentioned here. Concepts, judgments, inferences, etc., are to be esteemed the more highly, the more fruitful they are. For in the case of concepts, fruitfulness originates from the manner in which particulars coalesce to form them, and the more particulars there are, the more intensified must be the development as a whole. This multiplicity of the heterogeneous proves true further in reference to the relation of ends and means. The more ends that can be attained through something, and the more numerous its favorable consequences, the more valuable it is, for so many more enhancements are, of course, united in and with it. We naturally give the preference to the more manifoldly over the less manifoldly serviceable. Closely connected with this is the transference of the enhancements and depressions from any one system of our being to others associated with it. For example, from it is to be derived the high value of health. Health in and for itself is related, of course, only to the common vital systems. That is to say, to the lowest fundamental systems of human existence. It could therefore, according to the moment, 1, have only a small value attributed to it. But in this mundane life, the psychical systems are so intimately connected with the vital systems that the former must constantly draw sustenance from the latter, and therefore the success of all our psychical activities depends in great measure upon the degree and kind of nourishment which is imparted to them by the bodily functions. To the health of these we are thus compelled to ascribe a very high value, inasmuch as we depend upon the continued transference of their energy. There are two other relations of this kind. The one is the union of many interests for the same individual, and the other is the union of the interests of many individuals. Wherefore is the interest of each group of mankind, of the family, of a corporation, of a nation, etc., to be esteemed a great deal higher than the similar interests of individuals. And why is the interest of the human race to be esteemed the highest of all? Only because the precedence of humanity is occasioned by its natural relations of development, and because everyone who conceives these in their true light must view them in these gradations. For the interest of a larger body of men is nothing but a multiplication of the interest of the individual, and therefore in the normal production of sensation, thought, and volition, the interest must exhibit itself as a thing manifold in the way we have described, and accordingly by far the higher and stronger. 4. The duration of these products. The duration can be conditioned objectively through the character of the impressions, circumstances, relations, etc., and also subjectively. It is scarcely necessary to enlarge upon the objective further. The longer time a satisfaction, an enjoyment, or an opportunity to inform, to enlighten, and to instruct oneself continues, the greater goods they become. The longer duration, indeed, affords more of enhancement, and must be felt, thought, and striven for with this increase. The subjectively conditioned duration is of greater significance, and thus needs more elucidation. From this relation there arises, as we have previously pointed out, the higher value of all inner characteristics or capacities, such as accomplishments, talents, skills, qualities of heart and character, in comparison with the individual conscious developments. Insight and clearness of mind are of more value than a single clear concept which we have formed by foreign aid, or even by ourselves accidentally. Cleverness of greater value than a clever plan, a contented spirit than any piece of good fortune which can befall us, resolution and strength of character higher than any combination of circumstances which would render them unnecessary. How is this, since, nevertheless, as we previously remarked, the conscious or animated being of the soul is in and of itself of higher worth than the unconscious inner essence? Simply because the objective things contain only transitory enhancements, while the subjective capacities contain permanent ones. Of course, insofar as the native capacities enter into the conscious development, this stands higher, inasmuch as in addition to the transitory, it contains at the same time the permanent. But we have here placed the inner capacities in comparison not with their own conscious developments, but with the particular or simple developments which belong to the same species. Now psychology shows that those capacities, Anlagen, are the product of a large number of these developments which have been established by means of the traces they have left. Insight and clearness of mind arise only from the traces of very many clear and correct concepts, judgments, etc. Prudence only from the traces of a great number of series of ideas, in which the relations of ends and means have been accurately reflected. A contented spirit from very many appropriate traces of products of enhancements. We have therefore psychical realities which are of greater extent and more perfect development, and which for that very reason, when they are rightly felt, thought, and pursued, must also be felt, thought, and pursued with higher intensity. One readily perceives that this moment can in a certain measure be resolved into the earlier ones. If these capacities are to be well-founded, vigorous developments created by the elementary faculties, and under appropriate conditions of excitation, must leave behind traces of appropriate perfection, and this in some way must be many times repeated. But we still have something characteristic that is not reducible to the moments previously considered, and that is the characteristic fusion, assimilation, penetration, by which these numerous traces become a total capacity, to be sure, not in all cases in the same measure. And this relation contributes not a little to the powerful persistence or to the longer duration of the capacity. With this problem is connected still another important relation of enhancement, which arises from the combination of the values belonging to the inner characteristics with those belonging to the transitory furtherances or states. All enhancements thus are undoubtedly to be more highly valued according as the inner worth of the persons whom they affect is greater, and to be valued lower according as this worth is slighter, All depressions are in the former relation greater, and in the latter lesser evils. Just as we had in the previously considered moments additions, as it were, of elementary enhancements, so we have here in some measure a relation of multiplication. In other words, by means of the subjective factor, the value of the objective is multiplied in a measure proportionate to the worth of the former. Besides, every furtherance imparts force or power. Every inhibition diminishes the same way. When we apportion, therefore, good to the good, we pave the way for a further continued operation of the good. In the relation previously considered, there results for the furtherance applied to evil something like a relation of division. The point of view just mentioned shows us still more. Through the furtherances, we should in many cases increase the force or power of evil in the world. And thus, then, the furtherances of evil are in most instances to be regarded as actually evil, and the hindrances or suppressions of evil as something good. Here, therefore, we have a reversal of the character of value. By the entrance of a negative quantity, the whole product becomes negative. Or where a negative quantity is already present, the product becomes positive. Later, we shall recognize these relations as the moral foundation for rewards and punishments. 5. The purity of these products. The fundamental relation here again is very simple. If we have an enhancement that is not pure, and if there is given in addition to it a depression, whether this be accidentally or necessarily, and essentially combined with it, the former becomes in this way to the same degree a good of less value, and precisely the reverse in reference to evil. A characteristic application here follows for the relation of good and evil, whether immediately present or to be expected in the nearer or more remote future. The things of the future, moreover, may not come to pass. They are, in view of the uncertainty of earthly relations, even in the most favorable case, subject to no more than the highest degree of probability. The probable, however, we postulate, and we feel and strive after accordingly, inasmuch as several series of ideas run parallel in our minds, of which one or more have as their final member of the good or evil in question, and the remaining one or more the opposite. We have, therefore, no pure sensation or idea of this good or evil, and in precisely the measure that it is limited or impaired, neutralized by the opposite, a slighter value is to be attributed to the good, and the evil is less to be resisted. In this way, therefore, the gradations of good and evil demanded in morals can be traced back with a high degree of certainty to the quantitative relations given in the deepest foundations of our practical development. There has thus been confirmed beyond question what we had earlier expressed as hardly more than a supposition, that morality is by no means a thing foreign to human nature, entering into it only afterwards, or even as in opposition to it. On the contrary, the moral and the natural coincide throughout, and the moral law is in fact none other than the pure and flawless development of the deepest fundamental relations of human existence. What immediate consciousness itself reveals to the unprejudiced and clearly introspecting person is confirmed with the greatest definiteness and certainty by a psychological analysis carried to the simplest fundamental elements, and psychology thereby proves itself to be the essential fundamental science, or a mathematic of morals. The given constructions are of such a nature that if we had a fixed fundamental standard for the psychical, all moral relations could be accurately calculated. To be sure, we have no such standard, and must for that reason dispense with this calculation. Nevertheless, as great definiteness and sharpness as ever can be acquired without this standard, we have by means of these constructions undoubtedly attained. We are now also in a position to present in the clearest light the nature of the necessity and universal validity which are characteristic of the moral demands, and which heretofore we have been compelled to leave in a certain obscurity. What does it mean when we say that every one must value the intellectual higher than the sensuous, the well-being of a greater community higher than one's own limited welfare? And of what nature is this universal validity? which doubtless is by no means regarded as universal. This necessity, which yet so often does not occur, we answer, the universal validity consists in the fact that the gradation we have described is actually inherent in all men in the same way, through the fundamental relations of their practical development. But besides these fundamental relations, there exist other relations which can prevent and destroy this development, and if this occurs, the result is that the universal and similar native endowment is nevertheless not universally and similarly manifested in action. And it is this also that limits necessity. Moral necessity is, to be sure, in some measure at the same time a natural necessity, and what is more, the necessity of the deepest natural relations of our practical development. But it is the necessity of the untrammeled and pure, one might say ideal, natural development, and in so far it is indeed only a limited and conditioned necessity. Throughout all corrupting accretions, however, and in contrast to these, that original necessity of nature does for the most part assert itself, and then it becomes a moral necessity. In so far as these corrupting accretions become known to us as such, that purer development becomes a command imperative for everyone who desires to be a man in the higher sense of this word, or who seeks to represent in himself the fundamental norm of human nature in its purity. End of section 84.
Section 85 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 1873. Part 1. Utilitarianism. Chapter 2. What utilitarianism is. A passing remark is all that needs to be given to the ignorant blunder of supposing that those who stand up for utility as the test of right and wrong use the term in that restricted and merely colloquial sense in which utility is opposed to pleasure. An apology is due to the philosophical opponents of utilitarianism, for even the momentary appearance of confounding them with anyone capable of so absurd a misconception, which is the more extraordinary, inasmuch as the contrary accusation, of referring everything to pleasure, and that too in its grossest form, is another of the common charges against utilitarianism. And, as has been pointedly remarked by an able writer, the same sort of persons, and often the very same persons, denounce the theory as impracticably dry when the word utility precedes the word pleasure, and as too practically voluptuous when the word pleasure precedes the word utility. Those who know anything about the matter are aware that every writer, from Epicurus to Bentham, who maintained the theory of utility, meant by it not something to be contradistinguished from pleasure, but pleasure itself, together with the exemption from pain, and instead of opposing the useful to the agreeable or the ornamental, have always declared that the useful means these among other things. Yet the common herd, including the herd of writers, not only in newspapers and periodicals, but in books of weight and pretension, are perpetually falling into this shallow mistake. Having caught up the word utilitarian, while knowing nothing whatever about it but its sound, they habitually express by it the rejection or the neglect of pleasure in some of its forms, of beauty, of ornament, or of amusement. Nor is the term thus ignorantly misapplied solely in disparagement, but occasionally in compliment, as though it implied superiority to frivolity and the mere pleasures of the moment. And this perverted use is the only one in which the word is popularly known, and the one from which the new generation are acquiring their sole notion of its meaning. Those who introduced the word, but who had for many years discontinued it as a distinctive appellation, may well feel themselves called upon to resume it, if by doing so they can hope to contribute anything towards rescuing it from this utter degradation. The creed which accepts as the foundation of morals utility, or the greatest happiness principle, holds that actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce the reverse of happiness. By happiness is intended pleasure and the absence of pain. By unhappiness, pain and the privation of pleasure. To give a clear view of the moral standard set up by the theory, much more requires to be said. In particular, what things it includes in the ideas of pain and pleasure, and to what extent this is left an open question. But these supplementary explanations do not affect the theory of life on which this theory of morality is grounded, namely, that pleasure and freedom from pain are the only things desirable as ends, and that all desirable things, which are as numerous in the utilitarian as in any other scheme, are desirable either for the pleasure inherent in themselves, or as means to the promotion of pleasure and the prevention of pain. Now, such a theory of life excites in many minds, and among them, in some of the most estimable in feeling and purpose, inveterate dislike. To suppose that life has, as they express it, no higher end than pleasure, no better and nobler object of desire and pursuit, they designate as utterly mean and groveling, as a doctrine worthy only of swine, to whom the followers of Epicurus were, at a very early period, contemptuously likened. And modern holders of the doctrine are occasionally made the subject of equally polite comparisons by its German, French, and English assailants. When thus attacked, the Epicureans have always answered that it is not they, but their accusers, who represent human nature in a degrading light, since the accusation supposes human beings to be capable of no pleasures except those of which swine are capable. If this supposition were true, the charge could not be gainsaid, but would then be no longer an imputation. For if the sources of pleasure were precisely the same to human beings and to swine, the rule of life which is good enough for the one would be good enough for the other. The comparison of the Epicurean life to that of beasts is felt as degrading, precisely because a beast's pleasures do not satisfy a human being's conceptions of happiness. Human beings have faculties more elevated than the animal appetites, and when once made conscious of them, do not regard anything as happiness which does not include their gratification. I do not, indeed, consider the Epicureans to have been by any means faultless in drawing out their scheme of consequences from the utilitarian principle. To do this in any sufficient manner, many Stoic as well as Christian elements require to be included. But there is no known Epicurean theory of life which does not assign to the pleasures of the intellect, of the feelings and imagination, and of the moral sentiments a much higher value as pleasures than to those of mere sensation. It must be admitted, however, that utilitarian writers in general have placed a superiority of mental over bodily pleasures, chiefly in the greater permanency, safety, uncostliness, and so forth, of the former, that is, in their circumstantial advantages, rather than in their intrinsic nature. And on all these points utilitarians have fully proved their case. But they might have taken the other, and as it may be called, higher ground, with entire consistency. It is quite compatible with the principle of utility to recognize the fact that some kinds of pleasure are more desirable and more valuable than others. It would be absurd that while in estimating all other things, quality is considered as well as quantity, the estimation of pleasure should be supposed to depend on quantity alone. If I am asked what I mean by difference of quality in pleasures, or what makes one pleasure more valuable than another, merely as a pleasure, except its being greater in amount, there is but one possible answer. Of two pleasures, if there be one to which all, or almost all, who have experience of both, give a decided preference, irrespective of any feeling of moral obligation to prefer it, that is the more desirable pleasure. If one of the two is, by those who are competently acquainted with both, placed so far above the other that they prefer it, even though knowing it to be attended with a greater amount of discontent, and would not resign it for any quantity of the other pleasure which their nature is capable of, we are justified in ascribing to the preferred enjoyment a superiority in quality, so far outweighing quantity as to render it, in comparison, of small account. Now, it is an unquestionable fact that those who are equally acquainted with, and equally capable of, appreciating and enjoying both, do give a most marked preference to the manner of existence which employs their higher faculties. Few human creatures would consent to be changed into any of the lower animals for a promise of the fullest allowance of a beast's pleasures. No intelligent human being would consent to be a fool. No instructed person would be an ignoramus. No person of feeling and conscience would be selfish and base, even though they should be persuaded that the fool, the dunce, or the rascal is better satisfied with his lot than they are with theirs. They would not resign what they possess more than he, for the most complete satisfaction of all the desires which they have in common with him. If they ever fancy they would, it is only in cases of unhappiness so extreme that to escape from it they would exchange their lot for almost any other, however undesirable in their own eyes. A being of higher faculties requires more to make him happy, is capable probably of more acute suffering, and is certainly accessible to it at more points than one of the inferior type. But in spite of these liabilities, he can never really wish to sink into what he feels to be a lower grade of existence. We may give what explanation we please of this unwillingness. We may attribute it to pride, a name which is given indiscriminately to some of the most, and to some of the least, estimable feelings of which mankind are capable. We may refer it to the love of liberty and personal independence, an appeal to which was with the Stoics one of the most effective means for the inculcation of it, to the love of power, or to the love of excitement, both of which do really enter into and contribute to it, but its most appropriate appellation is a sense of dignity, which all human beings possess in one form or other, and in some, though by no means in exact proportion to their higher faculties, and which is so essential a part of the happiness of those to whom it is strong, that nothing which conflicts with it could be, otherwise than momentarily, an object of desire to them. Whoever supposes that this preference takes place at a sacrifice of happiness, that the superior being, in anything like equal circumstances, is not happier than the inferior, confounds the two very different ideas of happiness and content. It is indisputable that the being whose capacities of enjoyment are low has the greatest chance of having them fully satisfied, and a highly endowed being will always feel that any happiness which he can look for as the world is constituted is imperfect. But he can learn to bear its imperfections, if they are at all bearable, and they will not make him envy the being who is indeed unconscious of the imperfections, but only because he feels not at all the good which those imperfections qualify. It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. It is better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a fool satisfied. And if the fool or the pig is of a different opinion, it is because they only know their own side of the question. The other party to the comparison knows both sides. It may be objected that many who are capable of the higher pleasures Occasionally, under the influence of temptation, postpone them to the lower. But this is quite compatible with a full appreciation of the intrinsic superiority of the higher. Men often, from infirmity of character, make their election for the nearer good, though they know it to be the less valuable, and this no less when the choice is between two bodily pleasures than when it is between bodily and mental. They pursue sensual indulgences to the injury of health, though perfectly aware that health is the greater good. It may be further objected that many who begin with youthful enthusiasm for everything noble, as they advance in years, sink into indolence and selfishness. But I do not believe that those who undergo this very common change voluntarily choose the lower description of pleasures in preference to the higher. I believe that before they devote themselves exclusively to the one, they have already become incapable of the other. Capacity for the nobler feelings is, in most natures, a very tender plant, easily killed, not only by hostile influences, but by mere want of sustenance. And in the majority of young persons it speedily dies away, if the occupation to which their position in life has devoted them, and the society into which it has thrown them, are not favorable to keeping that higher capacity in exercise. Men lose their high aspirations as they lose their intellectual tastes, because they have not time or opportunity for indulging them, and they addict themselves to inferior pleasures, not because they deliberately prefer them, but because they are either the only ones to which they have access, or the only ones which they are any longer capable of enjoying. It may be questioned whether anyone who has remained equally susceptible to both classes of pleasures ever knowingly and calmly preferred the lower, though many in all ages have broken down in an ineffectual attempt to combine both. From this verdict of the only competent judges, I apprehend that there can be no appeal. On a question which is the best worth having of two pleasures, or which of two modes of existence is the most grateful to the feelings, apart from its moral attributes and from its consequences, the judgment of those who are qualified by knowledge of both, or if they differ, that of the majority among them, must be admitted as final, and there needs be the less hesitation to accept this judgment respecting the quality of pleasures, since there is no other tribunal to be referred to, even on the question of quantity. What means are there of determining which is the acutest of two pains, or the intensest of two pleasurable sensations, except the general suffrage of those who are familiar with both? Neither pains nor pleasures are homogeneous, and pain is always heterogeneous with pleasure. What is there to decide whether a particular pleasure is worth purchasing at the cost of a particular pain, except the feelings and judgment of the experienced? When, therefore, those feelings and judgment declare the pleasures derived from the higher faculties to be preferable in kind, apart from the question of intensity, to those of which the animal nature, disjoined from the higher faculties, is susceptible, they are entitled on this subject to the same regard. I have dwelt on this point as being a necessary part of a perfectly just conception of utility or happiness, considered as the directive rule of human conduct. But it is by no means an indispensable condition to the acceptance of the utilitarian standard. For that standard is not the agent's own greatest happiness, but the greatest amount of happiness altogether. And if it may possibly be doubted whether a noble character is always the happier for its nobleness, there can be no doubt that it makes other people happier, and that the world in general is immensely a gainer by it. Utilitarianism, therefore, could only attain its end by the general cultivation of nobleness of character, even if each individual were only benefited by the nobleness of others, and his own, so far as happiness is concerned, were a sheer deduction from the benefit. But the bare enunciation of such an absurdity as this last renders refutation superfluous. According to the greatest happiness principle, as above explained, the ultimate end, with reference to and for the sake of which all other things are desirable, whether we are considering our own good or that of other people, is an existence exempt as far as possible from pain, and as rich as possible in enjoyments, both in point of quantity and quality. The test of quality, and the rule for measuring it against quantity, being the preference felt by those who, in their opportunities of experience, to which must be added their habits of self-consciousness and self-observation, are best furnished with the means of comparison. This being, according to the utilitarian opinion, the end of human action, is necessarily also the standard of morality, which may accordingly be defined, the rules and precepts for human conduct, by the observance of which an existence such as has been described might be, to the greatest extent possible, secured to all mankind, and not to them only, but, so far as the nature of things admits, to the whole sentient creation. Against this doctrine, however, rises another class of objectors, who say that happiness, in any form, cannot be the rational purpose of human life and action, because, in the first place, it is unattainable, and they contemptuously ask, "What right hast thou to be happy?" A question which Mr. Carlyle clinches by the addition, "What right, a short time ago, hadst thou even to be?" Next, they say that men can do without happiness, that all noble human beings have felt this, and could not have become noble but by learning the lesson of Entsagen, or renunciation, which lesson, thoroughly learned and submitted to, they affirm to be the beginning and necessary condition of all virtue. The first of these objections would go to the root of the matter, were it well founded, for if no happiness is to be had at all by human beings, the attainment of it cannot be the end of morality or of any rational conduct. Though even in that case, something might still be said for the utilitarian theory, since utility includes not solely the pursuit of happiness, but the prevention or mitigation of unhappiness. And if the former aim be chimerical, there will still be all the greater scope and more imperative need for the latter, so long, at least, as mankind think fit to live, and do not take refuge in the simultaneous act of suicide recommended under certain conditions by Novalis. When, however, it is thus positively asserted to be impossible that the human life should be happy, the assertion, if not something like a verbal quibble, is at least an exaggeration. If by happiness be meant a continuity of highly pleasurable excitement, it is evident enough that this is impossible. A state of exalted pleasure lasts only moments, or in some cases, and with some intermissions, hours or days, and is the occasional brilliant flash of enjoyment, not its permanent and steady flame. Of this, the philosophers who have taught that happiness is the end of life were as fully aware as those who taunt them. The happiness which they meant was not a life of rapture, but moments of such, in an existence made up of few and transitory pains, many and various pleasures, with a decided predominance of the active over the passive, and having as the foundation of the whole, not to expect more from life than it is capable of bestowing. A life thus composed, to those who have been fortunate enough to obtain it, has always appeared worthy of the name of happiness, and such an existence is even now the lot of many during some considerable portion of their lives. The present wretched education and wretched social arrangements are the only real hindrance to its being attainable by almost all. The objectors perhaps may doubt whether human beings, if taught to consider happiness as the end of life, would be satisfied with such a moderate share of it. But great numbers of mankind have been satisfied with much less. The main constituents of a satisfied life appear to be two, either of which by itself is often found sufficient for the purpose: tranquillity and excitement. With much tranquility, many find that they can be content with very little pleasure. With much excitement, many can reconcile themselves to a considerable quantity of pain. There is assuredly no inherent impossibility in enabling even the mass of mankind to unite both, since the two are so far from being incompatible that they are in natural alliance, the prolongation of either being a preparation for, and exciting a wish for, the other. It is only those in whom indolence amounts to a vice that do not desire excitement after an interval of repose. It is only those in whom the need of excitement is a disease that feel the tranquility which follows excitement dull and insipid, instead of pleasurable in direct proportion to the excitement which preceded it. When people who are tolerably fortunate in their outward lot do not find in life sufficient enjoyment to make it valuable to them, the cause generally is caring for nobody but themselves. To those who have neither public nor private affections, the excitements of life are much curtailed, and in any case dwindle in value as the time approaches when all selfish interests must be terminated by death, while those who leave after them objects of personal affection, and especially those who have also cultivated a fellow feeling with the collective interests of mankind, retain as lively an interest in life on the eve of death as in the vigor of youth and health. Next to selfishness, the principal cause which makes life unsatisfactory is want of mental cultivation. A cultivated mind, I do not mean that of a philosopher, but any mind to which the fountains of knowledge have been opened, and which has been taught, in any tolerable degree, to exercise its faculties, finds sources of inexhaustible interest in all that surrounds it, in the objects of nature, the achievements of art, the imaginations of poetry, the incidents of history, the ways of mankind past and present, and their prospects in the future. It is possible to become indifferent to all this, and that too without having exhausted a thousandth part of it, but only when one has had from the beginning no moral or human interest in these things, and has sought in them only the gratification of curiosity. Now there is absolutely no reason in the nature of things why an amount of mental culture sufficient to give an intelligent interest in these objects of contemplation should not be the inheritance of everyone born in a civilized country. As little is there an inherent necessity that any human being should be a selfish egotist, devoid of every feeling or care but those which center in his own miserable individuality. Something far superior to this is sufficiently common, even now, to give ample earnest of what the human species may be made. Genuine private affections and a sincere interest in the public good are possible, though in unequal degrees, to every rightly brought up human being. In a world in which there is so much to interest, so much to enjoy, and so much also to correct and improve, everyone who has this moderate amount of moral and intellectual requisites is capable of an existence which may be called enviable, and unless such a person, through bad laws or subjection to the will of others, is denied the liberty to use the sources of happiness within his reach, he will not fail to find this enviable existence, if he escape the positive evils of life, the great sources of physical and mental suffering, such as indigence, disease, and the unkindness, worthlessness, or premature loss of objects of affection. The main stress of the problem lies, therefore, in the contest with these calamities, from which it is rare good fortune entirely to escape, which, as things are now, cannot be obviated, and often cannot be in any material degree mitigated. Yet no one whose opinion deserves a moment's consideration can doubt that most of the great positive evils of the world are in themselves removable, and will, if human affairs continue to improve, be in the end reduced within narrow limits. Poverty, in any sense implying suffering, may be completely extinguished by the wisdom of society, combined with the good sense and providence of individuals. Even that most intractable of enemies, disease, may be indefinitely reduced in dimensions by good physical and moral education and proper control of noxious influences, while the progress of science holds out a promise for the future of still more direct conquests over this detestable foe. And every advance in that direction relieves us from some, not only of the chances which cut short our own lives, but what concerns us still more, which deprive us of those in whom our happiness is wrapped up. As for vicissitudes of fortune and other disappointments connected with worldly circumstances, these are principally the effect either of gross imprudence, of ill-regulated desires, or of bad or imperfect social institutions. All the grand sources, in short, of human suffering are in a great degree, many of them almost entirely, conquerable by human care and effort. And though their removal is grievously slow, though a long succession of generations will perish in the breach before the conquest is completed, and this world becomes all that, if will and knowledge were not wanting, it might easily be made. Yet every mind sufficiently intelligent and generous to bear a part, however small and unconspicuous, in the endeavor, will draw a noble enjoyment from the contest itself, which he would not for any bribe in the form of selfish indulgence consent to be without. And this leads to the true estimation of what is said by the objectors concerning the possibility and the obligation of learning to do without happiness. Unquestionably, it is possible to do without happiness. It is done involuntarily by 19/20ths of mankind, even in those parts of our present world which are the least deep in barbarism, and it often has to be done voluntarily by the hero or the martyr, for the sake of something which he prizes more than his individual happiness. But this something, what is it, unless the happiness of others, or some of the requisites of happiness? It is noble to be capable of resigning entirely one's own portion to happiness, or chances of it. But, after all, this self-sacrifice must be for some end. It is not its own end, and if we are told that its end is not happiness, but virtue, which is better than happiness, I ask, would the sacrifice be made if the hero or martyr did not believe that it would earn for others immunity from similar sacrifices? Would it be made if he thought that his renunciation of happiness for himself would produce no fruit for any of his fellow creatures, but to make their lot like his, and place them also in the condition of persons who have renounced happiness? All honor to those who can abnegate for themselves the personal enjoyment of life, when by such renunciation they contribute worthily to increase the amount of happiness in the world. But he who does it, or professes to do it, for any other purpose, is no more deserving of admiration than the ascetic mounted on his pillar. He may be an inspiring proof of what men can do, but assuredly not an example of what they should. Though it is only in a very imperfect state of the world's arrangements that anyone can best serve the happiness of others by the absolute sacrifice of his own, yet so long as the world is in that imperfect state, I fully acknowledge that the readiness to make such a sacrifice is the highest virtue which can be found in man. I will add that in this condition of the world, paradoxical as the assertion may be, the conscious ability to do without happiness gives the best prospect of realizing such happiness as is attainable. For nothing except that consciousness can raise a person above the chances of life, by making him feel that, let fate and fortune do their worst, they have not the power to subdue him, which, once felt, frees him from excess of anxiety concerning the evils of life, and enables him, like many a Stoic in the worst times of the Roman Empire, to cultivate in tranquillity the sources of satisfaction accessible to him, without concerning himself about the uncertainty of their duration, any more than about their inevitable end. Meanwhile, let utilitarians never cease to claim the morality of self-devotion as a possession which belongs by as good a right to them as either to the Stoic or to the Transcendentalist. The utilitarian morality does recognize in human beings the power of sacrificing their own greatest good for the good of others. It only refuses to admit that the sacrifice is itself a good, a sacrifice which does not increase, or tend to increase, the sum total of happiness it considers as wasted. The only self-renunciation which it applauds is devotion to the happiness, or some of the means of happiness, of others, either of mankind collectively, or of the individuals within the limits imposed by the collective interests of mankind. I must again repeat what the assailants of utilitarianism seldom have the justice to acknowledge, that the happiness which forms the utilitarian standard of what is right in conduct is not the agent's own happiness, but that of all concerned. As between his own happiness and that of others, utilitarianism requires him to be as strictly impartial as a disinterested and benevolent spectator. In the Golden Rule of Jesus of Nazareth, we read the complete spirit of the ethics of utility. To do as one would be done by, and to love one's neighbor as oneself, constitute the ideal perfection of utilitarian morality. As the means of making the nearest approach to this ideal, utility would enjoin, first, that laws and social arrangements should place the happiness, or, as speaking practically it may be called, the interest of every individual in harmony with the interest of the whole; and secondly, that education and opinion, which have so vast a power over human character, should so use that power as to establish in the mind of every individual an indissoluble association between his own happiness and the good of the whole, especially between his own happiness and the practice of such modes of conduct, negative and positive, as regard for the universal happiness prescribes, so that not only he may be unable to conceive the possibility of happiness to himself consistently with conduct opposed to the general good, but also that a direct impulse to promote the general good may be in every individual one of the habitual motives of action, and the sentiments connected therewith may fill a large and prominent place in every human being's sentient existence. If the impugners of the utilitarian morality represented it to their own minds in this its true character, I know not what recommendation possessed by any other morality they could possibly affirm to be wanting to it. What more beautiful or more exalted developments of human nature any other ethical system can be supposed to foster, or what springs of action, not accessible to the utilitarian, such systems rely on for giving effect to their mandates. End of section 85. Section 86 of the Classical Moralists. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Classical Moralists by Benjamin Rand. John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 1873. Part 2. Chapter 3. Of the ultimate sanction of the principle of utility. The question is often asked, and properly so, in regard to any supposed moral standard, what is its sanction? What are the motives to obey it? Or, more specifically, what is the source of its obligation? Whence does it derive its binding force? It is a necessary part of moral philosophy to provide the answer to this question, which, though frequently assuming the shape of an objection to the utilitarian morality, as if it had some special applicability to that above others, really arises in regard to all standards. It arises, in fact, whenever a person is called on to adopt a standard or refer morality to any basis on which he has not been accustomed to rest it. For the customary morality, that which education and opinion have consecrated, is the only one which presents itself to the mind with a feeling of being in itself obligatory. And when a person is asked to believe that this morality derives its obligation from some general principle round which custom has not thrown the same halo, the assertion is to him a paradox. The supposed corollaries seem to have a more binding force than the original theorem. The superstructure seems to stand better without than with that which is represented as its foundation. He says to himself, I feel that I am bound not to rob or murder, betray or deceive. But why am I bound to promote the general happiness? If my own happiness lies in something else, why may I not give that the preference? If the view adopted by the utilitarian philosophy of the nature of the moral sense be correct, this difficulty will always present itself until the influences which form moral character have taken the same hold of the principle which they have taken of some of the consequences, until, by the improvement of education, the feeling of unity with our fellow creatures shall be, what it cannot be doubted that Christ intended it to be, as deeply rooted in our character and our own consciousness, as completely a part of our nature, as the horror of crime is in an ordinarily well brought up young person. In the meantime, however, the difficulty has no peculiar application to the doctrine of utility, but is inherent in every attempt to analyze morality and reduce it to its principles, which, unless the principle is already in men's minds invested with as much sacredness as any of its applications, always seems to divest them of a part of their sanctity. The principle of utility either has, or there is no reason why it might not have, all the sanctions which belong to any other system of morals. Those sanctions are either external or internal. Of the external sanctions, it is not necessary to speak at any length. They are the hope of favor and the fear of displeasure from our fellow creatures or from the ruler of the universe, along with whatever we may have of sympathy or affection for them, or love and awe of him, inclining us to do his will independently of selfish consequences. There is evidently no reason why all these motives for observance should not attach themselves to the utilitarian morality as completely and as powerfully as to any other. Indeed, those of them which refer to our fellow creatures are sure to do so, in proportion to the amount of general intelligence. For whether or not there be any other ground of moral obligation than the general happiness, men do desire happiness. And however imperfect may be their own practice, they desire and commend all conduct in others toward themselves, by which they think their happiness is promoted. With regard to the religious motive, if men believe, as most profess to do, in the goodness of God, those who think that conduciveness to the general happiness is the essence, or even the only criterion of good, must necessarily believe that it is also that which God approves. The whole force, therefore, of external reward and punishment, whether physical or moral, and whether proceeding from God or from our fellow men, together with all that the capacities of human nature admit, of disinterested devotion to either, become available to enforce the utilitarian morality, in proportion as that morality is recognized. And the more powerfully, the more appliances of education and general cultivation are bent to the purpose. So far as to external sanctions. The internal sanction of duty, whatever our standard of duty may be, is one and the same. A feeling in our own mind, a pain, more or less intense, attendant on violation of duty, which in properly cultivated moral natures rises, in the more serious cases, into shrinking from it as an impossibility. This feeling, when disinterested, and connecting itself with a pure idea of duty, and not with some particular form of it, or with any of the merely accessory circumstances, is the essence of conscience. Though in that complex phenomenon as it actually exists, the simple fact is in general encrusted over with collateral associations, derived from sympathy, from love, and still more from fear, from all the forms of religious feeling, from the recollections of childhood and of our past life, from self-esteem, desire of the esteem of others, and occasionally even self-abasement. This extreme complication is, I apprehend, the origin of the sort of mystical character which, by a tendency of the human mind, of which there are many other examples, is apt to be attributed to the idea of moral obligation, and which leads people to believe that the idea cannot possibly attach itself to any other objects than those which, by a supposed mysterious law, are found in our present experience to excite it. Its binding force, however, consists in the existence of a mass of feeling which must be broken through in order to do what violates our standard of right, and which, if we do nevertheless violate that standard, will probably have to be encountered afterwards in the form of remorse. Whatever theory we have of the nature or origin of conscience, this is what essentially constitutes it. The ultimate sanction, therefore, of all morality, external motives apart, being a subjective feeling in our own minds, I see nothing embarrassing to those whose standard is utility in the question, what is the sanction of that particular standard? We may answer, the same as of all other moral standards, the conscientious feelings of mankind. Undoubtedly, this sanction has no binding efficacy on those who do not possess the feelings it appeals to, but neither will these persons be more obedient to any other moral principle than to the utilitarian one. On them morality of any kind has no hold but through the external sanctions. Meanwhile, the feelings exist, a fact in human nature, the reality of which, and the great power with which they are capable of acting on those in whom they have been duly cultivated, are proved by experience. No reason has ever been shown why they may not be cultivated to as great intensity in connection with the utilitarian as with any other rule of morals. There is, I am aware, a disposition to believe that a person who sees in moral obligation a transcendental fact, an objective reality belonging to the province of things in themselves, is likely to be more obedient to it than one who believes it to be entirely subjective, having its seat in human consciousness only. But whatever a person's opinion may be on this point of ontology, the force he is really urged by is his own subjective feeling, and is exactly measured by its strength. No one's belief that duty is an objective reality is stronger than the belief that God is so. Yet the belief in God, apart from the expectation of actual reward and punishment, only operates on conduct through, and in proportion to, the subjective religious feeling. The sanction, so far as it is disinterested, is always in the mind itself, and the notion, therefore, of the transcendental moralist must be that this sanction will not exist in the mind unless it is believed to have its root out of the mind, and that if a person is able to say to himself, that which is restraining me, and which is called my conscience, is only a feeling in my own mind, he may possibly draw the conclusion that when the feeling ceases, the obligation ceases, and that if he find the feeling inconvenient, he may disregard it, and endeavor to get rid of it. But is this danger confined to the utilitarian morality? Does the belief that moral obligation has its seat outside the mind make the feeling of it too strong to be got rid of? The fact is so far otherwise, that all moralists admit and lament the ease with which, in the generality of minds, conscience can be silenced or stifled. The question, need I obey my conscience, is quite as often put to themselves by persons who never heard of the principle of utility as by its adherents. Those whose conscientious feelings are so weak as to allow of their asking this question, if they answer it affirmatively, will not do so because they believe in the transcendental theory, but because of the external sanctions. It is not necessary for the present purpose to decide whether this feeling of duty is innate or implanted. Assuming it to be innate, it is an open question to what objects it naturally attaches itself. For the philosophic supporters of that theory are now agreed that the intuitive perception is of principles of morality and not of the details. If there be anything innate in the matter, I see no reason why the feeling which is innate should not be that of regard to the pleasures and pains of others. If there is any principle of morals which is intuitively obligatory, I should say it must be that. If so, the intuitive ethics would coincide with the utilitarian, and there would be no further quarrel between them. Even as it is, the intuitive moralists, though they believe that there are other intuitive moral obligations, do already believe this to be one, for they unanimously hold that a large portion of morality turns upon the consideration due to the interests of our fellow creatures. Therefore, if the belief in the transcendental origin or moral obligation gives an additional efficacy to the internal sanction, it appears to me that the utilitarian principle has already the benefit of it. On the other hand, if, as is my own belief, the moral feelings are not innate, but acquired, they are not, for that reason, the less natural. It is natural to man to speak, to reason, to build cities, to cultivate the ground, though these are acquired faculties. The moral feelings are not, indeed, a part of our nature, in the sense of being in any perceptible degree present in all of us, but this, unhappily, is a fact admitted by those who believe the most strenuously in their transcendental origin. Like the other acquired capacities above referred to, the moral faculty, if not a part of our nature, is a natural outgrowth from it, capable, like them, in a certain small degree, of springing up spontaneously, and susceptible of being brought by cultivation to a high degree of development. Unhappily, it is also susceptible, by a sufficient use of external sanctions and of the force of early impressions, of being cultivated in almost any direction, so that there is hardly anything so absurd or so mischievous that it may not, by means of these influences, be made to act upon the human mind with all the authority of conscience. To doubt that the same potency might be given by the same means to the principle of utility, even if it had no foundation in human nature, would be flying in the face of all experience. But moral associations which are wholly of artificial creation, when intellectual culture goes on, yield by degrees to the dissolving force of analysis, and if the feeling of duty, when associated with utility, would appear equally arbitrary, if there were no leading department in our nature, no powerful class of sentiments with which that association would harmonize, which would make us feel it congenial, and incline us not only to foster it in others, for which we have abundant interested motives, but also to cherish it in ourselves. If there were not, in short, a natural basis of sentiment for utilitarian morality, it might well happen that this association also, even after it had been implanted by education, might be analyzed away. But there is this basis of powerful natural sentiment, and this it is which, when once general happiness is recognized as the ethical standard, will constitute the strength of the utilitarian morality. This firm foundation is that of the social feelings of mankind, the desire to be in unity with our fellow creatures, which is already a powerful principle in human nature, and happily one of those which tend to become stronger, even without express inculcation, from the influences of advancing civilization. The social state is at once so natural, so necessary, and so habitual to man, that, except in some unusual circumstances, or by an effort of voluntary abstraction, he never conceives of himself otherwise than as a member of a body. And this association is riveted more and more as mankind is further removed from the state of savage independence. Any condition, therefore, which is essential to a state of society, becomes more and more an inseparable part of every person's conception of the state of things which he is born into, and which is the destiny of a human being. Now, society between human beings, except in the relation of master and slave, is manifestly impossible on any other footing than that the interests of all are to be consulted. Society between equals can exist only on the understanding that the interests of all are to be regarded equally. And since in all states of civilization, every person, except an absolute monarch, has equals, everyone is obliged to live on these terms with somebody, and in every age some advance is made towards a state in which it will be impossible to live permanently on other terms with anybody. In this way, people grow up unable to conceive as possible to them a state of total disregard of other people's interests. They are under a necessity of conceiving themselves as at least abstaining from all the grosser injuries, and, if only for their own protection, living in a state of constant protest against them. They are also familiar with the fact of cooperating with others, and proposing to themselves a collective, not an individual interest, as the aim, at least for the time being, of their actions. So long as they are cooperating, their ends are identified with those of others. There is at least a temporary feeling that the interests of others are their own interests. Not only does all strengthening of social ties and all healthy growth of society give to each individual a stronger personal interest in practically consulting the welfare of others, it also leads him to identify his feelings more and more with their good, or at least with an ever greater degree of practical consideration for it. He comes, as though instinctively, to be conscious of himself as a being who of course pays regard to others. The good of others becomes to him a thing naturally and necessarily to be attended to, like any of the physical conditions of our existence. Now, whatever amount of this feeling a person has, he is urged by the strongest motives, both of interest and of sympathy, to demonstrate it, and to the utmost of his power encourage it, in others. And even if he has none of it himself, he is as greatly interested as anyone else that others should have it. Consequently, the smallest germs of the feeling are laid hold of and nourished by the contagion of sympathy and the influences of education, and a complete web of corroborative association is woven round it by the powerful agency of the external sanctions. This mode of conceiving ourselves, and of human life, as civilization goes on, is felt to be more and more natural. Every step in political improvement renders it more so, by removing the sources of opposition of interest, and leveling those inequalities of legal privilege between individuals or classes, owing to which there are large portions of mankind whose happiness it is still practicable to disregard. In an improving state of the human mind, the influences are constantly on the increase, which tend to generate in each individual a feeling of unity with all the rest, which feeling, if perfect, would make him never think of or desire any beneficial condition for himself in the benefits of which they are not included. If we now suppose this feeling of unity to be taught as a religion, and the whole force of education, of institutions, and of opinion, directed, as it once was in the case of religion, to make every person grow up from infancy surrounded on all sides, both by the profession and the practice of it, I think that no one who can realize this conception will feel any misgiving about the sufficiency of the ultimate sanction for the happiness morality. To any ethical student who finds the realization difficult, I recommend, as a means of facilitating it, the second of M. Comte's two principal works, the Système de politique positive. I entertain the strongest objections to the system of politics and morals set forth in that treatise, but I think it has superabundantly shown the possibility of giving to the service of humanity, even without the aid of belief in a providence, both the physical power and the social efficacy of a religion, making it take hold of human life and color all thought, feeling, and action in a manner of which the greatest ascendancy ever exercised by any religion may be but a type and foretaste, and of which the danger is, not that it should be insufficient, but that it should be so excessive as to interfere unduly with human freedom and individuality. Neither is it necessary to the feeling which constitutes the binding force of the utilitarian morality on those who recognize it, to wait for those social influences which would make its obligation felt by mankind at large. In the comparatively early state of human advancement in which we now live, a person cannot indeed feel that entireness of sympathy with all others which would make any real discordance in the general direction of their conduct in life impossible, but already a person in whom the social feeling is at all developed cannot bring himself to think of the rest of his fellow creatures as struggling rivals with him for the means of happiness, whom he must desire to see defeated in their object in order that he may succeed in his. The deeply rooted conception which every individual even now has of himself as a social being tends to make him feel it one of his natural wants that there should be harmony between his feelings and aims and those of his fellow creatures. If differences of opinion and of mental culture make it impossible for him to share many of their actual feelings, perhaps make him denounce and defy those feelings, he still needs to be conscious that his real aim and theirs do not conflict, that he is not opposing himself to what they really wish for, namely their own good, but is, on the contrary, promoting it. This feeling in most individuals is much inferior in strength to their selfish feelings, and is often wanting altogether. But to those who have it, it possesses all the characters of a natural feeling. It does not present itself to their minds as a superstition of education, or a law despotically imposed by the power of society, but as an attribute which it would not be well for them to be without. This conviction is the ultimate sanction of the greatest happiness morality. This it is which makes any mind of well-developed feelings work with, and not against, the outward motives to care for others, afforded by what I have called the external sanctions, and when those sanctions are wanting, or act in an opposite direction, constitutes in itself a powerful binding force in proportion to the sensitiveness and thoughtfulness of the character, since few, but those whose mind is a moral blank, could bear to lay out their course of life on the plan of paying no regard to others, except so far as their own private interest compels. End of section 86. Read by Deborah Beach Giordano.